perhaps in an attempt to bring the two closer, or maybe as a way of briefing Fang Zhao on the story behind his brand as Nadiwuzi began speaking in a gentle voice. One of my ancestors fought for General Wu Yin when he recovered Yinzhou, achieving quite a few feats. When the new era was founded, this ancestor was conferred the title of Major General. He also became one of the first antique collectors of the new era. He helped found both Yinzhou's Collectors Association and the Yinzhou Museum. Nadiwuzi gave an overview of his family history first. The point was to convey that he was from a reputable family. Even though the brand Naz was relatively new, it was backed by a powerful foundation. Fang Zhao thought carefully. He actually did remember the elder who had recovered Yinzhou with Wu Yin, the one Nadiwuzi mentioned. He had met Nadiwuzi's ancestor when he'd led his troops in the recovery of a particular battle zone. The reason he remembered this person was because the kid liked collecting stuff and hoarded a lot, regardless of whether the items were useful or not, especially items from the old era. At that time, the war hadn't been over yet. No one could predict the future. Apart from their daily supplies and equipment, people didn't pay much attention to other items. But this kid was different. He'd had an addiction of sorts. The first time Fang Zhao had met the elder that Nadiwuzi had mentioned, the elder had still been young, only in his early 20s. In Fang Zhao's eyes, he had just been a kid, someone who had been born and raised during the period of destruction. Nadiwuzi, of course, had no idea what was going on inside Fang Zhao's head. He continued, "Come to think of it, after the founding of the new era, the government moved all the scattered martyrs' remains to the newly built martyrs' cemetery. When Fang Zhao was buried, the old man attended the funeral. Nadiwuzi was typically a man of few words. He was a slow talker during his previous conversations with Fang Zhao, but once he started talking antiques and related gossip, he got quite excited. His sentences accelerated quite a bit, unlike his usual tempo. Realizing that his comment might cause a misunderstanding, Nadiwuzi followed up with an explanation. Don't get me wrong. I didn't mean you. I meant the leader from the period of destruction, the martyr Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao said, I know. Keep going. He knew Nadiwuzi had brought up the grave relocation for a reason. He also wanted to know why Nadiwuzi had mentioned the martyr Fang Zhao's grave in particular. The collector's gene has been passed from generation to generation in our family. That old man loved to collect and treasured all his items. When martyr Fang Zhao was buried, he had picked a few beloved pieces as burial items, precious stones of some sort. Word has it they were excavated some 2,000 or 3,000 years ago. They could fetch a decent price based on prevailing prices. Any of them could start a bidding war in the black market. It wasn't just the old man. There were plenty of folks who did the same thing, in Yinzhou and elsewhere, probably because he was usually reticent. The brief spiel already made Nadiwuzi thirsty, requiring him to down 2 cups of tea. He was still excited, though, not betraying the slightest sign of impatience. He lowered his voice and kept feeding Fang Zhao gossip. This involved the personal affairs of political leaders from the period of destruction, after all. Even though only he and Fang Zhao were present, out of respect, he couldn't raise his voice. Martyr Fang Zhao sacrificed himself before the founding of the new era. Because of limited funds, his remains were kept in storage until the end of the war, when the martyr's cemetery was built. He was buried in the first row of the core area. Even though his was the second tombstone in the first row, he was buried with many more items than the others. This may sound disrespectful to the martyrs, but from a collector's perspective, judging from the value of the burial items, martyr Fang Zhao's grave is the most valuable. Naturally, it's coveted by grave robbers. As the descendant of a major collector, even though Nadiwuzi was less interested in other antiques compared to guitars, they were still antiques, after all. They still tickled his appetite. Nadiwuzi slapped himself in the face and lamented. No one knows how many valuable pieces are in martyr Fang Zhao's grave or what, exactly, the items are. The people who knew are long gone. There is no mention in footage from the time. All we have are a few vague references in the notes of people who were involved with the burial. That's why we have more cemetery guards in Yinzhou than in other continents. Even the martyr's cemetery in Huangzhou can't compare. Fang Zhao. Should he cry or should he laugh? Even though martyr Fang Zhao's grave is ranked second in the core area, extremists and grave robbers love to target his plot. Even General Wu Yan's plot isn't as attractive, and in recent years, People with ulterior motives have spread word that many of the precious artifacts that were seen in archive photos or footage from the era but never found actually ended up in Martyr Fang Zhao's grave as burial items. Anyone with a brain wouldn't believe this claim. The grave is only so big, after all. There are so many artifacts that meet the criteria. A good portion have been confirmed as destroyed during the period of destruction by archaeologists. How could they be in the plot? Still, many folks robbed Fang Zhao's grave out of greed. Serves them right to have been shot by the cemetery guards. But they also tested the waters for other grave robbers. Noticing that Fang Zhao seemed preoccupied, Nada Woozy nervously said, "Don't get any ideas? The cemetery guards aren't window dressing. They are authorized to shoot to kill anyone suspicious. Not to mention that convicted grave robbers face stiff sentences. No fewer than 100 people are sentenced to death each year for attempted grave robbing." Fang Zhao said, "Relax, I don't plan on robbing any graves." He was just curious about what was buried in his grave. Was it filled with antiques? Naughty Woozy glanced at Fang Zhao skeptically. That's good to know. The reason he'd brought up the martyr Fang Zhao was to impress the Fang Zhao before him. People always worshipped heroes, especially young people, let alone a young man who was a namesake. Youngsters from the new era typically worshipped the martyrs who shared their exact name. He also knew that Fang Zhao was not an easy sell, but Fang Zhao was still young, after all. Naughty Woozy had just flooded him with stories of martyr Fang Zhao's heroics and stories of his ancestors, and Fang Zhao seemed receptive, so he thought to himself, he's in play. After yapping on about his ancestors, Nada Woozy switched gears and started telling Fang Zhao about his parents' generation and himself. Hailing from a wealthy family, Nada Woozy's mother had been a businesswoman who ran a chain of hotels. His father had been an archaeology professor at Yinzhou University who was a hardcore academic and held key posts at Yinzhou's top government ministry in charge of cultural affairs. So Nada Woozy had lived a blessed life since his childhood. Coming of age under the wings of his parents hadn't been completely smooth sailing, but it had been much easier than folks without a similar background. When Nada Woozy was 6, he had seen his first antique guitar, a relic that his father and his archaeology team had recovered from a dump. He had been instantly captivated. It had truly been love at first sight. Nada Woozy was also blessed talent-wise. Otherwise, he would not have risen to become one of the 3 leading masters of the world out of all these fast guitar players. He'd made his name in a guitar competition he entered at 22, and from there launched his storied career. Back then, Nada Woozy had been unrivaled among antique instrumentalists, the true world number 1 of speed strumming. Jiminy had not achieved fame until 20 years later, which had forced Nada Woozy to share world champion honors. A few years later, Lee Kasi had come onto the scene, the final link in what eventually became known as the world's 3 speed-strumming maestros, who have reigned supreme until present day. Even though there were other talented speed strummers, they were still a notch below the top 3. But Nada Woozy lamented that he had never been as talented a composer as he was a player. He never won any of the most respected awards in the industry. In terms of artistic achievement, he still paled in comparison to those award winners. It was a sore point that even his father had broached with him a few times. Now, Nada Woozy was an old man. He had been through a lot and gained perspective. So what if he didn't measure up in terms of artistic achievement? At least he was still one of the world's 3 speed-strumming maestros. He had left his name in the history books. Speed players like Nada Woozy were considered technical virtuosos. Even though speed wasn't musical in itself, playing fast drew folks who were otherwise uninterested in antique instruments. So popularity-wise, Nada Woozy measured up with those award-winning musicians just fine. In fact, he had many, many more fans. That was what his father meant when he told Nada Woozy that any career choice meant winning some and losing some. As he became older, Nada Woozy hadn't been able to keep up physically, so he had stopped performing in public. Instead, he had parlayed his career background and his connections into a business career. He'd started his own business selling antique instruments under the Nazd label. Nazd was brief for Nada Woozy's name. The logo of the brand was a big capital Z, the slant in the design comprising 6 guitar strings. The 6-string electric guitar was Nada Woozy's favorite, but Nazd produced 4-string, 8-string, and 12-string models as well. They also made custom-painted pianos. Other than electric guitars, Their lineup included folk, classical, and bass guitars. A high-end custom-made business was a must for any successful guitar brand. Likasi's guitar had 18 strings, and Jiminy's had even more. Fad-seeking nouveau riche fans would order copycat models, but Naughty Woozy insisted on using 6 strings in the company logo. The first time he had seen an antique electric guitar, it had been a 6-string. Even though his father's archaeology team later unearthed 7-string and 8-string guitars, they couldn't replace the sentimental value of the first guitar he had laid ever eyes on. He himself used a 6-string guitar, and 6 strings made up the slant in his brand logo's Z. A light bulb had lit up in Naughty Woozy's head when he jammed with Fang Zhao for the first time. Later on, he'd researched Fang Zhao and realized Fang Zhao's stature and potential among pop composers. More importantly, he had watched the guitar instruction video that had gone viral. It was quickly deemed the most orthodox guitar instructional video by seasoned instrumentalists. The backdrop of the video was the club space, which was decorated exclusively with Naz guitars. You couldn't miss the Z logo on the guitars. As a result, he had seen a surge in online orders today. Naughty Woozy smelled a business opportunity. To be perfectly honest, before you arrived, I was going to film you speed strumming and post the video online to let everyone know that there were no backroom shenanigans, that it was all you. But I've changed my mind. I can't post the video right now. I also hope that you refrain from playing at this speed in public in the next year. Naughty Woozy gave Fang Zhao an apologetic look, his eyes oozing sincerity. I'll make it up to you. We can make a deal. The reason being? Fang Zhao asked. Naughty Woozy's voice was already quite hoarse from speaking so much, but he had no intention of stopping. He let out a long sigh and said, "Before I saw you play, I thought a 4th speed-strumming maestro would appear. The Big 3 would become the Big 4. But after seeing you go all out, I now know I was dead wrong. Players who broke strings were a dime a dozen, but rarely could someone stop playing because they noticed an inconsistency in the strings at that speed. Up until now, Fang Zhao was the only person Naughty Woozy knew of. If you make your debut, then it won't be the Big 3 or the Big 4. There will be only one master. Jiminy, Likasi, and I will become history. I don't perform anymore, so it doesn't matter to me whether it's still the Big 3 or not. In fact, I'm more than happy to see you replace me and the others. I know Jiminy well. He rarely performs these days. He likes to spend most of his time traveling. He won't make a big fuss either. But Likasi's world tour, which has been in the works for 10 years, is about to kick off. If you appear now, his tour will become a joke. Likasi is quite connected, and he's petty. There's no reason to make an enemy out of him. If you launch your career after his world tour, it won't be as awkward. Of course, the most important reason is that I owe Likasi a favor. When I announced my retirement and went on my farewell tour, both Likasi and Jiminy made some sacrifices so my tour would end on a perfect note. Naughty Woozy was willing to strike a deal with Fang Zhao to return the favor he owed. He had no complaints. To be perfectly honest, Fang Zhao said, I never planned on focusing on speed strumming or posting the video of myself playing. Naughty Woozy. So I overthought things? But upon hearing that Fang Zhao didn't plan on showcasing his talent, Naughty Woozy didn't approve either. No. With that kind of talent, you can't remain unknown. Fang Zhao, I'm just asking for a year. After that kid Likasi finishes his world tour, after a transition, I'll do everything in my power to make you the undisputed king of speed strumming. Let's let the world know that, even without me, Naughty Woozy, Yinzhou can still produce another global #1. It's #1 in the world we're talking about here. Can you imagine how much attention you will receive? How much the spotlight will focus on you? At that point, you and Naz will be household names. Naughty Woozy got so worked up, he stood up as he conjured up his grand vision of the future. He didn't believe anyone could resist the temptation of being the world's #1. Even he was overcome with emotion thinking about the global #1 title and recalling his glory days, let alone Fang Zhao, who was in his early 20s and had graduated from university less than 2 years ago. Little did Naughty Woozy expect that, after talking his heart out and getting so emotional that his face was twitching, he turned his head to find Fang Zhao calmly pouring him a cup of tea and pushing it toward him. Hydrate a bit. Naughty Woozy. Can you throw me a bone here? Fang Zhao gave him a confused look. Naughty Woozy ground his teeth. We're talking about the world's #1. I know. Naughty Woozy. After glaring at Fang Zhao for a few seconds, Naughty Woozy composed himself and plunked back down onto his sofa chair. He probingly looked at Fang Zhao again. You're not willing to work with me? Don't want to work with me? I can sponsor your concerts. We can start preparing in less than a year. I will leverage all my connections to set things up for you. Once Likasi's world tour ends, you'll be the world's #1. Don't count on Silver Wing. Fang Zhao remained unfazed despite Naughty Woozy's intimidating stare. He calmly responded, I know working with you in this field is the best option. Naughty Woozy relaxed somewhat, but he was also waiting for the impending but, Fang Zhao said while staring at Naughty Woozy, I'm performing my military service next year. Naughty Woozy. Once again, Naughty Woozy's jaded face was on the verge of melting. He said in a quasi-grunt, military service? You graduated more than a year ago, and you still haven't served? It was impossible to bypass something like military service. Fudging your military service was a no-no if you didn't want it to come back to haunt you. The most you could do was leverage your connections into an easier posting. When Naughty Woozy had researched Fang Zhao, he hadn't paid attention to service status. When he had been planning their future, the words military service had never crossed his mind. But a service term could delay his plans by a year or more. That was the minimum. If there were unforeseen developments, the delay could be longer. In the worst-case scenario, his vision might never be executed. Naughty Woozy started brainstorming which strings to pull. I can set things up for you. Thanks, but I've been taken care of. Right? Silver Wing must have stepped in on something like this. Naughty Woozy relaxed a bit. If Silver Wing had set things up, there shouldn't be any complications, but he still didn't feel reassured. If even one of Fang Zhao's fingers were injured, his plans would be toast. Remember to protect your hands. Naughty Woozy nagged Fang Zhao repeatedly, urging him to keep an eye on his hands. Not a single finger could be harmed. I'll do my best. That's all Fang Zhao could say. Naughty Woozy was mad, but there was nothing he could do. Military service was a major complicating factor. For anyone else, given existing medical technology, a broken finger could be fixed. But Naughty Woozy knew that for a speed strummer, even if his broken fingers were repaired, he might not be able to play at the same level. Even if he could, it would be a long wait. What a headache. Naughty Woozy wanted to post the video of Fang Zhao playing right now, but all he could do was let out a resigned sigh when he remembered the favor Likasi had done for him back then. Forget it, let's put our plans for the world's #1 speed strummer on hold. But that didn't mean he was going to change his plans about asking Fang Zhao to endorse his brand. Setting aside speed strumming for a second, we can work together on other fronts. How's your folk guitar technique? Naughty Woozy asked. It's okay, Fang Zhao responded. Naughty Woozy raised his eyebrows. That's great. He didn't like playing folk. If Fang Zhao could, that would be a perfect fit. He'd had a plan B all along. Even though Naughty Woozy was one of the 3 speed strumming maestros, not everyone dug his style. His influence was also waning quickly. In addition, genuine antique instrument enthusiasts might not be into electric instruments. To broaden his appeal, especially among students, Naughty Woozy had planned on expanding production of folk guitars. Introductory classes were common at the primary and secondary level. Things were even more flexible in university. There was an abundance of student clubs. Naughty Woozy didn't want to cede this market. Even though he preferred the electric guitar, he was a businessman. He couldn't expect everyone to follow his preferences. I saw your electric guitar instructional video that was posted online. I've been planning on launching online guitar lessons. I've already hired a few instructors, but if you could join them, that would be even better. I can give you a 70% cut of the subscription fees and user bonuses. How does that sound? Right, I've also invested in a campus romance that Silver Wing is shooting. The male lead is someone who acts cool by carrying a folk guitar with him all the time. If the movie turns out well, it will spark a wave of nostalgia for folk guitars on campuses. Fang Zhao knew the film Naughty Woozy mentioned. The film was called A Guitar Romance, and Fang Zhao also knew the lead actor in the film, Ji Polan. When Fang Zhao had first taken over the virtual projects department, Ji Polan had been asked to be the virtual idol Polar Light's eye model. Ultimately, He had ended up as a spectating student and helped out with odd jobs in the virtual projects department. G. Polan was also in the production team's credits for Polar Light's first song. Back then, G. Polan had been on a C-grade contract. After that, he had probably gotten a knack for how things worked and improved his acting skills by leaps and bounds. His credentials had to have been decent. If not, Silverwing would not have signed him back then. Now that his acting skills had improved and the way he treated others was better than before, his contract was now B-grade. Now that the virtual projects department was in a state of high secrecy, G. Polan could no longer head to the department to chat whenever he wanted. However, he still frequently kept in touch with Zhuan and the rest. A short while back, when Zhuan and the others had been talking about company gossip, Fang Zhao had heard that G. Polan had accepted a film and was the male lead. For his character, it was rumored that G. Polan trained very hard with the guitar and had professionals tutoring him. He wanted to be better than other actors of the same grade, not just learn a few chords. Before accepting the role, all G. Polan had known about ancient instruments was that many were made from wood. He had not even heard of string instruments and did not know how many types there were. He knew that he could use a body double when the time came and pass through it that way, but if he somehow had some slight knowledge on the basics, the probability of him landing the role would be higher. Thus, he'd started his training 3 months ago. The company did not place much importance on this sort of low-cost production. Every month, there were film targets for every genre, and the basic scripts were always like placing old wine in a new bottle, with the aim of swaying other investors to dump money in. A Guitar's Love was a joint production with other investors. When he had heard the name for the first time, Fang Zhao had thought it was a film concerning music, instruments, and youthful encouragement, but it was actually a youth campus idol flick. Now that Nada Woozy had mentioned it, he recalled that, other than Silverwing, the other investor was Naz. G. Polan's tutor was from Naz, and the Naz brand was all over the film. The guitars used by the male lead were also from the Naz brand. I even came up with the film title. Naughty Woozy seemed a little proud, but he followed with a frown. However, the shooting progress is a little too slow. Fang Zhao nodded his head. Slow work yields fine products. It is important that the final product satisfies you. I am familiar with the male lead, a really hard-working young chap. I even heard that he trained hard over 3 months just for a particular scene. Nada Woozy had wanted to chase the other side and exert some pressure, but hearing Fang Zhao's words, he laughed and said, "Those are rather fine words." Nada Woozy no longer wanted to chase them. This was just a part of his plans to expand his brand. The actor for the role had been chosen carefully. Back then, he had only picked G. Polan because of the calluses on his hands as a result of all the hard practice. Naughty Woozy's request had been to use as little editing and special effects as possible for the scenes where instruments were being played. Now that Fang Zhao had mentioned that he was indeed hardworking, Nada Woozy felt at ease. Indeed, as long as the final product was up to his standards, there was no need to nitpick other areas. Anyway, filming was set to complete soon, possibly within the next 2 days. He could chase them a little more when it came to post-production. Given the advancements in technology, the production cycle of a film was not as long as it had once been. This sort of low-cost production took even less time. Naughty Woozy wanted Fang Zhao to give lessons through AA webcast. Fang Zhao did not have a lot of time, but forking out 1 or 2 hours was still doable. When Fang Zhao agreed, Naughty Woozy was delighted. He had heard that Fang Zhao had came to space to find inspiration for composing, so with a wave of his hand, he presented Fang Zhao with a privilege card, which had more prestigious perks than a VIP card. Naughty Woozy also gave Fang Zhao access to videos of performances in the dance hall. From time to time, Naughty Woozy would invite well-known bands or instrumental musicians to perform. The club stored a copy of all the performances, and it was not only limited to ancient musical instruments. There were many different styles, including popular styles that could drive up the atmosphere, and electronic music was the main theme. It was what Fang Zhao wanted. As someone who did not speak much normally, saying so much in one shot was tiring for Naughty Woozy. Thus, Fang Zhao did not continue staying here. After he arranged the preliminary matters of their collaboration, he left with Zuoyu. On the trip back, Fang Zhao received an incoming call from Wang Tai. "I have information." Wang Tai's tone carried an air of proudness for uncovering the truth. "I said that you wouldn't have wasted money. As long as you are willing to spend, I will surely dig the truth out. Fang Zhao had let Wang Tai investigate the mastermind behind the incident at space. Given Wang Tai's knowledge of the entertainment circles and his keen paparazzi sense of smell, even if he was unable to discover the entire truth, any bit of information would be fine too. However, Fang Zhao had not expected that Wang Tai would have information after just one day. Speak, Fang Zhao said. The person who employed these men to act against you is a manager from Zebra Esports Club. You should have heard of this club. They are considered among the top 10 esports clubs in Yinzhou but are positioned at the tail end, in 10th place. There are over 30 clubs in the whole of Yinzhou, so they do have a reputation, but it's not that great and they can be considered a mid-tier club. However, they have some ambition. The club is currently occupying 10th place in the Yinzhou team leaderboards. An esports club? When Fang Zhao heard this, he could guess their motive. Because of Fiery Bird's annual gala? Fang Zhao had heard from Wayne, Jinro, and the others about Fiery Bird's annual gala. Fiery Bird would always invite strong teams and capable individuals across all continents to participate, and all the world's media outlets would focus their coverage during the event. The criteria for this year's conference was the top 10 teams and individuals in each continent on the Battle of the Century leaderboards. If a person in the top 10 individual leaderboards belonged to a team within the top 10 team leaderboards, the choices of invites would be pushed back. As most of the top 50 of Yinzhou's leaderboards was occupied by members of the top 10 teams, even if someone was placed around 20 or 30 plus, there was still a high possibility of them being invited. This was also the reason why many smaller esports clubs and gaming studios were exerting all their strength and resources to push certain members forward. From the start, Zebra Esports Club's ambitions had been very lofty. They were rumored to have spent large sums of money and managed to squeeze into the top 10 of the Yinzhou team leaderboards for Battle of the Century, albeit only being 10th place. Of Jinro, Dorian, and the other 8, 6 of them had been approached by Zebra Esports Club, especially HWR's Dorian, who had been contacted at least 10 times. Ultimately, though, all their targets had been poached over by Silver Wing. How could they not be mad? Besides stealing their targets multiple times, the main issue was that this Silverlight team from Silver Wing had a strong drive. Although the Silverlight team was ranked 12th on the team leaderboards, there was no telling when they would rush upward. To the outside world, with a team comprised of such distinguished members, as long as the point-sweeping machine alive after 500 years was still there, rising up the leaderboards was no issue. It was only a matter of when. Actually, Zebra did not just target you. They have probably employed methods against others as well. Besides the Big Five, they might have targeted those teams ranked 6th to 9th and 11th to 15th as well. As for why they focused on you on Silver Wing's side, it is probably because you are an easier target. Using dirty tricks and targeting esports athletes is condemned in the professional circles. Poaching is fine, but threatening the safety of an esports athlete is a big no. They probably targeted you, the young managing executive of the gaming team, as they did not know your identity in-game. Any changes to the team's managing level would also affect the team and might even cause them to destabilize. Fang Zhao being the boss of Silverwing 50 Polar Lights project team had been announced at the press conference, and it was no wonder why he had been locked onto. When sharing his guesses, Wang Tai seemed to take joy in others' misfortune. They had been eyeing you for a few days, but they hadn't been able to find a suitable opportunity to do something. When the video of you teaching your juniors the guitar in space circulated online, they then went to space. As for the rest, you know it for yourself. They most likely wanted to make the music composition circles resent you, but they never expected that you would catch them and even send them to the hospital. The 6 are still lying in hospital under police custody. If the 6 men had not been beaten to the ground by Fang Zhao, Nada Wuzi's internal investigation would not have been so quick, and Wang Tai might not have gotten his information so smoothly. Oh, by the way, when I paused, besides me, there are also a bunch of people investigating your incident and putting in quite a bit of effort. They aren't Nada Wuzi's men. His men's investigation was mainly internal, and they did not look outward. However, this bunch are different. Although they have spent a longer time, it won't take too long for them to find the information that I uncovered. Fang Zhao pondered for a bit and replied, "You can stop your investigation? Are they from Silverwing?" "Most likely. Wang Tai pursed his lips. I must say, the people from Zebra surely did not expect that Silver Wing would mobilize so much manpower to investigate. Only a few people in Silver Wing knew how important Fang Zhao was to the gaming and virtual projects departments. The boss, Duan Qianji, was extremely afraid that Fang Zhao would be poached away and had specifically found Zhuyu, a former Special Forces member, to serve as his bodyguard. Zebra might have ambitions, but so did Silver Wing. Wayne's lofty dreams had only just begun. His soul had nearly left his body when he'd heard about Fang Zhao's incident at space. So you want me to pull back? I will arrange all the information I found in a file and send it over. Once more, Wang Tai asked, You really don't want me to continue investigating? There are surely others pulling the strings from behind. Otherwise, the people from Zebra wouldn't have been so impulsive. You won't be able to find much incriminating evidence for those few anyway, Fang Zhao replied. That is true. They are all demons. Let's burn these people at the stake and see whether the rest get frightened, Wang Tai replied indifferently. He had seen this a lot of times and did not find it strange. Competition existed all the time, but fair competition was rare, especially in entertainment circles. During the journey back from space, Fang Zhao watched some of the dance hall performances that Nada Woozy had given him, and he gained quite a bit. At night, Nada Woozy also created 2 compilations of performances and sent them to Fang Zhao. Besides Yenzhou artists, there were performers from other continents as well. These were video clips that could not be found even on the internet. Since Nada Woozy had provided so much help, there was no way Fang Zhao could let him down. After watching, Fang Zhao also made plans for his online web lessons. The next day, when Fang Zhao went to the company, Wayne wanted to talk to him alone. I'm not giving you such bad ideas in the future anymore. Director Duan called me up yesterday and spent an hour scolding me. Wayne still had some lingering fears, not because of the scolding he had received from Duan Qianji, but because if Fang Zhao had really been accused of using stimulants to compose, it would have caused a lot of trouble in the short term and might have affected Fang Zhao's condition. If you still want to find more inspiration, why not just let other company personnel handle the accompaniment music for the publicity film? Wayne suggested once more. I have made some progress. When it's done, I will show it to you first. If you still feel it's not suitable, then we can change it. Fang Zhao was not an opinionated person, and if his work was not suitable, he did not mind using somebody else's. He knew that Wayne had found others to compose and had made preparations on 2 fronts. He did not mind. All right. After all, this has to be completed within this month. At this point, Wayne could not help but say the real reason he had wanted to speak with Fang Zhao. Are you all able to break into the top 10? Wayne rubbed his hands together. It's not that I doubt your ability, just that you haven't been logging in much, and you have been letting Jinro lead the team. The members in the team have improved tremendously, but the competition is just so great. As the other person in charge of Silverwing 50 Polar Light, Wayne felt anxious. When Fang Zhao was not in the office, Wayne had led Jinro and the others in a meeting and had inquired with them, but Jinro and the others had said that Fang Zhao had other instructions. They were to build up their basics and not advance prematurely. For example, driving, shooting, detection and identification of dangerous organisms, concealment, and other skills needed to survive. That was why the team had not gone all out to kill monsters, and making the top 15 at their rate was not easy. Knowing that the bunch only listened to Fang Zhao, Wayne had known he couldn't dig anything else from them and could only rely on Fang Zhao to do the work. As Wayne spoke, he watched for Fang Zhao's reaction. When Fang Zhao did not speak, he thought for a bit and said, The people who plotted against you were from Zebra Esports Club. Wayne explained the findings of Silverwing's investigation of the incident. Luckily for them, we don't eat without paying. Don't worry about it. Leave the matters in the real world to me. I will get people to handle them. As for the game, we can't let ourselves be stomped on, can we? They are just 2 places above us. We just have to charge forward a little and crush them. Fang Zhao nodded. It's about time. Wayne was all smiles, thinking that Fang Zhao had listened to his advice and finally changed his mind. But he quickly straightened his face and said seriously, Everyone will be waiting for your good news then. Oh, I nearly forgot to ask. What relationship do you have with Nada Woozy? Why does the internet think you are Nada Woozy's illegitimate son or a runaway grandson? We are ancient musical instrument lovers. We just had an exchange on ancient instrumental skills, and he wishes to work with me. It won't affect anything on our side, right? Nope. That's good. On that day, Fang Zhao went to the 50th floor to hold a meeting. Both the Polar Light and Silver Light project teams were present. On the same night, the Silver Light team that had been crawling slowly up the leaderboards suddenly burst to life, as if the brakes on their car had been removed. Fang Zhao had taught them all the skills that could be taught. How much they could grasp was entirely up to them. Fang Zhao would gradually withdraw from the team operations and hand the role of authority over to Jinro. During the operations in-game, Fang Zhao also slowly started to keep his distance or spectate from the sides. After all, Fang Zhao intended to serve in the military next year, and he needed to let them adapt to this new method of combat. Even if they recruited more members in the future, Jinro would be able to handle it well. On December 9th, the Silverlight team rose to the 10th position on the Yinzhou Battle of the Century team leaderboards. Zebra Esports Club, who had previously been at 10th place, were pushed down to 11th. On December 10th, the system announced the release of a new area away from the original war zones. Gamers escaped toward the newly released areas nearest their city districts. The Silverlight team, which had been making preparations beforehand, formed a motorcade and led other original players of District 79 toward the new district. On December 12th, another round of natural disasters occurred. Populations of mutated beast species saw a sharp spike in their numbers as all 100 districts of Yinzhou fell to the enemy. On December 15th, Silverlight Team's experience points total was now 9th place on the leaderboards. As long as they maintained this state, before the month ended, they could charge to 8th. Battle of the Century. In a certain southern district of Yinzhou, a large motorcade was traveling toward the destination announced by the game system. Milo looked at the map, surveyed the surrounding terrain, and asked the others, "The new district is in this direction, right?" He cast a glance at Fang Zhao, who was sitting on the roof of the car beside them. Seeing that Fang Zhao did not look over, he looked toward Jinro and Dorian, who nodded. Only then did Milo give a sigh of relief. He had not given the wrong directions this time. Now Milo only had one word for Fang Zhao: respect. Prior to this, he just had not understood why Fang Zhao had kept forcing them to learn those skills. When it came for them to start fleeing, only then did he realize the importance of these skills. Others might spend more time trying to adapt midway through the fleeing process, and the odds of losing lives would thus be greater. In addition, once someone lost their life, they might not be able to keep up with the speed of their team. This was due to the time restriction the system placed on logging back in after a death, and these other people who felt they were unable to kill any monsters or pick up any points following the Silverlight team were now falling over each other to ride onto their coattails, and they could not be chased away. These people were not foolish. They knew the best chance of survival was following the team. The penalties for dying just once were very severe. By following the Silverlight team, they could hide inside the vehicles and avoid greater danger. They also finally realized that experience points did not increase just by killing monsters non-stop. Tiring oneself and dying would lead to the entire week's experience points being wiped, and many times, just by surviving longer, the experience points would automatically be higher. This was also the reason many people call Battle of the Century a survival game, not a monster-slaying game. Survival was of the utmost importance. Whatever one wished to do, they would have to guarantee their own life first. It was only to live that killing monsters became necessary. The motorcade following the Silverlight team were not all members of Silverlight. A majority were other players from District 79 that had convened together, and the ranks were made up of many teams, with Silverlight at the head. Without reporters chasing after them, the Silverlight members were more spirited as they played. However, even though there were no reporters trying to stop them, at all times, the Silverlight team was still the focal point of attention in the motorcade. Two people were discussing in hushed tones. "Hey, have you seen what 500 years God looks like?" Alive after 500 years' ID was too long, so people referred to him in private as 500 years. "Nope, I only saw him killing monsters, and he was so King cool. My eyes could not keep up with the speed he switched guns at." "Are you guys new here? What's so great about switching guns?" Back when they brought us along when fleeing District 79, the way he drove the car was more like flying. Many times during those drifts, I thought that he would fly straight out. He could even kill monsters while driving, with one hand on the steering wheel and the other hand wielding a gun, someone else exclaimed, and he clicked his tongue in approval. Seems like nobody even knows the real identity of 500 years God yet. So many paparazzi, but they were unable to dig out any info? Who knows? However, according to past practices, Fiery Bird's annual gala is coming soon. Silverlight seems to have settled in the top 10 and will be invited. At that time, we will all find out for ourselves. Oh, that's right. I really hope Fiery Bird's annual gala comes quickly. When is it going to be? I heard it is set 100 days after the release date of Battle of the Century, so soon, I guess. Probably around the 8th or January 9th. Isn't that a wait of over 20 days? Just wait. In any case, no one has been able to dig out any information regarding his true identity. What about the Paparazzi King? Wasn't there a rumor that the Paparazzi King who was jailed on another planet was released? Why hasn't there been any activity? At that moment, the Paparazzi King who was being talked about in private was telling their revered 500 years goddess story. Wang Tai was at Fang Zhao's side, recounting his own experiences from when he had been a war journalist. Besides being in charge of shooting the team's publicity film, he held a concurrent post of telling Fang Zhao stories. At the start, he had wished to brag about himself, but later on, he had felt like he was in a film during ancient times where those nobles would hire storytellers for entertainment at taverns. But when he thought about Fang Zhao paying him from his own pocket, Wang Tai changed his attitude and continued telling Fang Zhao about the sights and sounds he had experienced while serving his jail term. Being dragged to be a war journalist was just one of the many experiences from his time as a prisoner. At the start, Wang Tai had only wished to recount some of his dreadful past experiences to frighten Fang Zhao, since he was enlisting to clear his military service next year. His stories were bound to scare that little brat. However, after finishing his story, Wang Tai realized that Fang Zhao only sighed and exclaimed, "There are no easy times." He simply did not look the least bit frightened. Wang Tai did not understand what Fang Zhao meant by "there are no easy times," but he knew he wouldn't get an answer by asking Fang Zhao. He had already been beaten numerous times by Fang Zhao, and he secretly hoped that Fang Zhao would hurry up and enlist. Without Fang Zhao around, he would be free to do as he wished in Yinzhou. Otherwise, as long as that person existed, he would always feel a pair of eyes on him, making him uneasy. After talking for a bit, Wang Tai shot a quick glance at Fang Zhao and thought, "This brat's mind has wandered again." As Wang Zhao was thinking, Fang Zhao suddenly faced a certain direction, as if carefully identifying the issue. Something's coming, and not just a few. Fang Zhao's one sentence made all members of the team spring to high alert immediately. "Prepare for battle," Jinro roared, getting up and assigning tasks to others. Besides their team, he needed to assign the other people within the motorcade. This group of survivors needed to cooperate and work together as a team if they wanted to head forth to the new district. The warning device hasn't even sounded. Where is the dang? Before he could even finish, the warning device on his hand sounded. People beside him rolled their eyes. A new member? Get used to it. You can do no wrong following Silverlight members. On this journey, everyone had gotten used to it. From doubts at the start to being fully convinced by now. Most people would not be so foolish as to provoke Silverlight members. Their battle strength was there for all to see, and their survival skills were top-notch. In any case, all these people needed to do was follow after the Silverlight members. But there was some doubt in many people's hearts. Why was it Jinro who was in charge of assigning tasks and not alive after 500 years? Had Jinro surpassed alive after 500 years and squeezed him out? But normally, Jinro and the others still called alive after 500 years boss. Could it be that alive after 500 years himself did not wish to be captain or vice-captain and had passed the roles to Jinro and Dorian? Or were there some secret circumstances? The outside was full of gossip, and many tabloids even speculated that Silverlight was having an internal power struggle and that other people had joined forces to crowd alive after 500 years out. Some members of the motorcade had asked Schwarzer in private, as they felt that a university student would break easily. In the end, Schwarzer had not revealed any important information. When asked whether he had joined forces with the others to overthrow Alive after 500 years, Schwarzer was so scared he jumped up. Overthrow? I don't have that sort of guts. Schwarzer would never forget when Fang Zhao had come to recruit him. Back then, he had learned a little martial arts and had wanted to show off in front of Fang Zhao. In the end, he had been kicked straight offline. It was still painful even now. Ever since then, he had been training diligently, both online and offline. Hey, Mr. Huali, make sure you take good-looking shots of me later. Schwarzer did not forget to remind Wang Tai before the battle started. Idiot. Nobody can see what you look like with a helmet on. Jake chided disdainfully. Handsome. Definitely handsome. Don't worry, everyone. Have trust in my skills. When the publicity film is released, you shall all know. Wang Tai laughed. Jinro pointed out an area in their ranks. Boss, there are some people in a dormant one state there, and they are unable to battle over on that side. They are lacking in manpower, so we have to leave it to you. Got it. Fang Zhao walked over. When everyone was at their assigned spots, the warning devices were all flashing red, but they did not have concrete digits. First-generation warning devices that could be exchanged using credits had many functions that were not complete. When the beast hordes were smaller, they still worked fine. But when there were too many beasts, they became inaccurate. According to records in history books, the warning devices had further upgraded versions, but for now they could only use the first generation. The Silverlight team members thought in their hearts, the first-gen warning devices are not as easy to use as our boss. As long as Fang Zhao is around, encountering any situation is a breeze. Fire. With that command, the previously tranquil surface exploded to life. Gunshots from many different types of guns filled the air. Showers of dust rose into the air as bullets peppered the ground. The howls and wails of the horde of mutated beasts, together with the cursing from the human side, all mashed together, forming a strange and fantastic symphony. Wind picked up dust along the way and carried it off to somewhere far off in the distance. It was another battle that lasted close to an hour. After the last beast was exterminated, there was only jubilant laughter within the motorcade. Dorian looked toward Jinro. Shall we call it a day? Generally speaking, after an hour of high-intensity battle, they would all disconnect to rest. While in-game, even if the warning devices were not sounding, they still needed to remain vigilant, which was too tiring. As this was still a game, for the sake of making it enjoyable, the difficulty was also slightly lowered. If it were really during the period of destruction, surely some would have collapsed from exhaustion and fallen into despair. Jinro glanced at Fang Zhao and saw him nod his head. Let's call it a day. Head offline to rest up. Remember to put away the vehicles. Who was it that forgot to keep them the last time? At Silverwing's 50th floor gaming studio, when Jinro and the others exited from the gaming cabins, drenched in sweat, the assistants and medical team rushed forward to surround them. Milo gulped down a glass of water and sat down, panting, allowing the medical team to do a checkup. What do you think the boss is doing now? Milo said, panting. Jinro glanced at the time. Probably preparing for his webcast lesson. Having just logged out of the game, and he could immediately prepare for his webcast lesson without being affected, Schwarzer and a few others eyed each other and sighed. Simply not human. I really want to see the reactions when everyone finds out the true identity of Alive after 500 years. Dorian chuckled. Another 20-odd days. The other members in the team all laughed as well. Indeed, everyone would be dumbfounded. At the other end, after logging off, Fang Zhao took a shower before heading into his study to read a little. There was a lot of knowledge he still needed to study about the new era. Whenever he was free, Fang Zhao would absorb this information. When the time came, Fang Zhao turned on his webcast and began teaching. The channel for his webcast was Silverwing Education. Fang Zhao would record himself, and the projection would be sent to this Silverwing Education broadcasting studio, which would then stream it to the audiences. When Silverwing Education's anchor received Fang Zhao's cue, the image cut away. Fang Zhao was holding a guitar with the prominent NAS logo. Behind him, the wall was adorned with NAS guitars of different types and designs. Today, I will not be teaching everyone the strumming technique. Due to the number of viewers and subscribers increasing and asking questions, Today I will focus on explaining various guitar types for beginner students and how to choose them. Everyone knows folk guitars, classical guitars, and electric guitars and their special characteristics. Guitars can also be divided into hollow wood guitars, hollow electric guitars, semi-hollow electric guitars, and solid-body electric guitars. Take a look behind me. Fang Zhao briefly talked about the different types of guitars, how people of different ages should choose guitars of an appropriate size, how the guitar felt, the grades of guitars, and other fundamental knowledge for choosing one. Why Fang Zhao had chosen to talk about this was because of the latest fad of a type of pretentious magical instrument, guitar. The campus romance flick that Naughty Woozy had invested in, A Guitar Romance, starring G. Polan, had been released, and the advertisements were good. The photograph of the male lead's posture with a guitar strapped to his back captivated the hearts of many. Ancient guitars had seen a sharp spike in popularity, especially among students. During Fang Zhao's previous webcast lessons, he had not talked about this fundamental knowledge at the start. The viewers of his webcast were mostly industry professionals, and even those who were not in the industry still had experience with some ancient musical instruments. So Fang Zhao had not needed to tell them much and had instead been able to focus on strumming techniques. Now that the webcast viewers were rising exponentially, though, many beginner students had asked questions, so Fang Zhao needed to first use some time to focus on the basics. Even just picking a guitar to use it as a display ornament, these people also needed to know how to choose a guitar, how to hold a guitar, and how to not get scammed by unorthodox sellers. Inside a certain residential building in Qian City, in the new era, there were 6 years of secondary school. A boy who was still in secondary year 5 carried the present he had pestered his parents so long for, a hollow center wooden guitar. Adjusting the straps, he copied the main lead's manner before he went on stage to perform in A Guitar's Love. He adjusted the guitar till it was below his waist level, stretching his face as he looked in the mirror and did a cool pose. Handsome, but it doesn't seem like the original. The boy then adjusted the strap and posture once more, this time following the manner of certain band members he had watched videos of. He adjusted the guitar below his chin and put on a bow tie. Even more handsome, but it doesn't harmonize well. Pondering for a bit, the boy then went online and saw how a guitar should look like when strapped on the back. He adjusted the strap once more, faced the head down, and strapped it to his back. Something still feels lacking. As he was saying this, he ran over to his father's drawer and took out an ancient-looking cowboy hat. He plucked a strand of grass from the balcony where his mother's plants were and stuck it in his mouth. Facing the mirror once more, he struck a few laid-back poses. King handsome. Nailing down his look for today, the boy whistled a tune as he left for school. He had just left his neighborhood when he saw another fellow male student from his school who was carrying a guitar on his shoulder as if it were an ancient shovel scene in those old-era movies. Looking at him, it seemed rather cool. Whatever, he could change to that appearance tomorrow. Secondary school and university teachers watched helplessly as they found their own students acting pretentious, changing their guitar poses daily. But to the students, they felt that carrying their own guitars on their backs was showing off their own personality and style. As nostalgic styles returned this year, the pretentious style of carrying a guitar became a sort of politically correct fad in schools. The more digital the product, the quicker it evolved, as did its look. Thus, folks sometimes preferred to collect antiques instead. The guitar renaissance generated by Naughty Woozy and his company had been very successful. Just look at the different ways young students were carrying or hugging their guitars on school campuses. Naughty Woozy even nudged journalists toward news stories of the more sensational variety, such as a male student confessing his love for a female schoolmate by playing a ballad outside her dorm. Storylines like that happened in the movie A Guitar Romance. The students were simply imitating the actors in the film. Fashion and trends were determined by proactive leaders. Naughty Woozy had prepared thoroughly for this day. Amid the wave of promotional activities, not only did Naughty Woozy's NAS brand become a hit, so did G. Polan, the male lead of A Guitar Romance. This point came up during conversations between Zhu Wan and company. When G. Polan made promotional appearances with the press team, he focused on college and secondary school campuses. He carried a guitar every single time but struck different poses, and students scrambled to mimic him. He had generated the buzz befitting a hot young actor. At the same time, more and more folks tuned into Fang Zhao's webcasts. Every day, Fang Zhao spent an hour lecturing and another hour answering questions online. He also posted altered guitar scores online, mostly simpler pieces suited for beginners. Many musical pieces had been preserved from the old era, but most were ill-suited for new era tastes. Slight alterations would make them more palatable. The same song would require different scores for the electronic guitar and acoustic guitar. The technique was different too. Fang Zhao would break it down for his viewers. For example, for a piece he altered for the lecture the day before yesterday, the acoustic version required sliding, while the electric guitar version saw more plucking. Today, as in previous sessions, after answering viewer questions, Fang Zhao played a song with a new guitar model provided by Notawoozy. The student response had been overwhelming, so Notawoozy's brand had launched a new series called Rising Sun, targeted at student buyers. Today, Fang Zhao played with an acoustic guitar from the Rising Sun series. He strummed the strings gently in a seemingly casual manner as a soft but grounded melody drifted from the high-quality wood craftsmanship alongside the live footage. The song he played today was an updated old-era piece requested by a viewer. All things retro were the fad of late, with many folks digging out songs preserved from the old era. The song he had played yesterday was an updated happy birthday song dedicated to a viewer who had been celebrating his birthday. The viewer had been so moved that he had awarded Fang Zhao $10,000 online. Fang Zhao wrapped up his show every day by playing one of the songs requested by his viewers. Oh, I wasn't picked again. Is it because there are too many people online and too many requests? Today's show is over? Watching today's live broadcast made me realize that my pretentious guitar pose yesterday was wrong. The guitar is so difficult to master. I've made no progress in 3 days. My fingers are numb from practicing all afternoon yesterday, but now I think these old-era instruments sound quite nice. Hire a private instructor and learn one-on-one. Fang Zhao is too good. He's even more skilled than the instructor my mother hired for me. I heard that the instructor my father hired for me is also following Fang Zhao's webcasts. He's a younger graduate of Fang Zhao's alma mater. The more I look at Fang Zhao, the more handsome he seems, especially when he plays the guitar. He projects a completely different aura. Who knows when Fang Zhao is lecturing at Qian Academy of Music next? I'm going to get his autograph. Count me in if folks are organizing a trip to Qian Academy of Music. I feel like Fang Zhao is a very gentle person. The Silver Wing gaming team that had just gotten offline from battle. Gentle, my ass. Indeed, Fang Zhao looked gentler on average these days. He also lacked the fiery temper of his contemporaries. Even Silver Wing staffers had observed that Fang Zhao was much more even-tempered than when he had first joined the company. His temper had improved, and he was no longer wearing an ultra-aloof look all the time. Every time they heard comments like that, members of the Silver Wing team felt misunderstood. Only they saw the other side of Fang Zhao. The deadline is coming up, no? Dorian asked Jinro. Still no news? 3 more days. Jinro clicked the rankings page on the Fiery Bird official website and browsed the top 10 teams in each continent. Teams hovering near the top 10 were still locked in a fierce battle. We're ranked number 7 now. If we make a push, we can definitely clinch the number 6 spot. If Boss is willing to play again, we could even make the top 5, Milo said. But they all knew that Fang Zhao didn't spend much time online these days, and even if he went online, he operated separately. It was clear that he was gradually phasing out of the team. The entertainment media was speculating every day about possible internal strife, practically begging for some development that would allow them to put out a 3-million-word feature on the team's internal bickering. Many folks were also hoping Alive after 500 years would lose his number 1 ranking, but he clung onto the position, and quite firmly at that. Didn't Wayne say he would release our promotional video once we got the invite from Fiery Bird? Schwarzer was looking forward to seeing the video immensely. Even though he had not seen the final product, he had seen some of the footage Wang Tai had shot, and he had enjoyed it. The final cut was definitely going to be very slick. The deadline is the 5th. We should be receiving an invite on the 6th. The 6th is the earliest we'll see it, Jinro said. Jinro never would have guessed when he had signed with Silver Wing that he would make it to Fiery Bird's annual gala. He had been retired from gaming for several years now. He wondered if folks from other continents still remembered him. The team's promotional video was ready. For the score, Wayne used the piece Fang Zhao had submitted. Wayne never would have guessed that Fang Zhao could produce a piece that met his expectations. Wang Tai was no longer tracking them online. He had gone back to plying his old trade, but he refused any assignments that involved investigating alive after 500 years. Are you kidding me? He had just escaped the fire pit, and Fang Zhao had promised him no trouble. If he waded back into the waters now, did he have a death wish? After news of Wang Tai turning down assignments broke, more and more folks became curious about alive after 500 years. What kind of person could force the undisputed king of Yinzhou paparazzi to turn down jobs? Was he a relative of the governor? Or was he a member of one of Yinzhou's major aristocratic families? The closer the date got to the January 5th deadline, the more the local media focused on gaming. Even if Yinzhou's big three entertainment companies were releasing a blockbuster film, it would be hard to compete with Fiery Bird's annual gala. Fiery Bird's annual gala was an event gamers from around the world paid close attention to. Teams from Yinzhou that were invited were representing the continent, so naturally, they valued the invitation tremendously, especially given that Yinzhou was home to the world's top player of Battle of the Century, even though his real identity was still unknown. Folks from other continents were glued to the event, let alone gamers in Yinzhou. January 5th finally arrived, the cutoff date for Fiery Bird's final rankings. The Silver Wing team qualified for the gala with a 6th place finish in Yinzhou. But what pissed off the Silver Wing team members was that the team they had surpassed, Zebra Club, had also managed to squeeze into the top 10. They finished 10th by making their move the day before the deadline, crowding out White Rhino Club, the team originally ranked 10th. Word was that Zebra Club had played dirty. White Rhino fans and Zebra fans had been tearing into each other online non-stop the past 2 days. White Rhino fans derided Zebra fans as despicable, underhanded, and having no shame. Zebra fans retorted, "Shut up or put up. Playing dirty requires ability too. If you were capable, you could respond in kind." The two clubs were both named after animals that had gone extinct. This was a popular naming method in the new era. Fiery Bird, for example, was named the same way. Extinct animals, plants, and so on often offered ideas for company, street, and shop names. Historical data indicated that rhinos were stronger than zebras, but this time, many folks joked that the rhino got its butt kicked by the zebra. News outlets that had nothing better to do even published comics of rhinos and zebras in battle. Fang Zhao was scheduled to lecture at the Qian Academy of Music on the 5th. Attendance for his lectures had grown on account of the retro fad of late. Fang Zhao's webcast had also helped boost his profile. If the Qian Academy of Music hadn't implemented crowd control measures, Fang Zhao would have been mobbed by even more fans. Now that Qian Academy students and graduates were in such high demand, many current students took part-time gigs. Instrumental majors would moonlight at restaurants that needed live performers or post ads on private tutor platforms, offering their services. In the past, their ads would have gone unanswered for as long as a week. There were too few people interested in learning musical instruments. After all, secondary students simply didn't have the patience. Now, though, things were different. Qian Academy students typically saw their ads answered within an hour. With the advent of the internet, the distance in distance learning was no longer an issue, so the students' ads were closely monitored not just by Qian residents, but also by parents from other parts of Yinzhou. The hourly rate for Qian students serving as private tutors tripled within a month. With the retro trend still on the rise, there was still room for more salary growth. Non-instrumental majors got mighty jealous and started contemplating switching majors. However, folks who could afford to splurge on a private tutor wanted to hire Fang Zhao, but Fang Zhao was probably unavailable and beyond their pay scale. Fang Zhao didn't have time to tutor, not to mention that even if he were willing to tutor, he was just one person. There were too many people who wanted to hire him, and not enough of him to go around. Thus, the vacuum was filled by current Qian Academy students or Qian Academy graduates who wanted to tutor. But the part-time tutors might not actually know how to teach, so they had to cram as well. Not only did they tune into Fang Zhao's webcasts, they also flocked to his lectures so they could pick his brains in person. And Fang Zhao didn't hold back either, generously sharing his techniques and insight. When Old Man Xuejing found out, he was very pleased. He even wanted to launch a new global lecture tour with Fang Zhao in the new year, but unfortunately, Fang Zhao had to serve in the military. After the end of today's lecture, Fang Zhao got a call from Huali, the head of Fiery Bird's sound effects department. Did you see the final ranking? Your new team did pretty well, climbing to 6th place in Yinzhou in their debut, Huali said in a jovial tone. The invitations to the annual gala have been dispatched from headquarters. Folks from our Yinzhou branch will deliver yours to your office. You'll be attending the annual gala. No? Of course. Then let's catch up properly then. Kid, you're full of surprises. Huali had long known the true identity of Alive after 500 years. Quite a few core members of Fiery Bird's senior management did, but the company had done a tremendous job with its confidentiality measures. It was impossible for outsiders to pry any insider information from their end. The banquet is on the 8th, and there are other activities scheduled for the 9th and 10th. It's best to arrive a day ahead of time. You should start making preparations. When you arrive, let's grab a drink. I'll introduce you to a few friends. They're all composers, and they've been longing to meet this rising star for some time. I just don't know how they will react when they find out about your other identity, haha. Wayne had already briefed Fang Zhao on the schedule. The Silver Wing team was scheduled to leave for their hotel in Huangzhou on the 7th, ahead of the banquet on the 8th. They had a busy schedule. Fang Zhao had to put his webcast and lectures on hold for the next few days. January 6th, 9 a.m., staffers from the Yinzhou branch of Fiery Bird hand-delivered an invitation bearing the company logo to the 50th floor of Silver Wing Tower. January 6th was the day where every big esports club could make their presence felt the most. Even if any of Yinzhou's famous entertainment companies had New Year's films or promotional activities, they would avoid this day. In the past, Silver Wing had only been able to cast coveting glances at these esports clubs, unable to do anything about it. But this year, Silver Wing's gaming department was soaking up all the excitement. After Silver Wing's gaming department was reformed, Wayne had realized his ambitions. The publicity channels had all been arranged, and the promotional events were on standby, not yet started just in case something unforeseen really happened. After all, this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Even if they were in the top 10 of the team leaderboards, there were still what-ifs. What if Fiery Bird decided on only the top 5? Then wouldn't they have celebrated for nothing? Until the invitation letter with the bright red Fiery Bird insignia was in his hands, Wayne was in an apprehensive mood. This was the first time he had been so excited in his few decades in the Silver Wing gaming department. His fingers were still shaking when he reached out and pressed a button to release the news that had been prepared beforehand. Let's begin. The Silverlight team would have a huge role in today's hot entertainment topics. The Big Five getting invited was not even considered news. In the eyes of the masses, it would only be considered news if they had not received an invite. On the other hand, the Silverwing 50 Polar Light team, better known as Silverlight, that had only been established this year and had rushed into the top 10 was the focus of attention for a lot of people. Other teams that had squeezed into the top 10 had done quite a lot of publicity, and the masses felt that it was no longer fresh. However, Silverlight was different. Today was the release of their first ever publicity film for the team. Everyone knew that a publicity film was a chance to do a short self-introduction to the masses and to give the masses a profound impression of the team. However, until now, the Silverlight team had released too little information. The impression the masses had was still limited to the news conference where Silverwing had revealed the members of the team as well as the leaderboard details. At 12 p.m., on Silverwing's broadcasting platform, official website, video streaming sites, and over 10 large screens in city districts, a short, 3-minute publicity film played both online and offline. In the new era, this sort of publicity film could not be too long, as audiences did not have the patience to watch it, yet it could not be too short either, as time was needed to express the things they wanted to express. Therefore, 2 to 3 minutes was the norm. When Silverwing's wing emblem and the Silverlight team's tree insignia appeared simultaneously, many hurriedly rushing people stopped what they were doing and looked at the large screens in the plazas. A familiar electronic music tune played, the brief default music that played when logging on to Battle of the Century. Familiar images showing the grave conditions of the period of destruction continuously appeared. Mournful cries, loud gunfire, and the sound of a large building collapsing accompanied the buzzing that sounded like an electric current, which continued rising, building the atmosphere up. Explosions in line with the sound effects filled the screen, drummed up by the increasingly frantic electronic music as the succinct rhythm repeated itself, carrying about a thick period of destruction flavor. Then the effects faded, and an expansive horizon appeared. The video showed a certain office building. The people inside were watching the screen in front of them, displaying scenes from Battle of the Century with eager anticipation, as if the little seeds in their hearts had sprouted. A slightly plump middle-aged man who was watching turned around and walked out, his footsteps coinciding with the drumbeats, and the music's tempo and his movements were one. Following the person's movements, the scene continued to zoomed out. As he was walking out, words, "Gaming Department," appeared suspended on the wall behind him. The audiences understood what it meant. Oh, so this is the fabled Silverwing Gaming Department. The music heard by the audiences was a not-so-gentle, formulated electronic tone that carried with it a mystical feeling, modulating with extremely detailed changes. The rich tones alternated with a high pitch, bringing about a lively intensity that built upon layers of electronic sound effects, creating a terse and magnificent melody. As the pulsating music connected, some rapidly edited cutscenes from different angles were shown. When the plump middle-aged man arrived in front of the elevator, at that moment, an elevator had descended from the upper floors. The doors opened, and there was a young man inside. The two men nodded at each other, the expressions on their faces slightly serious. People who paid attention to the Silverlight team found them familiar. Weren't they Silverwing Gaming Department Manager Wayne and the young manager Fang Zhao of the Virtual Projects Department? On the screen, inside the elevator, the displayed number changed from 51 to 50. The elevator doors opened and Silverwing's 50th floor's Virtual Projects Department appeared in front of their eyes. The two men stepped inside the department, and the camera closed up as the sliding doors closed behind them, showing a simple tree-shaped image, the team's emblem. The image faded to black and a line of words appeared, something that we are slowly unable to control. During the intermission, after a momentary pause, the music resumed, this time without so much of a rousing melody. It was different from Fang Zhao's previous works. Beneath the electronic sound effects, the melody seemed grave, sketchy, but not losing any of its density. The tempo was both thrilling and powerful. After the caption faded, in the dark background, someone opened a door. Sunlight poured in from through the doorway. Against the dark backdrop, the doorway was extremely bright in contrast. The scene seemed both cold and warm, the darkness and light combining to form a divine image. And the man who had opened the door stood in the only bright spot in the dark background, his back facing the screen. However, the guy standing there gave viewers an uneasy feeling, like a sharp, rigid, and silent knife. The scene faded once again. Been waiting for so long. After the caption, in the video, a person in the midst of strength training raised his head and looked straight at the camera with a purposeful gaze, beads of sweat dripping off his face. Veteran gamers watching this scene could recognize him right away. The former 2S team captain Jinro, who had disappeared from the scene for 8 years. 8 years was long enough. Behind Jinro, Dorian was undergoing stamina training. Jasmine was doing reaction training. Milo was doing balancing training. August, Yu Zhongqing, Jake, Schwarzer, Chi Zi, Ferreria, Nibali, Mamoon, Oz. Every team member appeared in succession, either running, jumping, working out, or training with others. The video focused on their flexed and protruding muscles and the sweat glistening on their skin. The music's tempo gradually increased in intensity, drumbeats similar to the heartbeats of viewers as they gradually beat faster. Those watching were unclear whether it was the background music or the video itself that was affecting them this way. Another transition. We have long been itching to get on with it. As the words appeared, new electronic tones entered the fray. The rhythm gradually strengthened, and the atmosphere became more and more ferocious. In the video, analysts clad in work clothes were watching a screen full of data and discussing something. People wearing white robes with a simple polar light icon on their sleeves and chests were giving the team members checkups. Beside the team members, there was also another group of people, moving about hurriedly but orderly and serving the team members drinks and handing over towels. Engineers in charge of maintaining the game consoles were scrutinizing complex holographic illustrations. This was the first time that Silverlight Team's assistants, medical team, and behind-the-scenes personnel had been shown in public. As the music gradually built up the atmosphere, the engineers did an okay hand sign. The head of the medical team nodded his head, and assistants helped the members put on their combat attire. Once equipped, the team members walked briskly toward another room. Doors bearing the tree-shaped emblem opened, revealing 9th-generation Fiery Bird consoles arced in a semicircle that filled up the entire screen. Under the lights, the exterior of these machines reflected with a terrifying luster. The Fiery Bird insignias on the machines seemed as if they were about to burst into flames. Team members entered the cabin-style game consoles one by one and closed the doors. As the camera panned backward, a white-colored humanoid robot was already standing in the front. 10th-generation console. A lot of eyes widened as they saw this scene. Silverwing still had a second 10th-generation console? Or had they brought out the same one for somebody to use? However, at this moment, viewers could not be bothered to do any deep thinking. The pounding of drums continued to push on, as if foreboding a pandemonium that could not be controlled. The person wearing the 10th-generation console raised a hand, then put it down, as though giving a signal. Almost at the same time, all the in operation lights of the 9th-generation cabin consoles flickered on. In the video, everything seemed to turn into neurons, transcending space and matter. The whole world seemed to turn into data and computer code as the virtual world spun rapidly. Gradually, it got darker. The fast-paced music abruptly stopped at that moment. Silence carried an irrational tension, and even the air seemed to stiffen. Crash! The sound of a glass object smashing and shattering jolted people's hearts. The explosiveness breaking the silence with such force seemed to assault the ears and mental states of viewers. Everything thoroughly exploded to life. A group of people entered into a building through the broken window, toting firearms. Their actions were well coordinated, as though they were a team of elite paratroopers. Close-ups of the firearms flashed by, and the camera switched from the wielder's point of view until it was face-to-face with the sinister visage of a mutated beast. Bang! Straight between the eyebrows. Bang, bang, bang. Blood-splattered bullet holes in the wall, shattered glass, corpses on the ground, a chandelier swaying and on the verge of crashing down, a messed-up corridor. Music and special sound effects perfectly assimilated and extremely incisive, as though they had deeply penetrated the listener's nerves. There is nothing that can stop us. The scenes rapidly changed, from indoors to outdoors, from the cities to outskirts. Flashes as bullets sprayed, blood dripping, flying limbs, sounds of a sharp knife tearing through flesh, the thuds of a blunt weapon hitting flesh, beastly howls and wails of anguish, the sound of bodies hitting the ground. The camera fully displayed the violence of these bloody close combat life and death struggles. The overwhelming and shocking scenes told the audiences everything that happened. Blood, violence. A combination of those two tended to make people shudder. However, behind the images were music and sound effects with a strong and unyielding tempo. From the start, it had been the video's keynote and had set the atmosphere. These were the circumstances of the period of destruction. This was mankind's fight for survival, violence and blood, but behind it all was overflowing hope. Quick cutscenes accelerated the violent images. The audiences were unable to fully comprehend all the scenes that flashed through, but they could feel each and every cutscene provoking their senses. The music and acoustics perfectly complemented each cutscene and increased the acceptance levels of the scenes reeking of blood, completely permeating and battering the audiovisual senses and relaying the message of the video. Extraordinary camera work, coupled with the intricately weaved music, made these violent and bloody scenes much more aesthetically exquisite and terrifying. They gave audiences the impression that they were not that grim, but brought about a bizarre infectiousness. These were typical entertainment manufacturing techniques and were more suited to mainstream tastes. Changing to a final cut scene. A speeding truck charged straight at an enormous mutated beast. Under the overcast sky, Incendiary rounds like rays of light flew straight at the oil tanks of the truck. An ear-splitting boom resounded as the blaze of an explosion filled the sky and the music reached its climax. We are the kings of the battlefield. The concluding scene showed all the main members of the Silverlight team in-game, gathered together, clad in their combat attire and walking towards the camera. Some wore helmets, while others didn't. With the static image of the final scene, the music also ceased. At the bottom right of the screen, the Silver Wing insignia and the Silverlight tree emblem appeared once again. Of the 3-minute film, the first minute and a half was an introduction of the team as well as the support staff, and the latter minute and a half was all edits of in-game footage. The accompaniment music had been composed by Fang Zhao. During the arrangement, he had used the same style that built up the majestic atmosphere. This was the skill he was most proficient at. Even when trying out new elements, he did not give it up one bit. In order to better complement the scenes and their sound effects, compared to his previous works, Fang Zhao had lowered the rhythm but maintained the strong tempo. This was his first try at this new method, in line with what Wayne had told him before of more direct explosiveness, yet he had still kept some fine traces of the academic essence. For people not used to electronic tones and sound effects, they might find it raucous, but people in the new era had long gotten used to this sort of lively static and knew how to appreciate the aesthetics of this era's electronic styles. And in the latter minute and a half of the video, the sounds of gunfire, impacts, explosions, and the footage of bullets flying and blood splattering were all real footage. They hadn't used any special effects to touch it up. It was extremely lifelike and infectious, and combined together with the sound, the impact with which it battered the senses of audiences was powerful. The video did not hard sell the cruelness or the mood and did not overly emphasize the esports athletes' considerable efforts behind the scenes. Too much, and it would have seemed pretentious. This video was not like the encouraging styles that other esports clubs like to use. Rather, it portrayed a group of bold and valiant individuals with extraordinary skills, superhuman heroes. This was also the fastest manner for Silver Wing to break into this market. And the results of showing this to the public was in line with what Silver Wing had anticipated. On the internet, oh my, do these Silverlight people want the sky? Are these even esports athletes? More like saviors of the world. Sick. I thought I was watching a blockbuster. Suddenly feel that gaming at Silver Wing is awesome. At the Qian City Center Plaza, a middle-aged man in a suit carrying a briefcase retracted his gaze from the screen. Looking around, he asked the nearest youngster close to him, "Sorry to bother you, but I would like to ask something. That movie trailer that just played, do you know which Silver Wing New Year's blockbuster it is? When is it going to be released?" The youngster was stunned for a moment. When he finally understood what the middle-aged man was talking about, he laughed. That was no movie trailer. It was the publicity film for a gaming team. Disbelief was written all over the middle-aged man's face. You mean that all those people just now are actually esports athletes? Playing a game? Yeah, that's right. Did you see the tree emblem? That's the emblem of the gaming team, formed by the collaboration of Silver Wing's virtual project and gaming departments. A game's publicity film can even be more amazing than a blockbuster trailer, gasped the middle-aged man. He did not play games, but he loved watching movies. However, after watching that publicity film, he now had some interest in that team. There were many people who felt the same way as that middle-aged man. The Silverlight team's first publicity film had not only attracted the views of gaming fans, it had attracted the attention of a lot of people outside the gaming circles. Wayne had 2 goals for this publicity film. The first was to publicize the Silverwing 50 Polar Light team, and the second was to be an advertisement that let even more people know that Silver Wing were not in it just for a quick buck, but had built a genuine and professional esports team. The purpose was to attract even more talent. To make this project bigger and to ensure a sustained development, recruiting fresh talent was a must, especially so as to prevent the team's decline after Fang Zhao enlisted in the military. They definitely needed more talent and strength to replenish it. It just so happened that this was a chance to increase their popularity as well. Wayne just wanted to tell all the esports athletes that desired to jump ship or hadn't found a new employer to come over to his side. There was no need to worry about what to have for all 3 meals of the day, no need to worry about one's physical state, no need to bother about any material troubles. because there would be a professional team to worry on your behalf. All you needed to do when you came over was game to your heart's content. The Silverlight team might have been newly established, but its ability to meet various criteria was sufficient to sway some. First, they had the strength. There was no need to mention alive after 500 years. Their young team had successfully achieved Fiery Bird's annual conference invites. The team had capability and potential. Second, they had money. With the entertainment juggernaut Silver Wing behind them, they did not lack capital. Whether it was equipment or logistics, the team would definitely not lose out to any of those well-known professional esports clubs. Also, after the release of this publicity film, Silver Wing's publicity department would also be giving it a push behind the scenes. And just as Wayne had hoped to see, with the release of the team's first publicity film, the attention of the masses was placed on them. On the internet, gamers of all sorts, whether professional or amateur, discussed the trending topic. The blinding 9th and 10th generation machines are enough to rival the Big Five. Dig up the monthly salaries of the Silverlight team members. I want to join the Silverlight team. Is it too late? Does Silver Wing want to be Yinzhou's number 6? I really want to know, among all the people shown, which one is alive after 500 years. He is surely the one using the 10th gen, but his face wasn't shown. The silhouette shown before Jinro appeared might have been him, but the appearance wasn't clear. I have no idea whether that was in-game footage or real-life footage. Silver Wing has two 10th generation consoles? I only know that Jinro's superior Fang Zhao owns one. Maybe alive after 500 years is Fang Zhao? After all, Fang Zhao also has the 10th gen. A short while back, he got into a fight. I heard he beat down quite a few people. With that impressive fighting strength, maybe it really is him. When that online user had just posted, someone below replied, I'm breathless from all that laughing. Given Fang Zhao's appearance, one look and you can tell it's obviously not him. As a born and bred District 79er, when I followed the Silverlight team and fled, I specifically observed them. Their personalities are different, so we can eliminate Fang Zhao from the reckoning. Without any video evidence of him beating up a bunch of people at a nightclub, that can only be considered hearsay. How can you believe all the rubbish spouted by rumor mongers? Besides, even if it were real, how could fighting and gaming be the same? In any case, I don't have a favorable impression of Fang Zhao. I heard he oppresses Jinro and gang. How sinister. To the brother on top, you said that rumors cannot be taken seriously, yet no Silverlight member has ever said that Fang Zhao oppresses them. It is just a bunch of people blindly spreading a rumor, and given Fang Zhao's style, he doesn't seem like the sinister or crafty sort. You might know a person but not his true nature. Wind from an empty cave might not necessarily be baseless. Besides being a composer, there is nothing much else that we know about that person. Fang Zhao is just a composer. Silver Wing must have taken into account how he brought up the virtual projects department and let him be the leader of the Silverlight team. Actually, he is just an amateur. We have never heard that he plays games. He has a behind-the-scenes supporter, and it's nothing uncommon. An adept amateur leader. Is it a grievance within the industry or shameless capitalism? That means to say, Fang Zhao probably lent out his 10th generation console for someone else to use. Fiery Bird set up only 8 10th generation consoles in Yinzhou. It is impossible for Silver Wing to have two. This comes back to the question. Who exactly is alive after 500 years? Didn't anyone else notice somebody else who kept his face hidden in the film? Jinro and the others all saw the discussions online. As the youngest member of the team, Schwarzer's experience was limited, and he sat there giggling when the first comments appeared online. When he had been watching the publicity film, he had felt like an actor watching his first ever film for the first time. A little shy yet also proud. But as the discussions went on and more people guessed at the identity of alive after 500 years, he could not even bring himself to smile. Just guessing would do. Why had people started bashing Fang Zhao? Schwarzer carefully peeked at Fang Zhao, and only upon not noticing any rage did he rest easy. If he was the one being doubted and faced with baseless claims, he would definitely be unhappy. Dorian, who was sending a text message on his bracelet, noticed and laughed before advising Schwarzer, don't pay too much attention to online discussions. When you encounter this more often in the future, You will get used to it. I was just thinking, what sort of reaction will they have when they finally know the truth? Besides the discussions on characters appearing in the publicity film and people making guesses on a live after 500 years' identity, there were many gamers focusing on the short scenes that had been shown in the publicity film, and they were engaged in a thorough analysis. After sorting out the publicity film and taking notes of the gun models that appeared, Silverlight has pretty good equipment, but nobody knows if they got it themselves or purchased it from other studios. After watching the ending scene with the exploding truck, I even went to try it out, hoping to record a scene of myself walking away from the truck as it exploded behind me. In the end, after shooting holes through the entire truck, it still did not explode. Has anyone succeeded? Please share your experiences. Very quickly, skilled gamers started to study the film and aim for the oil tanks, trying to create the anticipated explosion effect. There were others who tried the scene where the team members smashed through glass windows, but they only got themselves hurt instead. Many people suffered painful consequences trying to imitate drifting with motorbikes or shooting while driving. Players finally understood those cool scenes and movements could not be replicated by just anyone, and as they now understood the difficulty involved, more and more players started to pay attention to the Silverlight team. Various factors and influences created a very strange scene. This year's 6th place, the Silverlight team, had a higher viewership than the other 9 teams altogether. On globally renowned gaming magazine Rising Dragon's page, the Silverlight team kept staying within the top 3 most viewed topics and had surpassed many well-known esports clubs. This had also been a part of Wayne's plan. Concealing Fang Zhao's identity had been to whet the audience's appetites. This would help them gain more viewership, and with viewership came popularity. January 6th, the entire Silverlight team, including the support staff, were given a day off to return home and pack their things. January 7th, a flying transport carrying over 100 personnel and bearing the Silver Wing emblem left Qian City. Zhu and the others from the Polar Light team had also been permitted to follow the team. Not just them, other staff from the gaming department side had been given spots on this trip as well. Fiery Bird's invitation was for over 100 persons, so besides the medical team, assistants, agents, and other internal staff, there were staff from other departments in the entourage as well. Some were in charge of publicity, and some were in charge of diplomatic exchanges, and there was a security team as well. On the flying transport, Wayne was explaining to Fang Zhao. Due to the promotion of the first publicity film, the masses had gotten to listen to the accompaniment music. This time, the electronic style was especially suited to mainstream tastes, and a few enterprises fancied it after listening and had contacted Silver Wing's side to purchase the rights. The price offered was reasonable, and they were willing to postpone using it for a month. After all, a publicity film's effect had time limitations. In an age where online information was flourishing, the enthusiasm for the publicity film would decline after a week. After a month, there might not be any people talking about it anymore. Using the accompaniment music for other things after the publicity film died down was perfectly reasonable. However, at Silver Wing, there were varying opinions, especially Wayne, who had vehemently objected when he found out about it. I was having a chat in the morning with the copyright department staffers. They wanted to sell, but I didn't let them. If they are unresigned, they will probably contact you and advise you to agree. Fang Zhao, I'm not cutting off your source of income, but I just have to tell you why it is not optimal for us. Inside the cabin, people closest to Wayne and Fang Zhao were the main team members. They also knew that Fang Zhao's works could be sold for money, and when they heard Wayne mention that some parties wanted to buy the copyrights to the publicity film's accompaniment music, in their hearts they were thinking that Fang Zhao could earn another considerable sum this time. However, when they heard Wayne advising Fang Zhao not to sell, they pricked their ears up in curiosity. Wayne was not deliberately avoiding anybody, and he continued explaining. If this were the government or other game or film companies that wanted to purchase the rights, I would have no qualms. For example, the Yinzhou military using the third movement of your 100-year period of destruction series had a good result and everyone benefited. There was no need to prevent that sale, but this time, it's the boss of a supermarket chain that wants to buy the rights. From my experience and understanding, given the character of those kinds, they will choose to use it at the peak of their promotional campaigns. Human flow is also high there, and if everyone gets used to it and becomes conditioned, every time they hear the tune, They will no longer think about Silverlight's might but, rather, discounts, slashing prices, clearance sales, bargains. Are you guys willing for that to happen? The audience. Of course not. Staffers at the copyright department might not think too much about it. Besides, after a month, the publicity film's impact would die down. So why not sell it for some money? But Wayne felt that this would make the team a laughingstock. Now that his ambitions were racing toward becoming reality, he would never do something that would put the brakes on it, and he would not agree no matter how much the other party offered, hence the advice he was giving Fang Zhao. As a composer contracted to the company, the copyrights did not solely belong to Fang Zhao, but for the company to sell it, they needed Fang Zhao's approval. Since Wayne had been unable to convince the copyright department staffers, he had decided to directly convince Fang Zhao. It's not just this time, Fang Zhao. Although I am just a manager of the gaming department, I have seen many things and experienced a lot. Every year, many good songs get misused by buyers. In the future, if you encounter this sort of situation, be sure to be prudent. Once a mistake is made, the impression it gives audiences can be ruined in the wrong hands, Wayne asserted. Fang Zhao listened attentively to Wayne's advice and nodded his head. I understand. Even if Wayne had not said anything, Fang Zhao would not have allowed his works to be sold indiscriminately. Back then, when he had allowed the rights of the third movement of his 100-year period of destruction series to be sold to a Lijo film company, he had given recommendations for which portion of the film to use it for and made certain requests. Having gotten a reply from Fang Zhao, Wayne could rest easy. Jinro and the others let out a sigh of relief within their hearts. They were not going to be associated with bargain sales and promotions. Oh, right, I forgot to ask you. Wayne remembered something and asked Fang Zhao, have you gotten your driver's license?
Yes.
For both flying cars and flying transports?
MHM.
That's good. As a celebrity, it's good to have your own license. After all, your bodyguard will not be beside you at all times. If you get surrounded by fans and want to escape, you can find the closest shared flying car to slip away. Huangzhou's entertainment industry is even more intense than Yenzhou, and there will be more people watching your every move. Therefore, after your identity is revealed, you should either head out less or be more careful when you do. When they arrived at Huangzhou's imperial city, it was already noon. Given the speed of new era flying transports, flying from Qian City to Imperial City didn't take too long. But once in Huangzhou, there were more inspections, especially within Imperial City, where the checks were even more stringent. Continuously stopping and moving delayed their arrival time till noon. Huangzhou's Imperial City was the continent's political, financial, and cultural hub. It was also where the Alliance's government headquarters were located. Fiery Bird's headquarters were set up in the northern part of Imperial City. The allocated hotel was located in the vicinity of Fiery Bird's headquarters tower and belonged to Fiery Bird. The flying transport descended in the allocated parking lot. After landing, they were required to walk to the hotel, just about 100 meters away, which was a short distance. However, once they disembarked from the transport, everyone could feel the difference in atmosphere. From the parking space to the hotel, the 100-meter road was full of media personnel armed with film equipment. Since they had seen the flying transport bearing Silver Wing's emblem approaching, media from all the different continents got excited. Unlike the reporters in the game's virtual world that tried to stop or interrupt them, here it was only the attentive gazes and bright flashes of lights. The irritating and loathsome attention from the media in-game was also completely different here. On the ground, there were many broadcasting vehicles adorned with their respective channel's logo. The sky was full of small drones, each staying in their allocated airspace and frantically recording the scenes. There were no clicking sounds of old-era cameras. These cameras gave off a unique humming sound, as though it was a buzzing electrical current. A lone machine was not loud, but what about a few hundred? The sky was spread with such agitated particles. Being focused on by all these cameras that would be broadcasting to the world brought about a formless pressurizing environment. Even if they had been informed of what to expect on the way here. Even if they had seen images of past conferences. When actually standing here, there were a number of people who were so nervous they did not even know where to place their hands. Jinro and Dorian had experienced this before and could still remain somewhat collected, and Fang Zhao was completely unable to get nervous, But the rest of the members of the team were different. Even Schwarzer, who had still been laughing and joking in the transport, was at a loss now. He could only flinch even though, deep down, he was excited beyond measure. If he had a tail, it would already be wagging non-stop. This was the first time he was really aware that he had become a celebrity, even if just a small and not that outstanding one amidst the group. Everyone's reactions were captured by the filming equipment and transmitted to every continent. And among the Silverlight team, the majority of members seemed to be grimacing. Online users at Yinzhou watching the broadcast could not help but harbor suspicions that perhaps these people had just been scolded by their superiors. Only after stepping into the hotel did Schwarzer and the others relax their facial muscles. They immediately massaged their now tight muscles and thought about whether their expressions just now had been all right. Those were media personnel from all the different continents. There were already people waiting for them in the hall. Upon seeing the tree emblem of the Silverlight team, they recognized the team straight away. After an identification check, the leader of the group got to select the floor to occupy. Wayne suddenly went forward and pressed a button. 62nd floor. Each team had 100+ personnel, and every team had been allocated a floor. Every floor was equipped with game consoles, sound and projection equipment, and a small conference room. Fortunately, there were also many elevators for so many large groups. However, in the elevator, every time someone spotted clothes adorned with the tree emblem, regardless of which floor these people were from, they would examine the wearer as if he or she were some rare creature. The questions they asked were mainly two. The first was, are you people from the Silverwing 50 Polar Light team? And the second question was, has Alive after 500 years arrived yet? Which one is he? Regarding these curious looks and inquiries, the members of the Silverlight group always answered yes and arrived with a knowing smile. After arriving on the 62nd floor in batches, Wayne began to assign rooms. After being assigned to 2 people per room, lunch was ordered. After eating, everyone gathered for a small meeting about re-emphasizing the rules here. All of them were participating for the first time. Not just Schwarzer and the other young members, even Wayne himself was feeling nervous. Wayne wiped off the sweat on his forehead. All right, that's all I have. If anybody has any doubts or inquiries, please approach Jinro or Dorian. Those two are experienced. Following that was free time. Many other teams had already arrived at the hotel, and those who knew people could go and interact with them or head to the places of entertainment within the hotel to unwind. As the bodyguard, Zuyu naturally roomed with Fang Zhao. His duty this round was very important. The moment Fang Zhao's identity was exposed, his workload would increase. He would have to prevent fans and reporters from getting too close. Fang Zhao had just placed his luggage down when he received an incoming call from Fiery Bird's sound effects department head, Huali. I just received word that your team has arrived. Have you sorted out your things? If you're done, come over for a chat. Just head straight to the 5th floor. I have a few people to introduce you to. Fang Zhao had no idea who Huali was chatting with, but the man sounded like he was in good spirits. Sure, I'll make my way over. Head to the northernmost corner and use that elevator. I will give you temporary access so you don't have to squeeze in with others. There are too many people today, Huali told him. After ending the call, Fang Zhao checked the messages in the internal group chat. Jinro and the others were preparing to head to the 6th floor. The 6th floor was also a leisure district, but what was different was that it was more suited for esports athletes. When he saw the message, Fang Zhao instructed Zuyu, go with them. You don't have to worry about me. Let me know if there is anything. I will head straight up. Zuyu also knew that Fang Zhao had been invited over by Fiery Bird headquarters staff, and there was unlikely to be any trouble on their own turf. He nodded his head and replied, got it, boss. I will keep you informed. Following Huali's instructions, Fang Zhao found the elevator in the corner and took it straight down to the 5th floor. It was probably an elevator for internal staff use only, as Fang Zhao did not encounter anyone else on the ride down. The 5th floor was a well-furnished restaurant that seemed refined and cultured. The walls were adorned with paintings that were replicas of antiques left behind from the old era. The real art pieces were kept safe in Fiery Bird's own vault and would not be displayed at this kind of place. The people on this floor seldom discussed game techniques. They were parties who collaborated with Fiery Bird, not esports athletes. Some were artists, designers, or composers. For example, people who worked on the background music for Battle of the Century. Fang Zhao looked around and spotted Huali speaking with a scrawny-looking guy. His face was quite flushed, probably from drinking wine or getting too excited from chatting. "Hey Fang Zhao, over here." Huali stood up and waved Fang Zhao over. Come, let me introduce you. This here is Gao Se. He is a Qian Academy of Music alumnus, just like you. Currently, he is an associate professor for composition at the Huangzhou Academy of Art. We accepted 2 of his works this round to use as in-game music. We have used many of his previous works for gaming events and are practically old comrades. Thinking back to when we first collaborated, I think old Gao was still only an assistant professor. Yeah, I was only into my 4th year at Huangzhou Academy of Art then. Gao Se did not seem to take any offense about Huali's mention of him being an assistant professor, and his tone still seemed slightly proud. Fang Zhao knew that, although an assistant professor was not considered a high position, over at Huangzhou, an assistant professor's salary and benefits were extremely high, and they even had doctors attending their lessons. Huangzhou was an extremely competitive place, and their assistant professors were not ordinary. Huali's words had no intention of belittling Gao Se. Besides, Gao Se had already risen to become an associate professor. In Huangzhou, rising up to an associate professorship at Gao Se's age was a rare sight. Without sufficient successes, there was no way to get promoted. As Huali was about to introduce Fang Zhao to Huali, Gao Se chuckled. "Fang Zhao, I know who you are. Ming Song and the others frequently talk about you. I caught a glimpse of you from afar the last time old Shui came over to Huangzhou, but we didn't get the chance to talk. This time, we ought to have a good chat." Originating from the same Chimu posse, both of them naturally had mutual connections, so Gao Se knew quite a bit about Fang Zhao. Gao Se studied Fang Zhao, his expression somewhat satisfied. Given the amount of achievements Fang Zhao had at his age, he was neither arrogant nor hot-tempered, and he had an unflustered disposition. It was no wonder Ming Song and Huali praised him to the high heavens when they mentioned him. No matter how much talent one had, there would always be some arrogance, but in certain situations, arrogance had to be curbed. Fang Zhao had visited Huangzhou before, during the global lecture tour with Shui Jing. Back then, Fang Zhao had only been supplementary. He had not been the main character and couldn't even have been considered to have had a supporting role. In the eyes of many people during the global lecture tour, Fang Zhao had just been Shui Jing's little attendant and had just been going through the motions, letting people familiarize with his face. Fang Zhao might have obtained a lot of profit from his few works, received affirmation from other professionals, and become popular among students, but in the global circles, he still could not be considered famous. Just picking any random person here that collaborated with Fiery Bird and was invited, their files would be full of achievements and awards, and even after 10 pages, the list of achievements might not necessarily have ended. "I was just talking with old Gao about persuading you to come to Huangzhou." Huali brought out a bottle of alcohol from his bag behind him. "This is from my personal collection. Try some." One reason Huali had called Fang Zhao over was to introduce Fang Zhao to a few seniors within the industry that had collaborated with and been invited by Fiery Bird. These people might not be known by the masses, but within the composition circles, their names were well known. Getting to know a few would be beneficial for Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao sat down and listened to Gao Se talk about his own accomplishments, awards he had won, and high-level performances he had taken part in. He also flaunted the white metal piece hanging around his neck to Fang Zhao. It was a small medal. A galaxy medal? Fang Zhao asked. Fang Zhao knew about this. The Galaxy Awards were the highest accomplishments anyone in the arts scenes could hope to achieve, regardless of whether one was a composer, actor, singer, painter, or other artistic profession. Every single artist wished to achieve a Galaxy Award. Haha, that's right. But it's not a Galaxy World Medal, just the Galaxy Supernova Medal. Even though it was sub-award, when Gao Se mentioned it, he seemed rather proud of himself. Huali eyed the medal on Gao Se's neck enviously before helplessly retracting his gaze. The path he had chosen had destined that he would have no fate with the Galaxy Awards. In terms of earnings, Huali could beat 90% of the people on this floor, but in terms of artistic skill, 99% of the people here were better than him. Huali was willing to help Fang Zhao because he thought highly of the young man and wanted to accumulate some good karma when Fang Zhao had not yet risen up. The Galaxy Supernova Award was conferred to a young artist who had sufficient accomplishments in his field. In the new era, 50 or 60 was still considered young. When old Gao received the award, he was probably around 40? Huali asked. No, 50. I was almost 50. 49 and a half. Hee. I still remember it very clearly. After I received the award, Guangzhou Academy of Art awarded me with the Lifelong Teaching Award. That was when I considered myself to have made a mark in Guangzhou. Half a year later, on my birthday, I was promoted to associate professor. Gao Sei's face was fully red. As he reminisced proudly with some fond nostalgia, his fingers carefully stroked the medal he was wearing. Old Shui also has the Supernova Award and the Nebula Award too. I reckon old Shui could possibly achieve the World Award as well, Gao Sei said in a revering tone. The Supernova Award was given to young artists, whereas the Nebula Award, also a subcategory of the Galaxy Awards, was a celebration of the lifetime accomplishments of an artist. Even now, Shui Jing was still so hardworking. He wanted to achieve and contribute more to receive the Galaxy World Award, an award given to artists at the peak of the industry. Gao Sei rarely saw younger generations due to the pressures of intense competition in the industry, so seeing Fang Zhao, Gao Sei was in good spirits and was in the mood to give pointers. Although Gao Sei liked to show off and gave off a hint of the arrogance of a senior, the pointers he gave Fang Zhao were valuable, and he was willing to share some of the realities he had experienced. He hoped that Fang Zhao would take the academic path and not be swayed by money and the overly commercialized market. Do not be blinded by small gains, and don't rush. Take it one step at a time and move steadily and surely. Also, do not be taken in by people who spout rubbish all day long. Those people have dreams beyond the heavens and are unable to keep up with their ambitions. They won't go far. In our industry, we need to simmer. In our industry, many try to find the equilibrium between art and commerce and lose themselves. Fang Zhao, you must absolutely not learn from them. If you're in doubt, you can look for Shui Jing to chat. After all, old Shui is an old hand, and he has high hopes for you. If you're willing to ask, that old man would be more than happy to answer. If Shui Jing isn't around, you can look for Ming Cong. That fellow is in really high spirits now. I heard his son's treatment is going well. Probably from the drinks and his high spirits. Gao Sei talked a lot, but it could all be summarized in one sentence. Young man, I think highly of you. So work hard, and when you have accumulated enough experience, us uncles will bring you out to pretend and help you fly. Beside them, Huali did not interrupt. From the start, he had planned to pull Fang Zhao into the company, or maybe into companies belonging to a few of his friends, but after seeing Shui Jing bring Fang Zhao on his global lecture tour, he had given up. He knew that academics like Shui Jing and Ming Cong hoped that Fang Zhao would follow the academic path and not be too involved in the commercial market. Young people in this era were too easily influenced by money. The Galaxy World Award was just a beautiful dream in Huali's heart. When he woke up, he was very clear that there was no way he could obtain it, but could Fang Zhao achieve it in the future? As long as he kept up his standards, the Supernova Award should not be too hard, but the World Award? Huali was not too optimistic. However, even if Fang Zhao really managed to get the World Award, it would surely be over 100 years from now. By then, if Huali was still alive, he would probably be older than the current age of Shui Jing and would have long retired. Gao Sei went on and on for half an hour before leaving when he received a call. An old friend who had also received an invite was looking for him. After Gao Sei left, Huali intended to introduce Fang Zhao to a few other people, but Fang Zhao's bracelet had a notification of an urgent message. He took a look. The sender was Zhuo Yu. Huali he knitted his eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong?" Fang Zhao pointed at the ceiling. Some trouble upstairs. The 6th floor above them was a place for esports athletes to gather and interact. Huali came to a realization. All right, go on and head up first. I will find some others to chat with. I have many old friends here. When you have the time, come back and look for me. I will probably stay here till night. Upstairs, a place that ought to be boisterous was relatively quiet. There were many esports athletes from every continent, but at that moment, regardless of whether they were chatting or holed up in a corner playing games or watching films, currently, All eyes were focused on a certain area. At this area was the Silverlight team's group of about 10 people. Zuoyu was at a loss. His hands were itching to give someone a beating. Standing in front of Zuoyu, Jinro, and the others was an esports team from Liezhou. At the head of this team was a young man acting all high and mighty. Arrogance was written all over his face. He was wearing a leather biker jacket and leather boots and was dressed in a retro style. On his shirt, a bright yellow and elegantly cursive font spelled out the words Zero Renault. Inside Zuoyu's head, the words automatically translated in his head to 4 shining words: not a good person, a totally pretentious appearance that deserved a spanking. From his first glance of this senior master, Zuoyu sent Fang Zhao a text message. The other party definitely had no good intentions, and Zuoyu had no control over this situation. He wished to strike, but could not afford to offend a descendant of a founding era's great general. Zuoyu's eyelids started twitching as the other party walked over. Senior Master Zero, who had been labeled not a good person, directly walked in front of Zuoyu and eyeballed him as though he was inspecting a shipment of goods. You are the one that has forcefully occupied the top position on the leaderboards, alive after 500 years? Not waiting for Zuoyu's reply, the other party shot out another line. 100 million annual salary. Leave Silver Wing and join our wireless esports club. How about that? Zuoyu. Boss, hurry up. I'm afraid I might not be able to control my own mouth. Smashing this salary in his face, Zuoyu almost agreed immediately. In Liezhou, when many people mentioned Zero Renault, the self-indulgent son of the Renault family, their teeth would ache at the same time as their heads. They viewed his style of operation disdainfully, yet were unable to do anything about it. Take this time as an example. When Battle of the Century was released, Zero was captivated once again. He had been unable to take part in the gaming feast 10 years ago, as he had been underage and had limited capital. He might have had ambitions, but he had been unable to execute them. This time around, though, it was different. He did not own a gaming company or an esport club, so he bought one straight away, flexing his financial muscle to the fullest. But the big esports clubs in Liezhou had been wary of him and simply had not allowed him to interfere. Therefore, Zero had gotten angry and brought out his most consistent methods, throwing huge sums of money to poach. Not only had he poached from within Liezhou, he had poached from other continents as well. Although what Zero had done was unreasonable, the high-salaried people under him were capable and simply helped him poach over many gamers with genuine talent. Of all the teams invited to the annual conference this year, other than Silverlight, another team that had only been established this year was Zero's Wireless Esports Club. In Liezhou, the Renault family name was a gold-plated signboard. Outside of Liezhou, it also had influence. Even people who did not pay attention would reconsider a few times when they saw this family name. Now, Zero wished to poach someone once again, and his target was the global leaderboard's first position, alive after 500 years. Other esports clubs might desire to poach this person as well, but when they saw Zero's position, they hesitated. In terms of using their financial muscle to poach, they had no way of beating this person. Zero also had his confidence to back him up. He could poach people openly and candidly. After all, Daddy has the money. Everyone's eyes were on Zuoyu. No matter how strong he was mentally, Zuoyu also felt pressured. Taking a deep breath, Zuoyu was prepared to tell this pretentious bastard who was in need of a spanking, "You got the wrong person." But just as he opened his mouth to speak, Jinro elbowed him and whispered, "Boss is here." Hearing that Fang Zhao had arrived, Zuoyu let out a sigh of relief in his heart, as did the others on the team. Being watched by so many people was nothing to get happy about. Fang Zhao pushed his way through the crowd. "What's going on?" "It's like this." Zuoyu explained the situation in a low voice. Zuoyu had originally followed Jinro and the others to the 6th floor to relax and unwind. Jinro and Dorian knew many old adversaries who were also old friends. They had brought the team's new members to get to know other seniors within the circle. Zuoyu did not have much interest in this, though. He was not a professional gamer and only followed Fang Zhao and joined in the fun when Fang Zhao gamed. He might have been a bodyguard, but he was not beneath anybody else. Only in front of Fang Zhao would he act a little more like a bodyguard. When he was not by Fang Zhao's side, He still had the air of a former Special Forces soldier. The members of the team did not treat him as an attendant. Zuiyu was also considered a member of the team. Although he, like Fang Zhao, did not spend too much time in-game, he had proven his strength, and when Fang Zhao was not online, if Zuiyu was not at his side, he would be teaching the others a few things in-game. If Fang Zhao was considered their military instructor, then Zuiyu was their deputy military instructor. Therefore, his treatment was also different from the other members. Zuiyu had been sitting down idly, but realized that quite a number of people had their attention focused on him. Schwarzer had gone one round with Jinro and returned to chat with Zuiyu about gossip he had heard from esports athletes from other continents, such as which gaming superstars were going to come over and blow their own horns and such. As he was speaking excitedly, Zuiyu's hand stretched out in a flash and steadily caught an orange that had been thrown over. After that, it was Zero and his entourage that came over. Noticing something wrong over here, Jinro and the other members came rushing back. Everyone in the area now had their attention placed on this group of people. They were watching the show and waiting for answers. The group from Silver Wing contained a board member and a deputy director, but these senior executives were interacting with other executives and were not on this floor. Wayne was building friendly relations with a few senior management executives of a few of Huangzhou's entertainment companies. The only one who could rush here promptly was Fang Zhao. Anyone who had done their homework on the Silverlight team knew who Fang Zhao was. They threw the orange, probably to probe, Zuiyu said. What was there to probe? Without a doubt, they were probing to see whether Zuiyu was alive after 500 years. Unable to get a verbal answer, they could only probe. Eliminating the other Silverlight members, the only other suspicious person who had an unknown identity was Zuiyu. When Zuiyu was speaking to Fang Zhao, Zero sized Fang Zhao up and asked his agent beside him, "Who is this? He seems a little familiar." Zero's manager had long anticipated this happening. Silverlight's person in charge, the Silver Wing Virtual Projects Department Manager, and also a contracted Silver Wing composer. The 100-year period of Destruction series is his work. We used the third movement in the Series 4 God of War, the one you spent 10 million to purchase the rights for. With the manager's reminder, Zero had a little impression and remembered it. Not because the manager had mentioned the film and series name, but because he had received an unfair beating back when his great-grandfather had shed anguished tears because his emotions had overflowed when listening to the piece. Because of that, Zero had nearly been disfigured from the beating, so how could he not remember that? However, after that incident, Zero had seen his fortunes change. He had specifically obtained all 4 music videos of the 100-year period of destruction to curry favor with his great-grandfather and had received many benefits. He had originally wanted to poach Fang Zhao, but unfortunately, Silver Wing were not willing to release him. "Oh, so it's you." Zero started having poaching intentions once again. "Have you considered changing jobs?" "No," Fang Zhao replied stiffly. "Where did you learn that he was alive after 500 years? Zero lifted his hand and pointed over in a certain direction. "They said so." Everyone's gaze followed the direction Zero's finger was pointed in. Over there were a few people clad in black and white striped jerseys, members from Zebra Esports Club. The members of Zebra Esports Club looked as though they were about to puke blood. "It wasn't us. We never talked about it in front of him. They said it behind my back," Zero replied firmly. He was also not dumb. He knew what they were trying to do. Wasn't it just using his hands to confirm whether Zuiyu was alive after 500 years? It just so happened that Zero was curious himself, so he'd thrown an orange at Schwarzer, who had been beside Zuiyu. When he'd seen Zuiyu catch the orange, in his heart, he had come to believe that Zuiyu was indeed alive after 500 years. With such agility, quick reflexes, and an aura different from the others here. If he was not alive after 500 years, who could he be? Actually, everyone around who had seen the orange catching scene felt the same way as Zero. Thus, the atmosphere quieted down, as everyone wanted to listen and confirm their hunch. Fang Zhao swept a look at Zebra Esports Club's members, and then faced Zero. "You got the wrong person." Zero felt his own judgment was correct, and Fang Zhao was just refusing to admit it. "Wrong person? It's not him? I certainly think it's him. Suit yourself." If Wayne had not violently opposed keeping Fang Zhao's identity under tight wraps, Fang Zhao would not have concealed it. To him, there was no need to make things so complicated. But Wayne's way of thinking was different. Wayne, as well as people from the publicity and public relations department, always considered the options that granted the most benefits. How to attract the most attention? By tempting everyone's curiosity. That was how Silverwing managed to achieve their high viewership. When media organizations from different continents mentioned Fiery Bird's annual conference, Silverwing's Silverlight team would also be brought up. Fang Zhao did not bother explaining more to Zero. He just told Zero that poaching was impossible. Following that, he instructed the rest of the team members on what to do next. Zhuyu raised the orange that he'd caught and asked Fang Zhao, "What about the orange?" "Slice it." Jinro and Gang shuddered. They felt that the two words Fang Zhao had just spat out were laden with killing intent. A slight grin appeared on Zhu유's face as he took out the foldable knife he always kept on him. He tossed the orange into the air, made 2 lightning-quick slashes, and caught the falling orange with his free hand. He placed the orange on a plate on top of the table and made another 2 deft cuts. Releasing his fingers, the orange split into 8 juicy pieces, and the sweet aroma wafted out. He was steady when he brandished the knife, and his cuts had been decisive. The 8 pieces seemed as though they had been measured by a robot. Every piece was evenly distributed. Zero's eyes glowed, and he exclaimed, "Impressive knife skills." "Zhuyu, are you F*King brainless? Your father imagined that you were the orange before slicing it up. Don't you even have the ability to see that?" Finally, Zero's agent could not put up with it any longer and found an excuse to drag Zero away. The 6th floor returned to its previous noisy atmosphere. There were still quite a few glances coming their way, but after hearing the news of what had happened, they no longer continued to inquire. After all, everyone would know the answer tomorrow. At night, after the free time ended, everyone returned back to the 62nd floor to rest. Wayne had heard about the incident in the day, and so told Jinro and the others, "I know what happened. Don't think too much about it. Have a good rest and be in your best condition for tomorrow." They could not do anything to Zero, so they had to just place the blame on Zebra Esports Club's personnel. Some people just love to use these kinds of tricks. Tisk. Wayne shook his head and returned to his room, after which he contacted people to cause some trouble for Zebra Esports Club. At the same time, on the internet, a piece of news attracted the attention of many gaming fans. According to information leaked from certain parties in the hotel, alive after 500 years' identity is suspected to be Fang Zhao's bodyguard. No one knew the culprit that leaked the information, but there were no photos. Although there were no concrete rules, there was an unwritten rule that the people within the industry acknowledged. Here, you could take photos of yourself as you pleased, but releasing photos of others without their prior permission or posting them on social platforms was frowned upon. Anyone who violated this rule would be despised and excluded by others in the industry. Therefore, even if anyone had sold the information, they would not dare to sell the photos taken on the 6th floor. However, even without any photos, it was enough to excite the gaming fans paying attention to Fiery Bird's annual conference. I was wondering why alive after 500 years God had such skills. Turns out he is a bodyguard. From an anonymous source, I heard that Fang Zhao's bodyguard was Special Forces. Special Forces? That's so cool. No wonder his shooting is so accurate. The global first position would actually serve as Fang Zhao's bodyguard? Does Fang Zhao have such thick skin? A bodyguard originating from Special Forces. How did he end up gaming? Maybe they discovered his skills. Recalling back, there were many times where Fang Zhao did not have his bodyguard with him. Most likely, he was letting his bodyguard game and rack up points. Suspected means it is just a guess and has not been confirmed. Look at you all talking as though you have seen it for yourselves. The more I think about it, the more plausible it seems. There has to be a reason for all these baseless rumors. Then who is Little Flying Fish from Silverlight Team? Stop all this useless chatter. After all, the truth will be revealed tomorrow. In previous conferences, the global first position would go on stage and speak. Next day, 62nd floor hall. The Silverlight team members were in a frenzy. Where's the hair gel? My hair is messy again. Hey, who took the wrong clothes? The F***CK. Dorian is even spraying cologne. How come you don't show off your flashiness normally? Bag? Where is my bag? Wayne instructed the makeup artist that had tagged along to tidy up the appearances of the team members. Relying on themselves was no good. Jinro and Dorian were still passable, but he could not bear to look at Schwarzer or the other new guys. Better that the professional makeup team repair the damage. Today, they were not facing the attention of a small circle, but rather the camera lenses of media organizations throughout the world. Later, when we pass by the signature wall in the conference hall, do we sign our real name or in-game ID? Schwarzer asked. Jake scoffed. Are you an idiot, Schwarzer? Your game ID is the same as your real name. What are you acting all confused for? For those that have an ID different from your name, signing any is fine, Dorian instructed. Zuiyu, will you be signing Little Flying Fish or your real name? Schwarzer asked. Little Flying Fish. Zuiyu was not comfortable with leaving his real name around. The entering sequence was in order of ranking. The Silverlight team was placed 50-plus globally, and only the main members and team executives could use the main doors to the conference hall. Other members had to enter through another door. After waiting till 5 p.m., it finally became their turn. Leaving the hotel, they stepped onto a carpet with a fiery bird design and walked toward the large conference hall as many camera lenses pointed in their direction. Midway, the team stopped to leave their names on the signature wall. Although the Silverlight team was ranked toward the back and appeared later as well, when the team showed up, all the reporters were clearly even more excited. The incessant humming of the film drones increased by several decibels, especially at the point where the team was signing their names. Camera lenses focused on every team member writing on the wall. Fang Zhao signed his own name. Zuiyu signed his ID name, Little Flying Fish, which was also telling the reporters that their groundless accusations yesterday had all been wrong. This was the first time Zuiyu had experienced this type of celebrity treatment. No wonder many people wished to be stars. It felt great, but he knew that the reason they could demand so much attention was all because of Fang Zhao. Once they entered the hall, Fang Zhao separated from the group. Fang Zhao's seat was different from Jinro and the rest, much closer to the front. Being situated nearer to the front was more convenient for when Fang Zhao had to go on stage. Fang Zhao found his assigned seat number in the middle of the third row. When he got there, the seats beside his were already occupied. One was Phoenix Esports Club main captain, Bruce from Huangzhou. Bruce was ranked third on the global individual leaderboards, and his team occupied first place worldwide. The other person was Muzhou's Massier, who was ranked second on the individual leaderboards. Bruce noticed Fang Zhao taking a seat beside him and was momentarily stunned before he broke into a smile. I am Phoenix's Bruce from Huangzhou. Nice to meet you. Fang Zhao returned a polite smile. My pleasure. I am Fang Zhao from Yinzhou. Silver Wings Silverlight team. I know you. Bruce watched Fang Zhao, who did not seem to have any intention of moving, and his mind went blank for a bit, as if cracking his head to solve a hard question. You are seated here? Bruce asked. If the seat number in my invitation letter is not wrong, then my seat is right here. As he said this, Fang Zhao touched the exquisite invitation letter on a hemisphere-shaped knob on the seat that seemed like it was for decoration. Bright white rays flashed then extinguished. There was no mistake in the seating. Bruce lifted a finger and pointed at Fang Zhao. His mouth kept opening and closing like a goldfish gasping for air before he managed to force out 2 words. It's you? His question might have sounded vague, but Fang Zhao understood the meaning and so nodded his head. Bruce scanned Fang Zhao as if he was studying an alien. Massier, who was sitting on the other side, had just finished a phone call and turned his head over, glancing at Fang Zhao and nodding his head politely. After all, they were not familiar with each other, so Maxi did not intend to talk too much. Suddenly, Massier jerked his head back and looked at Fang Zhao, then at his seat, and then back at Fang Zhao once more, his face full of disbelief. You are. Massier looked as if he had choked on a fishbone, and his breathing was ragged. When he saw Bruce's confused face nodding, he exclaimed, That's impossible. Massier was a gold medal athlete who had made his name a long time ago. He had always thought that alive after 500 years, who had always been on top of him, would be an even more experienced shooter or, as the external rumors suggested, an elite special forces soldier. But now, he was at a complete loss. For so long, this person had been above him. The person Massiere had given up hope of ever overtaking was actually some youngster 20 years younger than him, an king composer at that. Suppressing the shock, Massiere took a few deep breaths then gravely asked, "Are you really alive after 500 years?" He had already gotten confirmation from Bruce, but he could not help but ask once more. "Yes," said Fang Zhao. Massiere's cheeks twitched when he heard the answer. "How did you choose the name?" This was not an inquiry but a lament. Not waiting for an answer, Massiere went to his own social platforms and posted 2 statuses. "What the flying say? I suddenly feel like great changes are going to come." Just before Fiery Bird's annual conference was about to start, many esports stars in attendance posted photos of themselves on their own social platforms. After entering the hall, Schwarzer uploaded the selfie that he felt was the best looking. Fans and other gaming enthusiasts could view the live broadcast of the event and get a glimpse of the social platform statuses of their idols. They might not be able to head to Huangzhou's Fiery Bird headquarters to spectate, but from the internet, they were able to keep up with the event's proceedings enough to satisfy their cravings. Prior to this, Massiere had not updated any statuses. He was not active like those young athletes. This annual conference was not considered novelty, and there was no need to make his presence felt. However, Massiere's fans were waiting. Previously, they had seen others esports idols sharing photos and statuses, but there had not been a single word from Massiere. They had still been thinking that Massiere had decided not to share anything on his social platform when they received a system notification. Not only had Massiere updated his status, he had updated it twice. This was a rare sight, not to mention the information contained within the 2 statuses. Some fans were puzzled. What has caused our warhorse one to be upset? Ma Zhou was also known as Mar Sizu, after great General Ma Ersi of the founding era. According to some legends of the old era, Ma Ersi had also been known as a god of war. As a competitive Mar Sizu, the people tended to give the term god of war to certain talents that reached the apex of their industry. Massiere, as a gold medal shooter, was called God of War Massiere, or Warhorse for short. Many people took notice of Massiere posting his 2 statuses. Fang Zhao also saw it from a screenshot Zhu when sent over. Massiere had a complicated look in his eyes. "I feel old just looking at you." As a naturally gifted shooting champion, all he ever heard were lavish praises from everyone. He had never received such a shock before. Fang Zhao really wished to tell him, "You are not old. In my eyes, you are just a kid." But these words would definitely make Massiere feel like Fang Zhao was taking the mickey out of him. Massiere wanted to chat with Fang Zhao more and find out why his shooting ability was so good. But the conference hall abruptly quieted down, indicating Fiery Bird's annual conference was about to start. He could only suppress the doubts he had for the time being. At the reporter zone, an old and experienced journalist scanned the conference hall and focused his gaze over at the front. The experienced journalist asked the person beside him, "Take a look at the person between Bruce and Massiere. I'm afraid my eyesight might be so bad that I'm seeing things." "You, old fella, have bad eyesight? You are nicknamed Eagle Eyes and have eyesight that would not lose to youngsters." "Forget it. Let me see. Massiere?" Bruce and Massiere should be in the 2nd or 3rd seat. "Oh, 3rd. I see them. In the middle, the F***CK. Isn't that Fang Zhao?" "I thought I'd recognized him wrongly," the old journalist said, his eyes still fixated over there. "That's not right. According to past seating arrangements, the person seated there should be the top-ranked player on the global leaderboards and will have to go on stage to receive a prize and talk in a bit. Could it be that alive after 500 years did not come, so Fang Zhao is receiving the award on his behalf?" This sort of situation was not uncommon. Among gaming gods, there were a number of eccentric characters that did not like appearing in this sort of place. On the other hand, there were also those with disabilities and medical conditions. For example, within the top 10 of the individual leaderboards was one whose body was lying in the hospital due to illness. As the brain was unaffected, this person gamed very well, but being unable to leave, somebody was collecting the award on behalf of that person. As alive after 500 years was too mysterious, many people were guessing whether he was one of those with serious illnesses or who was disabled and hence could not appear in public. The journalist nodded his head. That might be the case, but there might be another possibility. As for the other possibility, everyone had considered it before, but every time people thought about it, they brushed it aside. It was just too preposterous. It's not just us that have these doubts. We shall see in a bit. It's starting. Like in previous years, Fiery Bird's president reminisced about the company's past, analyzed the present, and shared plans for the future. Following that, the host introduced a few distinguished guests, all who had been gaming gods in the gaming scene for over 10 years, but due to illness or age, they had not taken part this round. They were still involved in industries related to gaming, though, or had switched professions and become actors. Whatever the case, they were former sparkling stars who still had their own fans. They were also considered the elder generation of esports athletes from every continent, and their standing in the gaming circles was rather high. These people had been invited for two reasons. One was to share a little of their own experiences, and the second and most important was to confer the awards to this year's award winners. For the awards presentation, the individual awards were first, followed by the team awards. The sequence for the leaderboard's top 10 was 7th to 10th place, followed by 4th, 5th, and 6th, and lastly 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Next, we would like to invite the players who placed in the top 3 on the individual leaderboards, Phoenix's Bruce, Massiere, and Silverwing 50 Polar Lights alive after 500 years. The spotlight shined on Bruce and Massiere as they got up with beaming smiles. Regardless of what their inner thoughts were, they concealed it well and turned around to wave at the audiences and reporters before heading toward the stage. Fang Zhao had been called last, so he stood up after Bruce and Massiere. Under the spotlights and the attentive gazes of over 10,000 people, generally, a young person at this sort of occasion for the first time would feel uneasy. Even if he could mask his emotions well, such uneasiness would still be unable to escape the experienced eyes within the members of the audience. Yet the calm and unperturbed demeanor was too natural. It did not seem to be an act. Compared to when he had first arrived in this world, Fang Zhao no longer had those cold and antisocial tendencies. When he got up from his seat, there was a faint smile on his face. Although not that obvious, he seemed warm and manly, and he portrayed the air of a cultured person. Many gamers watching the live broadcast online stared at Fang Zhao heading to the stage on their screens, thinking, Bruce, Massiere, and alive after 500 years were called. Why are you getting up? Did the host say anything about having a representative collect the award?
Nope.
I suddenly have a dreadful feeling. Me too.
Same.
On stage, the large screen displayed Bruce, Massiere, and alive after 500 years' information. Nobody needed to see the former two's information. Everyone was already familiar with them. Now, not only the people present, but those watching the live broadcast as well had their eyes on the area displaying alive after 500 years' information. ID. Alive after 500 years. Registered identity. Fang Zhao. Authenticated. Game console. 10th generation Rhapsody. There was a whole bunch of detailed data in a list below that. For example, monsters killed, natural disasters survived, completed quests, and the like. No one really cared about the data, though. Everyone was staring at the 3 lines on top. The word authenticated was a confirmation. If Fiery Bird acknowledged it, it had to be true. At this moment, gamers watching online were temporarily stunned. What? So, that means Fang Zhao is actually alive after 500 years? I don't believe it. I must still be dreaming. Somebody hit me. My mighty and awe-inspiring 500 years God. How can this be? Probably. Looks can be deceiving. There was a professional artist from Huangzhou who had drawn his own version of alive after 500 years' real appearance. Tall and ripped like a boulder, clad in high-cut military boots and special combat gear, and armed with special Gatling guns. With his iron body and majestic aura, his might was not ordinary. Previously, that image had been widely circulated in gaming circles, so much so that in many people's hearts they had begun to visualize alive after 500 years this way. They felt that even if the real person was not the same, the difference would not be much. However, now, they all felt a deep sense of spite. Online, the comment sections of many live broadcasting platforms were exploding. Why? My image of 500 years God. Why is it Fang Zhao HH? The number of HHs in the comments section showed the audience's current frame of mind. Others shrieked excitedly when they saw the real image of their idols. But here, when faced with the truth, there was only confusion and rage. Nobody could blame them. Why had everyone kept guessing that alive after 500 years was from the Special Forces or some extraordinary division? Although the real world and virtual world were different, nobody could say for certain how a person would fare in-game. In the real world, one might not be able to even catch a chick, yet they might turn into a crazy killing machine in the virtual world. There were also people in the real world built like freight trains, yet in-game, they were wimps. When industry professionals analyzed alive after 500 years' in-game actions, they found his actions simply breathtaking and unexpected. If he was not an experienced gamer, then he had outstanding ability. As this individual had never been heard of in the gaming circle, it had to be the latter. If it had been Zwiyu standing there instead, everyone's reactions would not have been so acute, but it just had to be Fang Zhao, a composition graduate. Having never shown up in gaming circles previously, he looked refined and did not look at all tough. One look and anyone could tell he was a man of art and literature, and had no resemblance at all to the crazy point-sweeping demon alive after 500 years. Moreover, according to common sense, it was rare for a management-level executive to lead his troops into battle from the front lines. How could anyone even King guess that? Especially those people who had been flaming Fang Zhao in the past 2 days. At this moment, their brains had turned to mush. The person they had flamed and the one they had used all their efforts to support were one and the same. What the hell? I flamed Fang Zhao before. Do you think he will sign something if I ask for his autograph in future? I scolded him too. This is just so d*mn awkward. That b*starred was just leading us on. The innocent and pure me fell for it. They did not approve of Fang Zhao, as they viewed him as an outsider in the gaming industry, an amateur of a different industry brought in to manage the team and instruct experts. Whatever was going on internally within the Silverlight team, in any case, all these spectators could not stomach it. In the past, there were many promising esports clubs that had been ruined by having outsiders meddle with them, hence why many online audiences found these actions to be revolting. Secondly, there used to be rumors of Fang Zhao oppressing the team members, so audiences online did not have favorable impressions of him. Furthermore, when there had been news that Fang Zhao's bodyguard might be alive after 500 years, and everyone had thought that their idol was actually being the bodyguard of an outsider, they hadn't been able to help but feel disgusted, and the tirades against Fang Zhao had become even more furious. But now, the more one had furiously blasted, the more they were at a loss. Why didn't Silverwing announce it earlier? What was the point in hiding it? Business-minded companies are all like this, taking the path with the most benefits. By not announcing, they could keep everyone focused on them. Fang Zhao can't be blamed. Maddening. I feel so bothered right now. Actually, Silverwing announced it before, right? My ass. When? How could I not know of this? Back when Jinro and the other 7 were signed by Silverwing. Now that one person mentioned it, Yinzhou's gaming fans all suddenly recalled. Back then, it seemed like that had really happened. Someone went to browse Jinro and the other's social platform statuses, took screenshots, and compiled them together before posting. On the day Jinro and the other 7 had signed with Silverwing, they had indeed all updated with the same status. Our boss is alive after 500 years. Back then, everyone had thought that Jinro and the others were saying that their team captain was alive after 500 years. In many esports clubs, captains were called boss, so everyone had gone along with this line of thinking. Alive after 500 years had indeed been leading the team, and only after that had he slowly handed the leadership over to Jinro and Dorian. Now that the truth was displayed in front of their eyes, the audiences now knew. Jinro and the others had actually been telling everyone that Silverwing 50 Polar Light's boss, the most authoritative figure on the team, Fang Zhao, was alive after 500 years. How treacherous. I feel like my IQ has taken a beating. Who could have even thought about it then? A series of frantic ahs once more filled up the comments section. However, no amount of yelling could placate the swelling outroar in everyone's hearts. All they could do was find an outlet to vent. If not, this would drive them crazy. They didn't want to blame themselves, and they were unable to condemn Silver Wing, as there was no use putting the blame on a business-minded entertainment company. How about holding Fang Zhao accountable? Oh, that was too shameless. At this moment, someone suddenly posted, "Wang Tai, you piece of trash." The comments section went quiet for a moment. All of Yinzhou's gamers' eyes collectively twinkled. They had suddenly found their venting outlet. Thus, the audience's gun barrels turned to Wang Tai and began firing away once again in the comments section. Simply trash. Such big news and he didn't catch one bit. So much useful information, and he is nowhere to be seen. Wang Tai, are you in hibernation? The real person was right in front of our eyes. Why wasn't he able to sniff out the truth? To think that Wang Tai is praised as Yinzhou's best paparazzi. Did Wang Tai lose his balls after getting locked up? Wang Tai is no longer strong. We have to change his title of Yinzhou's best paparazzi. Wang Tai, who had recently infiltrated Huangzhou and was tracking certain celebrities there. Why am I getting scolded? Normally, these people criticized him for meddling in others' businesses, finding fault with him for peeking into the private lives of superstars. Now, they were criticizing him for not providing fast and efficient news. Wang Tai felt miserable reading through the scoldings online. He wanted to explain his side of the story to the lively audiences on the internet. You might not believe me if I tell you this. Actually, I found out the truth early on, but I was too afraid to speak out. You were right about me losing my balls, but it was not because of jail. Rather, I was scared **+ by Fang Zhao. Taking a deep breath and wiping the sweat from his face, Wang Tai decided he would make two big moves tonight to redeem his title of Best Paparazzi. He did not dare to reveal news about Fang Zhao, but he had caught news of other stars, and not just a little. He would prove that his skills had not deteriorated and his nickname was as strong as ever. In Yinzhou, at the same time, watching the live broadcast and holding his electric guitar, Nadewuzi nearly threw it away in shock. Recalling how he had used World's #1 to try and persuade Fang Zhao, Nadewuzi felt his face hurting. No wonder Fang Zhao had seemed so unperturbed when Nadewuzi had been painting the glorious picture of what being a World's #1 felt like. It turned out that Fang Zhao had already experienced the treatment of being a World's #1. The gaming circles had even more attention from the public than the ancient musical instrument circles. They were way more popular too. That young fella. Nadewuzi felt that he needed to strum his guitar for the entire night to calm himself down. Intense reactions were not just limited to the online audiences in Yinzhou and the rest of the world. At the conference hall, when Fang Zhao stood up, there was a roar from the crowd. Although everyone would not make a huge ruckus, they would discuss it with their teammates or anyone beside them. If only a handful were whispering softly, nothing much could be heard. But if 99% of the audience starting discussing? At this moment, all 2S eSport Club members had the same complicated feeling. They were all from Yinzhou, and their placing had been higher than Silver Wing's. But this time around, Silver Wing had simply received much more attention, even more than any of the big 5 esports clubs. But this was expected, after all. Silver Wing had produced the world's #1 in the global leaderboards, and they could understand why everyone would pay attention. They themselves had also been curious. However, when the truth was placed in front of their faces, they found it even harder to accept it. Do you still remember? At the press conference before the release of Battle of the Century at Fiery Bird's Yinzhou branch, that fellow said, "Bring it on." I previously thought he'd said that as the team's person in charge and that he was being arrogant because of the special treatment Silverwing gave him and the experts in his team. Looking at it now, it turns out he was not relying on others, but only on himself, exclaimed 2SS team captain, Siehi. Kuzimo's face was convoluted. That means that the one who overtook us in the heavy-duty motorcycle practice match was him? On stage, Fang Zhao stood together with Bruce and Massiere to receive their awards. The host and distinguished guests conferring the awards did not appear to be very surprised. Perhaps they had gotten the news beforehand from old friends in Fiery Bird. As they were going to confer awards, they had the right to know the recipient's information before deciding whether to be the one conferring awards. Thus, if their expressions had been ones of excessive shock, it would have been fake. Audiences online were not so easy to fool. The one conferring the award was once a gaming god, but no longer actively took part in online games anymore due to age. After he had stopped participating in esports competitions, he had started investing in gaming peripherals and nurturing talents, contributing lots to the esports industry. "You are pretty good," said the man who was once a gaming god as he handed the award over to Fang Zhao. He could not say much else. If Fang Zhao was really alive after 500 years, even if these people were in their prime, there was no way they could beat him. So there was no point in adopting the stance of an elder giving out pointers. Fang Zhao accepted the trophy. "Thank you." After the prize presentation, just like in past years, as the world's #1 player, Fang Zhao could not leave the stage immediately after collecting the trophy. He had to speak for a bit. Formerly, those award recipients would share some of their thoughts, thank the heavens and the earth, thank their family and their company, and express how excited and honored they were. Alternatively, they could give an account of how difficult the journey had been. Fang Zhao was not like them. He could not bring himself to pretend and speak such things, but he had other things to say. Standing on stage, Fang Zhao appeared to calmly use his eyes to sweep the crowd. All the video cameras captured the entire situation and transmitted to the screens in front of gamers across the world. I have seen some of the comments online, and I know that everyone finds my identity as alive. After 500 years really surprising, Fang Zhao had a faint smile on his face as he spoke, and his tone was mild, as if he was about to begin a normal chat with someone. On the internet, in comment sections, "Big God, please don't say it. I'm finished. He has surely seen all my criticism of him. I'm regretting it. I should have used a smurf account when I flamed him. I was originally thinking of heading to Silver Wing Tower to get some autographs a few days after Fiery Bird's annual conference. Feeling apprehensive now. Do you reckon I might get kicked out?" Those that had previously flamed or cursed Fang Zhao felt as if their faces were burning up. On stage, Fang Zhao did not speak much about all this, instead continuing. "I also know that a lot of people are unable to accept it. When I received the invitation, Mr. Tang Can contacted me to discuss this matter. Tang Can, Fiery Bird's deputy director of operations, could always be seen at important Fiery Bird events. People who knew Fiery Bird well would not find him unfamiliar." When Fang Zhao mentioned Tang Can, journalists with an acute sense sat up straighter. They knew that what Fang Zhao was going to say next was the important part. Fang Zhao stared straight into the camera lenses ahead of him. What he was going to say next was for all the gaming fans watching this live broadcast. "I shall give everyone a chance. Fiery Bird will open up a temporary practice area. Starting now, for 3 hours, there will be an extra challenge application option on the top right of Battle of the Centuries login page. The relevant authorities will select 10 challengers from the list of applications. Tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., I will be waiting there. Jinro, Dorian, Milo, and the others." How familiar. Schwarzer covered his chest. His ribs seemed to hurt. Sounds like something I have heard before. The memory of getting kicked offline remained etched in his head as clear as day. All of them remembered memories that weren't too pleasant. After those words, Fang Zhao gave the audience a polite bow and went off the stage. However, Fang Zhao's words were like a bomb, and they triggered a huge shockwave. All gaming fans watching the live broadcast rubbed their palms in delight and forgot all about scolding Wang Tai as they rushed to submit their applications. Killing their own idol just once in-game was every gaming enthusiast's dream. Bring out the Barrett your father received for completing the mission last time. Don't try and stop me. I want to fight Fang Zhao to the death. The only one able to snipe alive after 500 years is me. Out of the way. I will help everyone verify whether it is really him." Studios that specialized in selling accounts and equipment also got busy. "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Take down all the accounts that are for sale and use them to apply. Boss, are you sure about taking down all our accounts that are for sale?" "All. Immediately. Right now." Every studio operated around 100 accounts. These were all resources. They knew that Fiery Bird would not just pick from those professional esports athletes and would probably pick a few players from the amateur circles. They wouldn't pick according to the leaderboards. Therefore, they could use all the accounts to apply for it. What if one of them was selected? If an account got selected, that account's value would skyrocket. They could sell it for a large sum. They might not have to work for even the next few decades. Rich gamers were plentiful, and there were many willing to pay a premium for that chance. Many players who were scrambling to apply found that the application window actually lagged for a second. 1 second was not long. This frequently occurred in other applications and procedures, but this lag occurring in a Fiery Bird game was just unimaginable. Exactly how many people had to apply in that moment for such a situation to occur? Not only were there gamers watching the live broadcast that signed up, but many people present at the conference hall were tempted as well. The stuff that Fang Zhao had said a while back did not restrict professional esports athletes from applying, so they could also give it a try. Many present at the conference hall thought the same and activated their bracelets. They entered the relevant web page to look for the application option. Monsieur and Bruce also wriggled their fingers. Their hands were feeling itchy, but unfortunately, they would not be able to get the chance. Fiery Bird's staff were in charge of the screening process and would not pick them. It seemed like they could only request a duel with Fang Zhao in private. Schwarzer looked around at the people busily trying to apply. Everyone seemed to no longer care about the prize presentations anymore. Everyone seems so energetic. You can apply too, Jake said. No, no, no. Schwarzer shook his head vigorously. This chance would be better off with those who really need it. As for the members of Silverlight team, not a single one wanted to challenge Fang Zhao again. Having been taught a lesson once was enough. They were also not being oppressed. Until they had achieved the necessary ability, they were not willing to suffer that sort of treatment again. Dorian also received private messages from some of his old teammates from HWR Esports Club who were sniping masters. The other party asked, "Dorian, could you help me gauge? Given my skills, what's the probability of me successfully sniping him?" Dorian replied with one word, "Tisk." Because of Fang Zhao words, many people were no longer in the mood to continue watching the awards presentation. After all, the teams following him were always the usual ones. Every year, it was always the same few names, the same few familiar faces. There was no longer a sense of novelty. Other than fans of those teams, everyone else was already discussing the next day's exchange matches. Fiery Bird's annual conference did not solely consist of the conference. On the second day, there were exchange matches where esports athletes and fans got to interact. There were also matches between esports athletes and teams. The ones that would be officially broadcasted were those that had been arranged earlier, such as the opening match where Fang Zhao would take on 10 challengers. For team exchange matches, Silverlight did not have an arranged opponent, but they could arrange for a battle in private. At 7 p.m., after the prize presentation ended, the audience moved to the adjacent building where a sumptuous dinner awaited. Due to his identity being revealed, Fang Zhao's social status within the gaming circles had increased. He had only just sat down and not yet finished a bun when he was approached by 3 investment firms regarding endorsement deals. These investment firms collaborated with Fiery Bird and belonged to the gaming peripherals industry, and now they had set their eyes on Fang Zhao. After all, he was the year's #1 individual player and had attracted lots of attention. Just taking a look at today's entertainment headlines was more than enough. Every single one was occupied by news regarding Fang Zhao, aka alive after 500 years. Wayne was worried about Fang Zhao's mental state. He still had an exchange match that would be broadcast to the world tomorrow morning and needed to rest well. Huangzhou and Yinzhou had a time difference, and not everyone was able to adapt to it well. Wayne advised Fang Zhao to return to the hotel and rest first. Parties that wanted to collaborate with Fang Zhao would continue to keep in touch after the annual conference had ended. Fang Zhao did not think anything special needed to be done, but if he continued to stay here, more people would approach him and he would not be able to eat in peace. Thus he agreed to Wayne's suggestion and picked out some food to be delivered to him as he headed back to the hotel. When he had been in the conference hall, Fang Zhao had received lots of text messages from relatives, friends, and classmates. Even Xue Jing had sent him a few, astonished at how a composer like him played games and could become so famous from playing. It had not been convenient for Fang Zhao to answer calls in the conference hall, so Fang Zhao had only been able to send text replies. When he got back to his hotel room, he returned a few calls to some important people. When everything was done, it was already 9 p.m. Fang Zhao had given his speech in the conference hall around 5 p.m. The 3 hours for applications was up, so Bird might have already filtered out the 10 challengers. Browsing online, the 10 selected game IDs were already published on Bird's public website. 4 were professional esports players, and 4 were amateur players. These were filtered out by Bird staff and randomly selected. These 8 were placed near the front of their respective continents' leaderboards, but lacked the qualifications to take part in this year's annual conference. The remaining 2 spots had been picked by a completely random draw by the system and gone to 2 ordinary players. The accounts of the 2 ordinary players had already been bought for large sums of money. There was no concrete amount, but figures online were estimated at no less than $2 million. The first reaction people in the gaming circles had when seeing this figure for the first time was disbelief. It's just a game. Is it worth it? Surely the prices were jacked up. This isn't even considered buying an account, just borrowing the account to play for a bit, and they threw so much money at it? Are those buyers fools? There were also people indifferent to it. They had seen this often and gotten used to it. It's normal. Gaming circles have always been crazy. Extravagant spending is common. The figures spent by nouveau riche gamers on equipment is something you cannot imagine. We can't just use rational thinking to compare. Nobody knew who had purchased those 2 accounts, but for the other 8, they had already begun to make their presence felt on the internet. These challengers were slightly famous within their own continents and would not sell away this chance for a measly 1 or 2 million. They really wanted to do battle with the legendary alive after 500 years and, at the same time, use the chance to publicize themselves. So what if they lost? At least they get to show their faces to gaming fans all over the world. The ones that had already been selected posted recorded videos on their own social platforms, with the general idea being, delighted to be selected, eagerly anticipating the chance to do battle with a live after 500 years god. And in the comments section of their latest status updates, there were online users from every continent. Some were just spectating, some left congratulatory messages, and others offered money to purchase the accounts, making the section lively. Fang Zhao searched for and watched some of the past videos of the 8 challengers and did a simple analysis. Even if he trusted his own ability, he wouldn't be so arrogant to think that he was omnipotent. His past experiences had taught him to not think lightly of any opponent. Watching some of their in-game footage, he could understand his opponent's habits and combat styles and make a list in his heart. After watching, Fang Zhao browsed some Yinzhou entertainment news. As expected, Yinzhou's entertainment media outlets were all fired up. Today's breaking news had caught many people unprepared, but for Yinzhou's entertainment media, after the unexpected news came to light, and all of them livened up. Previously, they had not known where to start, but once the news was made known, they dug up all information regarding Fang Zhao. Even his old address on the Black Street was unearthed. Yu Qing had sent a text message informing Fang Zhao that entertainment reporters had come over. They wanted to take a look at Fang Zhao's old residence and had offered cash rather easily. Although the place had already been bought by Yu Qing and converted into a storehouse, Yu Qing still informed him. Fang Zhao expressed indifference. After all, the place now belonged to Yu Qing, and he could make the decision for himself. Fang Zhao did not think his own history in the Black Street was anything to hide, and nobody but himself knew the real stuff that could not be made public. This time around, Yu Qing rode on the coattails of Fang Zhao's fame and earned a small fortune, much to the envy of many Black Street residents. After that, Fang Zhao did not continue browsing information online. A few of Bird's staff contacted Fang Zhao and informed him of the next day's arrangements with his exchange match as the opening fixture. They were worried too much pressure had been placed on Fang Zhao, but after speaking with Fang Zhao, they knew they had been worried for nothing. The next morning, Tang brought a Bird team and a 10th generation console over to the hotel's 62nd floor. A video camera recorded the process to prove that there was no substitution of the player. Actually, when Tang had found out the amount of challenge applications yesterday, for a time, he had actually wanted to increase the number of challengers from 10 to 20. He had also asked Fang Zhao, who had not opposed. Tang had also seen the trending video of Fang Zhao riding a motorcycle and going on a monster-killing frenzy. Perhaps whether it was 10 or 20 challengers would not make much of a difference to Fang Zhao. However, Tang had finally dismissed the idea of increasing the number of challengers. This was not a serious competition, It was just an annual opportunity for esports athletes and fans to interact, with the focus on entertainment. If they were to suddenly change the plan and increase the challengers, it might result in some trouble arising, and those that had already bought or sold accounts might get furious. At the moment, on the large screen, the conditions of the other challengers were displayed. All of them were ready, and some had even gone ahead to lie in ambush. One of the challengers had specifically sent a voice message to Fang Zhao before entering. "Please do not show us mercy. Everyone wishes to see your true strength, so please do not play around as if it were a normal game." When experts sparred, they hoped the other party would take it seriously. Only this could be considered showing respect to one's opponents. Regardless of whether the users behind these challengers' IDs were the real owners, at this moment, all they wanted was to see how strong Fang Zhao was. Only then could they determine whether Fang Zhao was really alive after 500 years. Furthermore, they thought of themselves as experts. There was no need to show mercy on experts. Fang Zhao replied, "All right." Schwarzer was about to laugh heartily when he realized a camera was pointed in his direction. Realizing the negative impression that would result from laughing, he stifled his laugh into a sneeze. Back when the 8 of them had challenged Fang Zhao, the kick Schwarzer suffered had left a deep impression. He had felt that, for this sort of exchange match, Fang Zhao would go easy, but who knew that the challengers themselves would ask Fang Zhao to not show any mercy. The Silverlight team members exchanged knowing looks at each other before watching the large screen. "Mr. Fang, are you ready?" inquired Fiery Bird's headquarters engineers. They were not worried about the game console malfunctioning, but they were actually using this chance to conduct a study, using the collected information to add to their database, which would help facilitate designing new console models. Tankin had approached Fang Zhao for the first exchange match, not just to attract viewership and satisfy fans. At the same time, the match was also for Fiery Bird matters. As of now, among the 100 users of the 10th generation console, Fang Zhao was the one with the highest adaptability value. The latest figures showed that his adaptability value had already stabilized at 98 and had reached 99 a number of times. After the 10th generation console had been released, there were some people who continuously questioned this sort of new console model. They felt that it was impossible for players to completely adapt to this model. Generally speaking, if the adaptability value exceeded 98, it could be considered fully adapted. Fang Zhao's adaptability value had never been publicized. Using this exchange match as an excuse, Fiery Bird could let the doubters of the 10th generation console know that there were people who could fully adapt, proving that Fiery Bird's decision had been right. Fang Zhao had already put on the console. "I'm ready. Start." The group of engineers stared at the screen displaying the data. They totally did not bother about the in-game battle situation. Only the data and charts made them excited. Having a different machine, different geographic location, and different surroundings could result in not achieving the normal adaptability value. At the start, it's estimated to be 96, possibly 95. For it to rise, the time needed might be slightly longer. Before that engineer could finish his sentence, the adaptability value had already shot up to 96, then risen to 97, and was continuing to rise to 98. He stared blankly at the screen for a second, then put on a serious face. "Pretend I didn't say anything." Nobody else cared about the reactions of the engineers. Everyone else's eyes were fixated on the screen displaying what was happening inside the game. For this exchange match, Fiery Bird had opened up a district approximately 500 meters in diameter. It resembled an ordinary residential area in a small town from the old era. The highest building in the area was only 6 or 7 floors up. There were online bookmakers offering bets on how long the exchange match would take. Silverlight team members rushed to place the bets after hearing one challenger request Fang Zhao not to show mercy. Given Fang Zhao's style of blitzkrieg, they picked the bet with the least time. Online, the bet with the quickest time frame offered by bookmakers was 0 to 10 minutes. All 10 challengers had logged on. As Fang Zhao was the one being challenged, he could only enter after the rest were in. Furthermore, the moment he appeared online, the other 10 challengers would receive his starting coordinates. Starting coordinates were only visible for a moment. After 3 seconds, they would disappear. Radar and warning devices were forbidden for this exchange match, but players could bring their own firearms. Fang Zhao's equipped gun was the same one given to him by the system when he'd started, an old-era police-issue revolver. From detailed information on Fiery Bird's official website, this sort of gun only had an effective firing range of 50 meters. This time around, Fang Zhao did not equip a helmet when he got online. Through the system's monitors, fans got to clearly see alive after 500 years' in-game appearance. It really looks 70% similar to the real Fang Zhao. The few scars add quite a touch of personality. I've decided to add a few scars to my avatar too. Scars on the face seems kind of familiar. Nobody wasted time mulling over it. They were fully devoted to their screens. The game's monitoring systems were showing the movements of Fang Zhao and the other 10 challengers. The first thing Fang Zhao did after logging in was find a place close by to take cover. Many experienced players watching could tell that Fang Zhao had not picked a spot at random. His choice had been a shrewd one, enabling him to avoid sniper fire. Why has he stopped moving? Some gaming fans watching the broadcast posted in the comments section. Is he waiting for the challengers to make the first move? After all, in this match, he doesn't know the positions of the challengers. Someone is heading over. The scene cut away. Indeed, one challenger was inching closer to where Fang Zhao was. Of the 3 challengers closest to Fang Zhao's starting spot, 2 of them had started advancing closer. As for the others, they were probably lying in ambush. Fang Zhao was still motionless. He seemed to have fused with the wall behind his back, making people suspect whether he had set his account settings to dormant mode. As for the audience, they watched as the system-displayed minimap showed the distance between both sides as they got closer. 100 meters, 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. When the first challenger was 20 meters away from where Fang Zhao was, he suddenly saw Fang Zhao appear around a corner and raise his gun without any hesitation. Bang! There were portraits of the 10 challengers displayed at the top of the live broadcast, and one faded to black. Killed with one shot. Immediate disconnection. Time taken, 35 seconds. The first person to have been killed and disconnected got out of his gaming cabin. He was feeling dejected. Being the first out of 10 people to get kicked out, he wasn't pleased, but he did not blame Fang Zhao. He had always felt good about himself and was confident in his own ability. His ID could not be seen on the overall leaderboards, but he could place within the top 100 of the sub-leaderboards for his own continent. For an amateur gamer, this was already considered really good, but now, after less than a minute, he had been killed and forced to disconnect. Up until the moment he'd been shot, he had not even gotten a glimpse of the other's shadow and had had no time to react as his vision turned to black and he was disconnected. It was as if a bucket of iced water had been splashed over his head, waking him up from his conceited idea. Don't tell me the difference is so great? The first challenger to fall kept replaying the scenario in his head, recalling whether he had shown any openings that the opponent had taken advantage of. He clearly had not made a single sound when getting close, and there was no way the opponent could have seen him. But soon, he had no time to feel remorseful. The topmost display had changed once again. The second challenger to disconnect after being shot came only 3 seconds after him. Most likely, when Fang Zhao was handling the first, the second challenger had tried to sneak up behind him but had unfortunately been killed as well. In less than 40 seconds, 2 out of 10 were out. Everyone hoped to be the one to take down the legendary alive after 500 years. When Fang Zhao's starting coordinates had been displayed, those who were unwilling to let the glory be stolen first were also the first to be kicked out of the battlefield. A silhouette tiptoed carefully to where he reckoned was the best sniping spot. He quietly raised his gun up, calmly waiting for the target to appear. However, outside the game, the audiences were getting anxious. Brother, don't just check your front. Your side. No, now he's behind you. You are going to get shut down. Hurry and withdraw. I can already foresee the ending for this, brother. Gaming fans spectating the match all wished they could rush into the game and warn this challenger to evacuate and shout at him. You have already been exposed. Bang. Another gunshot, and another portrait faded to black. At 1 minute 27 seconds, 3 out of 10 were out. Ha! The sniper had someone knocking on his door. Were his concealment skills too clumsy? He was rather slow to react. Is his experience on the leaderboards fake? Or perhaps he had a substitute. Maybe this account was handed to someone else for this match? someone said in the chat room. Let's watch some more. There are still 7 more. Maybe not everyone will be like this. However, when snipers who thought they had laid an ambush were found by Fang Zhao and shot one after the other, the audience that had been laughing and making jokes about the challengers fell silent. The chatroom and comments section on the live broadcasting platforms became much quieter. 1 might be clumsy, 2 might be clumsy, but could all the challengers all botch their hiding techniques? The audiences were all watching the live broadcast closely. They all had eyes to see for themselves the standards of these challengers. Although these challengers could not be considered top-notch, they were worthy of their rankings within their own continents. The standard could be considered mid to high tier in esports circles, and they were way better than the majority of gamers. Yet they had still been eliminated one after another in quick succession. When Fang Zhao was motionless, he was like a statue, but when he moved, he could not be stopped. Even the system's monitoring cameras could not necessarily catch up with his silhouette. Many times, it only caught a flickering shadow, just like an apparition. I'm starting to believe that Fang Zhao is alive after 500 years. If not for the monitoring cameras following Fang Zhao, if I were there, I might not even notice him beside me. That was also one reason why everyone believed that, in real life, alive after 500 years' identity originated from the Special Forces or was a veteran that had seen actual combat. From the videos of him that had circulated, it proved that he was different from a normal gamer. Whether it was his concealment techniques, rapid movements, accurate shooting, or even his radar-like awareness, if this was in the real world, it would totally be at the standard of Special Forces. Even exponents of the military-renowned continent Rongzhou could not compare. Even esports athletes from Rongzhou that bragged about how hard and tough their training was could not perform the movements they saw on the screen in front of them. Bang! Another gunshot. The 9th challenger had been eliminated. The match timer showed 8 minutes 30 seconds. Really? Merciless, someone lamented. The Silverlight members, upon seeing the rueful atmosphere, could not help but grin slightly. Is this showing no mercy? This is already being too lenient. Do you know what sort of treatment he gave us back then? What's so bad about being shot? Why not have a taste of being beaten up before getting shot? A sniper being found out does not count for much. At least he's letting you save some face, killing you from around 10 meters away. Have you felt the sullen taste of having a gun pressed to your forehead before being killed? Have you felt the pain and suffering of getting disconnected straight away from a kick? That short history of blood and tears would never be told to anyone. Just remembering it left them with heavy hearts. The disparity in strength was just too great, so much so that after joining the Silverlight team, no one had the courage to rebel. But watching these challengers suffering a similar fate, their hearts felt a little better. Furthermore, thinking about their wagers, the Silverlight members felt much more relaxed. When these challengers disconnected and left their game cabins, their faces wore blank expressions, totally not comprehending why they had suddenly disconnected. Only after heading online to watch the replay did they understand. Their loss was not unwarranted. In past exchange matches, with this sort of map and these sorts of players, the matches lasted at least 20 to 30 minutes. But now, was it going to be concluded before 10 minutes? Is Fang Zhao really not using radar or any other assistance equipment? Probably not. Didn't Fiery Bird's staff mention it is forbidden? Besides, even if you do use those, what can you even do to him? Nothing. As a born and bred District 79er, this brother shall tell you all. All those who escaped following the Silverlight team know that 500 years, God is even more reliable than those warning devices. A science student asked, and why is that? Perhaps the same principle as a cemetery guard? Born with an inbuilt hack. Cemetery guards were widely known to have sharper intuition than sensor equipment, as well as an outstanding perception for detecting danger. That kind of makes sense. Stop harping on all that. Hurry up and watch. There's just one left. At this moment, the sole surviving challenger felt like he was bearing a huge burden. In his hands was a high-caliber sniper rifle. Given the 500-meter wide map this time, even if the map area was doubled, there was no issue. This sniper rifle could still shoot accurately at over 1,000 meters. As long as a tiny bit of the opponent showed up in his crosshairs, he had the confidence to get rid of him. Whether the opponent was hiding behind a window, a car, or even a wall, He would kill alive after 500 years all the same. However, he had not even caught a glimpse of Fang Zhao. All he heard were some gunshots from time to time. Every time, there were only 1 or 2 shots, and every time they rang out, the system gave a notification. One more player had disconnected. The position he was at was an extremely favorable sniping spot, but since he had camped here, he had only heard gunshots and seen silhouettes of other challengers. Fang Zhao was still nowhere to be seen. He usually had an accurate grasp of where a target was, but right now, he felt a little foggy. Undetectable. Unable to determine. Totally no idea. Where? Where the hell is he? Suddenly, he felt a chill across his back, provoking his keen senses. His body became rigid as he moved his line of sight away from the scope of his rifle. A stunned expression was written all over his face. He wanted to turn around and look behind him, but he didn't have the chance. Bang! The 10th challenger had disconnected. On the display screen, 10 portraits were completely black and the timer had stopped. 9 minutes 17 seconds. It's really within 10 minutes. That quick? A gamer watching the broadcast had not even finished his bowl of rice, yet the exchange match had already concluded. If it wasn't that quick, there is no way he could have dominated the global #1 spot till now. Respect. Evaluation complete. Fang Zhao is alive after 500 years without question. Now I really believe that he is alive after 500 years. Say, isn't tomorrow the auction? According to past arrangements, the 3rd day is always the auction. Yes, the official website did mention it, but we have no idea what is going to be auctioned. As the #1 player on the global leaderboards, Fang Zhao will definitely bring out something to auction. I wonder what it will be. At every year's Fiery Bird annual conference, they would hold an auction. Social welfare in the new era was better. As long as one was willing to work hard, contribute, and continue living, regardless of whether they were orphans or teenagers, these beneficiaries would receive relevant aid from various institutions. People from the founding era had emerged from those desperate times. As descendants of those founding era pioneers, people of the new era did not consider themselves useless unless their brains were totally incapable of normal processes. Even if one's body was not robust, if their mind was sound, they could still earn a living. Thus, the scale of charity in the new era was lesser. The proceeds of Fiery Bird's auction were not for their own use, but were totally invested into military constructions. Having gone through that 100 years of damage, the planet had not yet fully recovered, and excessive mining was still impossible, but development required resources. So there were exploratory missions to foreign planets to search for resources and mining locations. Manpower, material resources, R&D for machines, and many other aspects required lots of military expenditure. Many who had completed their military services knew that mining on a foreign planet was a real hardship and extremely tiring. Therefore, whenever there were special occasions or donation drives, these people would make a choice of donating to military expenditures. Some big companies, famous celebrities, and rich and powerful people would also donate this way. Whether they were flaunting their wealth of if they truly wanted to contribute, all had to go through this process. Every sum of money accepted during Fiery Bird's auction would be made public with detailed information. This was also under the supervision of relevant departments, so nobody had doubts. Thus, every year, during Fiery Bird's auction, famous esports athletes would put forward some of their own items, and fans would bid for them. Supporting their own idols and contributing to military constructions, they were willing to spend this sort of money. Some gamers already had their own thoughts on the next day's auction. Will Fang Zhao take off the clothes he is wearing and auction them? There are this sort every year, right? Shirt, pants, and whatever to be auctioned, someone surmised. That's great. Has it been washed? I don't want it if it's been washed. I want those that he wore. No washing. What about your obsession with cleanliness? To hell with that. A gaming fan from Huangzhou said, I criticized Fang Zhao too terribly before. Whatever he produces tomorrow, I will bid on it to atone for my sins. Everyone, please don't fight me for it. I think my sins are even greater. Let me have this chance for atonement instead, a Muzhou gamer expressed. For many people who like to watch videos as they ate, the opening exchange match lasting under 10 minutes was really too short. Normally, when watching a battle, Food that could be finished in 3 minutes would be dragged out for half an hour, just right to finish watching a match. Eating while watching competition videos was something lots of game players like to do. But today, the opening match had unexpectedly ended so quickly. After the match ended, online discussion became very intense. Some were going through a detailed analysis of the exchange match, while others were making guesses as to how many among the 10 challengers had someone else substituting for them. Yesterday, after the selection of challengers had been announced, a few of the challengers had posted videos, but as long as there was no live broadcast of them logging in, someone else could have substituted for them at the last moment. Regardless, whether the players had substituted out or not, this exchange match had achieved its goal. Nobody doubted Fang Zhao's identity as alive after 500 years anymore. Even if there were any remaining skeptics, it was just an extremely small number of people. The majority of gamers had already accepted this fact. A certain floor in the hotel where Li Zhou's team Wireless was at. A youth emerged from his gaming cabin, wearing an expression that was 70% shock and 30% blank. He had been the last challenger to be eliminated. But when he saw the person sitting in front of him, the youth curbed his facial expressions. Ashamed, he muttered, "Sorry, Senior Master, I was unable to snipe him." Seated on the chair was Zero Renault, who seemed to be deep in thought. Hearing what the youth said, he replied, "I feel that you should have used a 10th generation console." Fang Zhao was using a 10th generation, and the 10th generation sounds superior to the 9th generation. "It's a pity I left my 10th generation back in Li Zhou." "Senior Master, this has nothing to do with the machine. Besides, my performance in the 9th gen is better than when I used the 10th gen, just a little bit more." Zero slammed the armrest in a fit of anger. The other person looked helpless and wanted to say, "Senior Master, that wasn't just a little bit more," but he heard Zero continue, "Just a little bit more and you could have shot him. Whether you hit or miss wouldn't have mattered. I purchased that account and obtained such a mighty sniper rifle, and yet you actually didn't manage to get a shot off. I have lost face." The youth drooped his head. "My apologies, Senior Master." He could only say this much. It was not that he hadn't wanted to shoot, but he hadn't even seen a single strand of hair from the opponent. He suspected that Fang Zhao had already perceived his location and had intentionally kept away from there. Zero's face was dark and convulsing. Suddenly, he cried out, "How much money does it cost to poach Fang Zhao from Silver Wing?" His agent mercilessly rejected him. "Just give up on that idea." As Zero's agent, he knew all too well the sort of temperament Zero had. Unlike Silver Wing, who were prepared to go all out, Wireless Esports was just for a round of fun. He also believed that this senior master's passion for esports would not persist for long. Since it was only for a time, why was there a need to spend such large sums to poach a single person? Poaching others was fine. Some others might seem costly, but to them, that was not necessarily the case. However, if they really wished to poach Fang Zhao, that would indeed be forking out a premium. After poaching him over, they would have to operate for longer, and nobody knew how long would it take to recoup the investment. This matter was something he was unwilling to do. On a different floor in the hotel, where 2S Esports Club were, instead of the boisterous atmosphere of discussion and analysis after watching the exchange match, the area was deathly quiet. Both were Yinzhou Esports teams, but till now, they had not come into contact with anyone from Silverlight. The two teams did not have good relations, so they would not normally hold any practice matches or scrimmages. Thus, 2SS higher management had wanted to use this exchange match as a pretext to test out the renowned Alive After 500 Years' ability. Originally, they had tried to purchase one of the spots for this match, but they had unfortunately been unable to do so. Given the game's progress and newly released areas, it would be quite some time before they encountered any Silverlight members. Previously, they had felt regret at missing the chance to fight against Alive after 500 years earlier, but now, this had become joy. Even if they had managed to obtain a spot for this exchange match, the 2S challenger would probably have ended up like the other 10, and once the information leaked, it would be very disgraceful. Now, the entire internet was discussing the true identities of the 10 challengers. A gaming pundit from Yinzhou said, "With such a person, Yinzhou is going to be lively in the future." This brought about considerable pressure to Yinzhou's big 5 esports clubs, because as long as Fang Zhao was around, maybe the original equilibrium would be broken. At the same time, Yinzhou's 10th-ranked team, Zebra Esports Club, was currently in a terrible mood. On the first day after arriving, they had tried to use Zero Renault to sound out the Silverlight team on the 6th floor, but they had not expected Zero to turn around and sell them out. Not to mention that there was still the nightclub incident where Fang Zhao was attacked at their instruction. A deathly pallor had appeared on the faces of those involved. Given Silverwing's nature of holding a grudge, these incidents would not be swept under the rug. There were not yet any signs of activity, as Fiery Bird's annual conference was still underway. But the moment the conference ended, Silverwing's retaliation would come forth. Touching other people was all right, but having made a move on an important member of the team, Silverwing would retaliate for real. No wonder Silverwing's retaliation methods after the nightclub incident had been so vicious. Silverwing had always been like this. If you swayed public opinion, Silverwing would do the same. If you caused trouble, Silverwing would do it too. Previously, the nightclub incident had been ordered by 2 senior management executives. After the incident, those 2 Zebra Esports Club executives had gotten their just desserts. One had been hospitalized and the other had left his job. The Zebra executive still lying in hospital was full of regret. If he had known Fang Zhao was alive after 500 years, even if he'd had 10 balls, he still wouldn't have had the balls to do anything to Fang Zhao. On the 62nd floor, Wayne was delighted, chatting animatedly with the people around him, probably discussing future plans. As for Fang Zhao, he wasn't really stirred up. Being mentally over 100 years of age, he was different from other people. Beating those few challengers was nothing to be proud of. After watching the opening exchange match, among the esports athletes from all continents, some turned tail, but there were still others who wanted to pit themselves against Fang Zhao. However, after the opening match, Fang Zhao was nowhere to be found. Fang Zhao had been invited over to Fiery Bird's headquarters. Engineers were preparing to conduct a study once more. They needed sufficient data to prove the success of the 10th generation console. After Tang Can brought Fang Zhao over, he left. There was still too much for him to do, so he could not stay. Fang Zhao cooperated with the engineers as they ran a few tests. After that, he rested to one side, watching the engineers analyze the data. A hardy-looking old man with hair the color of snow came and sat beside Fang Zhao. He was Chao Can, the chief engineer here. Most of the people here had received guidance from Chao Can, and everyone was used to calling him Chief Chao. Chao Can expressed a strong interest toward Fang Zhao. According to my expectations, of the 100 users of the 10th gen console, I had not expected anyone to achieve an adaptability value of 98 within 2 years. Never did I expect that in just over 3 months you would actually hit 99. Chao Can flashed a kindly smile at Fang Zhao. Young friend, do you have any interest in working at Fiery Bird's headquarters? Fang Zhao looked at Chao Can but did not speak. Young friend? Adding up your age and your predecessor's age, only then would it be comparable to the person in front of you. Not getting a reply from Fang Zhao, Chao Can sighed. Never mind, you still have your own path to take. I heard that you are an artist? A composer? Heh, that's meaningful. Perhaps we can do some research on this topic. Whether the brain of you composers is more active than normal humans. Maybe, Fang Zhao replied. While Chao Can spoke with Fang Zhao, his hands did not stop moving. His fingers were flying all over, searching for Fang Zhao's personal information on the internet. Chao Can abruptly eyed Fang Zhao suspiciously. You haven't completed your military service?
Nope.
Then you are in some trouble. Chao Can brought up a few hot entertainment news articles on the screen and showed them to Fang Zhao. You are being focused on. Fang Zhao scanned the articles briefly. Those entertainment reporters had finally found out that Fang Zhao had not done his military service yet. Why was Fang Zhao's shooting so accurate? Why was he so agile? Many entertainment reporters had started their research according to these lines of thought. Since he was not from the Special Forces, then it might have something to do with his military service. Indeed, there were people who had interactions with firearms or improved their physical abilities during their military service. Little had they expected that, as they dug, they would find Fang Zhao's university history and that he had not yet enlisted with the military. This was not hard to find. Just heading to the Qian Academy of Music and asking around would do. From year 1 of university till graduation, there was a record of Fang Zhao's examinations. His school reports were not a secret. Since there were examination records of every year, and there was no gap year in the middle, that meant that, during his university days, he had not done any military service. Entertainment reporters that discovered this bit of news were thrilled. What they loved the most were currently popular celebrities trying to escape military service. Fang Zhao was one of the most searched terms on the internet. Although he had not reached the age limit for military service, this topic attracted a lot of viewership. Furthermore, one who had not done his military service yet had this much skill in-game. Either he was a veteran gamer, or he had experience that others did not. If nobody in the gaming circle had heard of such a godly person previously, then it had to be the latter. As for Fang Zhao's experiences that were different from others, everyone unknowingly thought of the Black Street. Thus, when the news was refreshed once more, news articles with these sorts of headlines appeared. Shocking! World number 1 actually originates from the Black Streets. Unveiling the little-known details of the Black Streets. Exposing Fang Zhao's life in the Black Streets. Many people's impressions of the Black Streets were like this. Slum housing, appalling and dirty conditions, fighting and killing every day, and lots of shady activity going on that never saw the light of day, just like the organized crime syndicates they saw in movies set during the old era. Therefore, online audiences understood. So he came from a Black Street. No wonder he is so impressive. When I saw Fang Zhao had some experience from the Black Streets, I originally thought it was for a short duration. Seems like Fang Zhao must have lived there for a long time. It's rumored that Fang Zhao participated in a Black Street gang fight before. Is that true? I heard that people from Black Streets own guns, and there are gunfights every day. Fang Zhao didn't just handle a real gun. He even participated in a real battle. I also heard that he is the illegitimate son of a triad boss from the Black Streets. There were also a number of internet users that refuted those claims, saying the Black Streets were not as bad as imagined. Where had all these gangs even come from? But these sentiments were quickly crowded out, because a popular web series last year portrayed the Black Streets this way. In the minds of these gamers, they had already labeled Fang Zhao as one from the triads. Artists were already overflowing with inspiration and could not help themselves. With the swishing of brushes, they painted the image in their minds of Fang Zhao's Black Street persona. Clad in all black, his skin adorned with tattoos, and his eyes hidden behind shades as he smoked a cigarette. One hand held onto a machete as a whole group of people stood behind him. The image displayed a formidable power and haughtiness, yet was awe-inspiring and cool at the same time. Although Fang Zhao looks like a cultured person now, who knows what he looked like back in the Black Streets? Wasn't it said that Fang Zhao used to look very cool? Maybe he looked just like this. Right, and there are the scars in-game. Perhaps he used to have them on his face. He could have gotten those scars from gang fights, and only later used medical techniques to remove them. The more audiences thought about it, the more they believed it was actually this way. In no time, this new image began circulated among gamers. Fang Zhao, upon seeing his new image illustration. Yinzhou, Yinbei City's retirement center. Smash. A watering can was violently smashed onto the ground. Utter rubbish. Great-grandfather Fang's beard twitched with rage. Black Street doesn't mean gang activity. These people are just making up a bunch of nonsense. What is this hideous illustration? Great-grandmother Fang sighed beside him. All these youngsters are watching too many poor-quality shows. What do they think about all day? What illegitimate child of a triad boss? That is totally slander. Creating rumors and causing trouble. This won't do. I have to speak with little Zhao and clear things up. If these people continue talking, what will the end result be? Although great-grandfather and great-grandmother Fang did not exactly know what Fang Zhao's life in the Black Street had been like, they believed their own great-grandson was not what the rumors perceived him as, taking part in gang fights and whatnot. Fang Zhao was browsing through the news when he received a call from his great-grandparents, originating from Yinbei City. Got it. Tomorrow, I will clarify. MMHM, the company's staff have started preparing. Things will be made clear tomorrow. No need. There is really no need for you to step in. Great-grandfather Fang wanted to help Fang Zhao resolve it personally. Although his influence when put on the global scale could not be considered much, if it could help Fang Zhao clarify these rumors, this old man was more than willing to step out. The chat went on for half an hour. It was rare for great-grandfather Fang to talk so much. After ending the call, Fang Zhao received another call from Wayne. He was informed that Silver Wing would try to contain those online rumors, but it could not entirely prevent them. After all, as long as there was discussion, there would be attention. Everything is all prepared. At the auction tomorrow, you can use the chance to explain and, at the same time, announce your decision to withdraw from the team and prepare for your military service. Wayne was afraid that Fang Zhao might be affected by all the slander and rumors online. Those rumors might not all be from gamers. Some rival companies probably have a hand in them as well. They are just looking forward to squeezing you out. You just have to wait for the best chance. Stay calm, don't worry. I'm not worried and I'm pretty calm, Fang Zhao replied. It was already late when Fang Zhao left Fiery Bird's R&D department. Fang Zhao headed straight back to his hotel to rest. The online was not affecting him one bit. Only, on his way back, the people he encountered gave him inquisitive looks, and some even came up to ask if he had a triad family background. Rumors online ranged from him being in a gang from the Black Street to being the illegitimate son of a triad boss to having a triad family background, and now they were guessing whether or not Fang Zhao had ever killed someone. The world would always have people making guesses with evil intentions. Furthermore, the driving forces behind these would love to tarnish Fang Zhao's reputation even more. It would be best if they could drive Fang Zhao out of this circle. Even if getting rid of him was impossible, it would still damage his reputation and popularity. After all, Fang Zhao's name had been trending too much in the gaming circles the past 2 days. For this iteration of the annual conference, the limelight had all been stolen by him. Just taking a look at any famous, reputable gaming forum would do. Topics regarding Fang Zhao, regardless of whether they were gossip or posts on his techniques, would occupy at least half the page. This was the definite result of extreme popularity. Rational fans anxiously awaited more information. Hot-tempered fans took their quarrels online. Fans that supported Fang Zhao and those that tried to defame him argued non-stop. Silverwing's official announcement was not clear-cut. All it said was to have patience, that Fang Zhao would give an explanation to everyone the next day. Generally, when it came to the third day of Fiery Bird's annual conference, gaming fans through the world, regardless of time zones, would stay in front of their screens, especially fans that intended to take part in the auction and bid on their own idol's belongings and had long prepared their funds. And today, the most eyes were naturally on Fang Zhao, the trending topic. Silver Wing had announced that Fang Zhao would be giving an explanation today. Members of the media were rubbing their hands in glee, waiting for Fang Zhao to release his juicy information. The auction was held in the same conference hall as the prize presentation. Just like past years, the first item up for bidding was Fiery Bird's own. Fiery Bird fans across the world held their breath. Even if they could not afford it, just seeing it for themselves was an additional topic to talk about. Many people speculated that, for this year, Fiery Bird would auction off a 10th generation console. Many gaming fans not in the first batch of 100 users, and who had the assets were all waiting to fight for it. However, the item Fiery Bird brought out was an old machine, Fiery Bird's first-generation console, Venus. 100 years ago, Fiery Bird, first set foot in the gaming industry. 90 years ago, our first-generation Fiery Bird console was born. It was named Venus. On stage, Tankin vivaciously painted the history of Fiery Bird's games and the development of their consoles. For gamers, the value of collecting a game console depended on the person that used it previously. A fifth-generation console used by an esports god 50 years ago had been auctioned off for a high price 2 years back, the value more than doubling. Something else that could attract gaming fans to make high bids were feelings. Clearly there were no 10th-generation machines, but the original first-generation console was extremely nostalgic. Especially for gamers over 100 years old, the original console brought back many sentiments. During the auction of the original first-generation console, Fiery Bird's chairman, shareholders, and other senior executives in the company cheered. There were inscriptions engraved on that first-generation console by the previous chairman. Never forget our original aspirations. Encourage progress. Watching the enlarged words on the screen, Fang Zhao asked Jinro beside him, what were Fiery Bird's original aspirations? Despite being a veteran gamer that had been in the gaming circle for quite some time, Jinro was stumped by this question. Mulling it over for a bit, he replied, maybe it's to make the company bigger and better? After that, to manufacture the best games and game consoles? Finally, the first-generation console was sold to a 130-plus-year-old entrepreneur for a winning bid of $60 million. Before Battle of the Century had been released, the value of a 10th-generation console had already been hyped up to $60 million. 3 days after the game's release, the price had been estimated at around $80 million. Now, it was already more than $100 million. The original game console naturally could not compare with the 10th generation. Given the production costs and technology of the first generation, getting such a high price was not so easy. Many of the first generation's microchips and various components had since halted production. Gamers that had used this machine had long chucked it aside, and many of these original consoles had long been recycled. Even if these machines had been preserved, not every first-generation machine would be able to obtain such a high price. Preserving this sort of machine required meticulous maintenance, which was time-consuming. The costs were not cheap either, so generally, not many people were willing to make such an effort. Furthermore, this first-generation console had an engraved inscription from the late Fiery Bird chairman. This was something that no other first-generation console could compete with. Perhaps, after a few decades, as long as this machine was maintained well, reselling it might fetch an even higher price. After the auction of the first-generation console, the chatter slowly died down. Everyone was waiting for today's other extremely anticipated person to go on stage. Fang Zhao was not wearing a Silverlight team uniform, but a formal suit Silver Wing had prepared for him. Many people had some sort of idea upon seeing the situation. Indeed, Fang Zhao would be auctioning his team jersey. It was nothing astonishing and was expected. Once the set of clothes were taken out, there wouldn't be any surprised looks in the crowd. Actually, auctioning off the team jersey was something that Silver Wing had contemplated for a long time before deciding on. At the start, Wayne had wanted to advise Fang Zhao to bring out something that would attract more people, such as score sheets, manuscripts, or other such stuff, but later, they had decided it was not appropriate. Fang Zhao might be really popular right now, but whether it was in the gaming circles or composing circles, he was still a newcomer. The gaming circles might have no qualms, but the main issue was the composing circles. Doing so might give rise to the discontent of many senior composers. The line of thought was that academics might find these actions disrespectful to his works. Auctioning off score sheets in the gaming circle? Which gamers could understand them? Nope. Gamers with a professional foundation were too few. A score sheet in the hands of the majority of gamers would be like an ancient scripture. In any case, placing it in front of them was the same. Incomprehensible. If faced with some sensitive composers, they would think, does auctioning off your score sheet for a high price prove that you are more capable than others? Can artistic works be purely measured by value? Since it was not just one circle, and as a newcomer without enough qualifications, Wayne advised Fang Zhao to do the same as others and auction off his clothes. That would be the most practical and least offending. On the chest area of the jacket Fang Zhao had brought out, some people noticed a badge. That was the captain's badge. Furthermore, watching the close-up on the screen, other than the tree-shaped team emblem, Fang Zhao's name was also engraved on it. Fang Zhao had worn this badge for the first time at yesterday's exchange match. The cameras just had not featured a close-up of it. Auctioning off his team jersey with a badge thrown in. Someone commented online. This has never happened before, right? In the past, only team jerseys were auctioned, not the badges. As everyone was busy discussing, Fang Zhao voiced his thoughts. I received a call from my great-grandfather yesterday. Seeing those rumors circulating online, this old man was very angry. Hearing Fang Zhao mention his great-grandfather, everyone pricked their ears up. Where had this great-grandfather originated from? Was he from the rumored Blackstreet gangs? As if he could tell what everyone was thinking, Fang Zhao displayed a photograph on the screen behind him. It was a box filled with neatly arranged military medals. The buzzing of discussion in the conference died down. The old man would definitely allow me to show this. These were military medals received by my great-grandfather and great-grandmother. Both of them served on the spaceship Sirius during their military service. Sirius was among the space exploration pioneers of the new era. Although the spaceship had since been decommissioned, it had never vanished from movies and TV and remained well remembered. It represented the significance of that era. On the internet forums, gaming fans who saw this were flabbergasted. Military service aboard a spaceship? Sounds really cool. Cool my asterisk. Military service aboard a spaceship is even more tiring than mining, and the risk and dangers are way higher. Furthermore, among the people that served aboard the Pioneer battle spaceships, not many are still alive. Looking at these medals, Fang Zhao's great-grandfather is at least of a regimental rank and should be qualified to own guns. Furthermore, the guns he has are probably rare models. So envious. Fang Zhao has surely played with those guns before. Whatever the case, this at least proves that Fang Zhao's family background is not a triad. This time, no one associated Fang Zhao or his family with gangs. Regardless of whatever they thought deep down or whether they had any doubts, they would not voice it out. This box of military medals and the military service aboard the Sirius were two important points. They had to at least show some respect for these two old folks. As for whether Fang Zhao was really related to a gang and whether he had killed, these were merely rumors. Without proper evidence, they did not dare to blather. A little carelessness could result in trouble. If Fang Zhao's great-grandparents were no longer living, it would be fine, but both his old folks were living well. If they were to get serious about seeking out these rumor-mongers, that would be tragic. Fang Zhao did not take notice of the audience's reactions. He continued, "When I visited my great-grandparents during last year's memorial holiday, I spoke about my military service plans with them. However, due to work commitments, I was unable to apply for enlistment last year. This year, though, I have decided to enlist in the April cycle. There were 2 enlistment cycles for military service in a year, April and October. Did Fang Zhao mean to enlist for military service in April? Then what of the game? Was he quitting? What about the team? Was he finally going to relinquish his throne of the first position?" The quiet conference hall once again buzzed with the noise of discussion. Some people were so delighted they wanted to set off firecrackers. They had racked their heads thinking of a solution to force Fang Zhao out, but never had they expected that Fang Zhao would actually be enlisting for military service. Ha 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 ha. There were others who felt regrettable that they would not have a chance to encounter Fang Zhao in-game and who wanted to spar with him before he enlisted. Fang Zhao paused momentarily before announcing, "From today onward, I will be temporarily withdrawing from Battle of the Century. I will return after my military service has been completed." Gaming fans were dumbfounded. That fast? Everyone had too many questions, but Fang Zhao did not continue. There was no need for him to speak too much. After all, this was Fiery Bird's auction, not his own personal fan meet. Time was limited, and he had briefly mentioned the important points. Everything else would be handled by Silver Wing's relevant departments. With Fang Zhao temporarily withdrawing, even if he returned after his military service, the captain position might not necessarily be returned to him. That meant to say that the captain's badge on this team jersey might be the only one of its kind. Thus, when the auction started, the figures shot up in a straight line. On the large screen, from the starting bid of 10,000, it jumped to 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, 800,000. As it went on, the number of people bidding became fewer, but as before, the figure continued to rise. As this was the first time Silver Wing's esports department was taking part in the auction segment, Wayne viewed it with utmost importance. Since there was lots of funding, manufacturing of the team jerseys had been done with the finest materials. Yesterday, when they had been preparing this set of Fang Zhao's clothes, Wayne had personally watched as his staff cleaned and tidied the clothes, then wiping the captain's badge till it was sparkling before putting it on. It could be said that, even if this set of clothing was placed in a store, it would not be sold at a low price. The production cost for these clothes was at least 2,000 to 3,000. With a starting bid of 10,000, 3 times the cost, it was not considered very high. Wayne had estimated the clothes to be auctioned off for around 35,000, which was considered really high. This was when comparing with past examples of popular esport athletes. If no one bid for it, Wayne would let some internal Silver Wing staffers bid for it in the shadows and jack up the price. Supporting one's own interests from the shadows was a method that every esports club employed. On the surface, it would look better, and Wayne had felt that if the price were not jacked up to at least 1.8 million, he would be letting down Silverwing's brand. However, Wayne was now staring with his mouth agape at the figures that were still rapidly shooting up. 800,000, 1 million, 1.5 million, 2.3 million. Looking at the bidders, there were some displayed IDs and some anonymous IDs. When it came to online bidding, some people were unwilling to reveal their personal information and would set up an anonymous profile. Confidentiality was something that Fiery Bird permitted. Passing the 1 million mark, the number of bidders fell drastically, and when it reached 2 million, there were basically only 5 or 6 bidders left. Even if Fang Zhao was a hot topic and his popularity was on the rise, he was still a newcomer to the gaming circles. As it was only a set of team jerseys, 35,000 was already considered a premium, and even entertainment media outlets would exaggerate it. But now, the price had been jacked up so high. In the conference hall, some people watched the Silverlight team with a profound look. To jack up the price, Silverwing were really going all out. Wayne's face was rigid. Drooping his head, he sent a message to his staff in the shadows. That's enough. Stop jacking it up. Only appropriate price jacking was considered good work. Overdoing it was not beneficial. This bunch was so unprofessional. The looks of people in the surroundings made the self-declared thick-skinned Wayne feel like he was on fire. However, the person in charge of the shadow operations pleaded innocence. We didn't. It really isn't us jacking up the price. There has simply been no chance for us to step forward. It's not our own people jacking up the price? Wayne was really flabbergasted. Was it really Fang Zhao's diehard fans bidding? Watching the figures on the screen, the current bid had already passed 2.7 million and was still climbing towards 3 million. Currently, there were only 3 active bidders left. Wayne leaned toward Fang Zhao and muttered, "That little leaf currently bidding, do you know him?"
Yes.
"Oh? Who is he?" Wayne was curious. Ming Tsong. Wayne, that former headmaster of the Qian Academy of Music? I just received a message from him. He says his son, Mingyi, one is recovering well, so he decided to win this set of team jerseys as a Memorial Day gift for Mingyi, Fang Zhao explained. Wayne nodded his head. So that's it. If it was Ming Tsong, he could understand. Fang Zhao's 100-year period of destruction series had provided a treatment direction for Ming Tsong's sick son. There was hearsay that the treatment effects were going well, and Ming Tsong was very grateful toward Fang Zhao. Whether he really wanted to get it as a gift for Mingyi, or he was simply using this situation as an excuse to help out. Either way, that pleased Wayne. Wayne asked Fang Zhao about another ID that was still in the bidding war. What about a treasured knife does not age? My great-grandfather, Fang Zhao replied. The old master had said he wanted to root for his great-grandson. Wayne's facial muscles trembled. The old master is really awesome. The 3 remaining IDs were Little Leaf, A Treasured Knife Does Not Age, and Anonymous. 2 IDs were known. Only the anonymous one was left. Do you know who the anonymous ID is? Wayne quizzed. No idea. Fang Zhao was puzzled too. He really did not know. As they were talking, the figures on the screen changed once more, and many people in the conference hall could not help but exhale sharply. Looking up at the current bids, after Little Leaf had bid 3 million, the bid had suddenly risen to 5 million. The caller was anonymous. It was just a set of team jerseys, not some limited edition item or a treasured belonging of a certain great master that had passed on. It was just the clothing of a newcomer that had risen to prominence. Although there was a captain's badge and Fang Zhao's reason for temporarily withdrawing, there was no need to be so excessive. This was utterly excessive. Silverwing's self-promotion? Otherwise, who else would fork out 5 million just to buy a set of clothing? Zero sneered as he told his manager, I have no idea which idiot would actually spend 5 million to purchase such an ordinary set of clothing. Raising his head, he realized many pairs of eyes were on him, and although it didn't happen a lot, he was enlightened and knew what the stares of these people actually meant. Zero raised his voice slightly. What are you staring at? That wasn't my bid. Nobody could be blamed for looking at him this way. In the hearts of many, throwing money around had always been Zero's style. Just yesterday in the leisure district, he had still been talking about wanting to poach Fang Zhao over to Wireless Esports Club, and the latest bid being a massive jump from 3 million to 5 million was totally in the style of what Zero's sort would do. Following Zero's outburst, nobody suspected him anymore. Although Zero had all sorts of shortcomings, he wouldn't go so far as to lie about this. People that were familiar with Zero's style knew that if this senior master really wanted to bid, he would not use an anonymous ID. He would want to let the whole world know he had money and then bid excessively. This remarkably foolish person had too much money. Ultimately, Fang Zhao's set of team clothing was sold to the highest bid of 5 million. This left many people shocked, and the internet started to boil once more. Chat rooms and forums were all discussing this, and everyone's conclusion after discussing was that such a high bid could only be a die-hard fan of Fang Zhao or a self-promotion scheme by Silver Wing. More people were inclined to believe the second possibility and felt that it was surely a means of self-promotion by Silver Wing. Their internal staff had purposely raised the price. Whether it was those present in the conference or the online viewers watching the live broadcast, they all felt the same way. Even if Silver Wing had officially announced that their internal staff had not taken part in the auction, nobody believed them. Isn't this the highest ever bid in any year? For team clothing, that is indeed the highest ever. Although there were bids of over 5 million in the auctions of the following items, those items were game consoles, and the manufacturing costs and starting bids were already very high. After the auction, everyone was still discussing the high price of Fang Zhao's set of team attire. Many people thought, if it really was all a charade by Silver Wing, would it infuriate Fiery Bird? Or perhaps attract more disgust from even more people? After all, most gaming clubs had secret operations behind the scenes, but jacking up the price to such ridiculous extremes had never been seen before. Even if it had happened, the offending parties would be placed on Fiery Bird's unwanted list. There always had to be a limit when it came to hyping up in a business. If it was overdone, it would not be that popular and would instead result in an adverse reaction. Wayne was also worried, so once the auction ended, he wanted to look for the highest-ranking board member in Silver Wing's entourage and get him to explain to the relevant Fiery Bird officials. However, before Wayne even moved out, Fiery Bird announced that the anonymous buyer had no relations whatsoever to Silver Wing, that he was just a fan of Fang Zhao. Someone found it inconceivable. How fanatical must he be to throw that much money just to get Fang Zhao's team attire? Maybe that person has no lack of cash? Or perhaps he just wants to use it as an excuse to contribute to military expenditures. It's a pity it was anonymous. We won't know who it is. Fang Zhao was also curious himself and inquired with Fiery Bird's staff after the auction concluded, but he did not get an answer either. Fiery Bird placed great importance on customer confidentiality. Wayne had a positive perspective. Forget it. Since they actually said it is a fan of yours, that person will appear in future, maybe at a fan meet or some related event. Besides, it was not their behind-the-scenes methods that had resulted in big news, so he had the confidence to say all this. As for who had bought it and what intentions they had, Wayne no longer cared. Having been with Silver Wing for so long, he had seen this sort of situation many times and did not find it strange. It was tiring if they had to get to the bottom of everything. Back at the hotel, Fang Zhao ran into Majo's Massiere, the gold medalist shooter ranked number 2 on the individual leaderboards. Are you really going to enlist in April? Massiere asked Fang Zhao. Yeah. I will hand in my application after Memorial Day, Fang Zhao replied. The time period for enlistment had not arrived yet, but all his company matters had already been arranged. All he needed was for Memorial Day to pass before sending in his application. Massiere watched Fang Zhao with a complicated gaze. Suddenly, he laughed. Just as well. I am preparing to temporarily withdraw too. There is no meaning in climbing up to first on the leaderboards if you aren't there. Besides, compared to games, I still prefer playing with real guns. Have you played with real ones before? Massiere asked. I have, Fang Zhao replied. I have a member card over at Yinzhou's shooting club. Fang Zhao had indeed applied for a member card at Yinzhou's shooting club and had gone there to handle some new era firearms. That's great. When you have the time, visit Majo, and I will bring you to a shooting range. Shooting athletes all around the world love Majo shooting ranges the best. They have the most specialized ranges and large areas. Even Huangzhou's most famous shooting range cannot compare to the one in Mazhou. As Massiere talked about Mazhou's shooting ranges, his face subconsciously displayed some pride. The competition continent, Mazhou, was a heaven for athletes of all sports.
Sure.
After exchanging contact details with Massiere, Fang Zhao headed upstairs. An hour after the auction, Massiere posted a new update on his social platform, announcing his decision to temporarily withdraw from Battle of the Century. When Fang Zhao returned, only then would he continue. It just so happened that he had competitions in real life and considered them a priority. 3 hours after the auction ended, Fiery Bird officially released some data from the 10th generation console that Fang Zhao had assisted in obtaining, as well as a short video of Fang Zhao on the day of the exchange match. In the video, viewers could see the adaptability video soaring to 98 and even hitting 99 on a number of occasions. Fiery Bird used this as a pretext to refute the many cynics from within the industry who had spoken up after the 10th generation console had been released. When the 10th generation console had just been released, a professional from the industry had estimated that, in 3 years, there would not be a single gamer that could successfully adapt to the 10th generation, and that it was impossible for the 10th generation to become mainstream in the short term. After that, he had even said that some esports club members did not really use the 10th generation console, and chose to switch back to the 9th generation while shelving the 10th generation, only using it to adapt once in a while at leisure. The expensive 10th generation that gamers could not adapt to was a big mistake by Fiery Bird. But now, for months after the release of the 10th generation console and 3 months since Battle of the Century had been released, someone had genuinely adapted fully. As the user was Fang Zhao, all gamers had the same line of thought. If they could raise their adaptability value to 98, would they be as impressive as Fang Zhao? With an adaptability value of 98, what would the experience be like? Would judgment and perception be raised? Would movements be more relaxed? Would shooting be more accurate? Global rank number 3 and main force captain of Huangzhou's Phoenix Esports Club Bruce also used the 10th generation machine. When faced with his teammates and fans' inquiries, he replied, "I also do not know. I'm only 95, but I feel like I'm going to break through soon. In a month's time, it might be 96. I will let everyone know what the experience is like when I hit 98. As for gamers without the 10th generation console but who were well off, they all wondered if they could obtain one to try it out for themselves. Who knew if they had the innate talent to adapt quickly? Of course, there were others who did not feel so strongly about games and felt that this way of thinking was too crazy. Spending so much money to purchase a game console that they might not adapt to might be a waste. Wasn't it just a game console? There were high maintenance fees just to keep it as an ornament. Were they just going to chuck aside the 9th generation console that was easier to adapt to and purchase a 10th generation console? Even if the 10th generation console had a second batch of sales, there wouldn't be many buyers. Forget about it even becoming mainstream. As the internet was abuzz with discussion, on the Silverlight team side, the members were already packing up their stuff. Fiery Bird's annual conference had come to an end, and they would be returning back to Yinzhou the next morning. Wayne, bring the others back to Yinzhou tomorrow. I will be visiting Muzhou before returning, Fang Zhao told Wayne, who had just ended a call. Wayne's smiling face suddenly tightened. What are you heading to Muzhou for? He was worried that a team in Muzhou wanted to poach Fang Zhao away. This time around, many teams had expressed an interest to poach. To fetch my dog, Fang Zhao replied. Wayne let out a huge sigh of relief in his heart. Oh, right. Your champion dog is still in Muzhou, herding sheep. The memorial holiday was approaching soon, and the people in Muzhou needed to celebrate too. Furthermore, people of Muzhou treated Memorial Day with great importance, and all members of the Su family had to return to Qingqing. Su Ho would not be staying at the farm, so Fang Zhao had decided to bring Curly Hair back to Yinzhou. How will you be heading over? Do you need me to request another flying transport? Wayne asked. No need. The boss of Muzhou's Four Elephants Foodstuff, Su Feng, is here in Huangzhou. I just talked to him, and he will be leaving for Muzhou tomorrow. I will join him and fly straight to Muzhou's Dongshan farm. How long will you be gone for? 3 or 4 days, depending on the situation. Then you better bring Zhuyu with you. Make sure to be careful, Wayne exhorted. You are now a famous celebrity and lots of people will recognize you. Put on some disguises when you head out. Also, don't spend too long in Muzhou. The company has planned an interview program for the Silverlight team before Memorial Day. Now that you are especially popular, return a little earlier to record. Otherwise, if you wait too long, everyone will have shoved you to the back of their minds. Online audiences have very short memories. After exhorting repeatedly, Wayne started to think of topics that could continue hyping up Fang Zhao on the days he was in Muzhou to ensure the audiences didn't forget him. With Memorial Day approaching, many entertainment companies would be releasing New Year blockbusters, and many celebrities would be in the news. Now that Fiery Bird's annual conference had come to an end, esports clubs would postpone climbing the leaderboards and would prepare for some rest and reorganization. Entertainment companies would take over the bombardment of the entertainment news. Perhaps many people would place Fang Zhao at the back of their minds the following day. The next day, Fang Zhao and Zhuyu boarded Su Feng's flying transport and headed for Muzhou together. For Elephant's foodstuffs growth had been relatively good. The influence of Polar Light's image was on the rise because of the Silverlight team and the world's #1, Fang Zhao. This had enabled 4 Elephant's products to do better than other Muzhou brands, and thus be more popular among youngsters. After all, younger people tended to play games or know more about the gaming circles. This year's Memorial Day gifts have already been sent out. You guys at Silver Wing have a share too, and should receive them tomorrow. How nice that your department will be back to receive them. The Memorial Day gifts Su Feng had sent out this year were more abundant. As profits were great, he naturally wouldn't be stingy. As they talked about Fang Zhao being alive after 500 years and the high price of the team attire, Su Feng mentioned the happenings at Dongshan Farm. Su Feng laughed. Oh, that fella Su Ho was recently given a beating by his dad. Su Ho had been keeping Fang Zhao updated on the goings-on at his side as well as the farm's progress, but lately, Su Ho had only been sending text messages, not video ones, and whenever Su Ho called, he did not enable video mode either. An argument? Fang Zhao asked. What went on in the Su family was no secret. Muzhou's entertainment journalists loved to report on the conflicts within the Su family. Su Feng's grin was especially wide. Su Ho got into a fight with his half-brothers. Can you guess what happened? Not waiting for Fang Zhao to reply, he continued. I heard that neither side brought their bodyguards, but the other side had 2 people. One around the same age as Su Ho, and one older than him. Su Ho received some small wounds, but the other people were more severely injured. Because Su Ho had brought a dog. Ha ha ha. Su Feng convulsed with laughter and nearly fell out of his chair. The one he brought along was that little curly hair. He really deserves to be called a champion dog. Its fighting strength is quite impressive. During their conversation, the flying transport had already arrived at Dongshan Farm and was descending to the parking space. Su Ho, who had received the news, was already waiting. There were no longer any marks on Su Ho's face from his father's beating. Curly hair ran over like the wind, encircling Fang Zhao and wagging its tail vigorously, showing that he was excited to see Fang Zhao. You seem to be in high spirits. Fang Zhao picked Curly Hair up and examined him. There were bits of grass on Curly Hair's body, but closer to the skin, it was still relatively clean, and he had been well taken care of. Curly Hair had probably just been playing in the grass, and so had bits of grass and soil sticking to him. Master Zhao, long time to see. Su Ho's tone was excited. Previously, Fang Zhao had just been a cooperative partner and someone who had helped him escape a dire predicament. Su Ho had been very grateful for that, but now he totally worshipped Fang Zhao. Su Ho had been underage for Battle of the Century, but he had been following the game's news closely. When Fang Zhao had unveiled himself as alive after 500 years, Su Ho had been equally shocked, but after the shock had come delight and excitement. Other people would find it hard to even see alive after 500 years, but he could speak with Fang Zhao over the comms every week, even though it was only about farm matters. Before, Fang Zhao had only seen the changes of the farm through video. Now that he was here, Su Ho led the way, telling Fang Zhao what each piece of land was for. The soil has already improved. The seeds we planted there have already sprouted and should be able to survive winter, so there is no need to apply antifreeze. Over there is still empty. When spring comes round, we will plant some new seeds my brother has given me. The crop was cultivated in a space laboratory. Actually, it has been cultivated for quite some time already, but they held it back to ensure the fruit was entirely safe. Now, it has been confirmed to be safe, and what I have is the first batch. Suho professionally introduced Fang Zhao to every place on the farm. Now there were cultivated fields, pastures, and an extended building for the workers to stay in. Suho was also no longer that ignorant little fatty he had once been. He had indeed worked hard at farming. As they strolled along, a pack of dogs started barking and ran over. The few large dogs at the head of the pack seemed familiar. They were not from Wu Yi's farm. Those few competition dogs from the previous year had all been returned to Wu Yi. Only Curly Hair remained here. Are these the dogs left behind by the previous owner? Fang Zhao asked as he looked at the lively and well-built dogs at the head of the pack. That's right, it's them. When the dogs neared and saw the unfamiliar faces of Fang Zhao and Zuoyu, they started barking. However, Curly Hair gave a low growl and they all stopped. A while back, they were too lazy and had no vigilance at all. The professional dog trainers I hired were not effective. The trainers even said that these dogs had already been raised to waste away and no amount of training would improve them. However, ever since Curly Hair came, all of them have changed. Suho was in high spirits and rambled on and on about the dogs to Fang Zhao. Normally, when Suho called Fang Zhao, they mostly talked about the farm. He had also mentioned the situation with the dogs before, but he had not gone into much detail. Now, though, Suho finally had the chance to go into extensive detail with Fang Zhao about all this. This was also the place he was most proud of. He had flaunted it many times. Take a look. Even the dogs that the trainers gave up on are gradually improving on my farm. The sea dogs had been really useless in the past. Why else had Suho needed to borrow Wu Yi's dogs? But now they were no longer as dispirited as before and were more vigilant. At the start, they had all followed after and learned from Curly Hair. When Curly Hair barked at strangers, they did the same. If they didn't do so, or they barked wrongly, Curly Hair reprimanded them. Slowly, as time went by, these dogs had begun to understand a few simple things. They now knew how to bark at strangers. When familiar people were with strangers, they should selectively growl. When they didn't understand, they should bark first. Besides, if it was wrong, the owner would stop them. Although they were still far from Curly Hair's standard and still could not compare with the dogs on Wu Yi's farm, compared to the way they were before, it is already a big improvement. Now, they can do basic guard duty and are learning how to herd sheep. I don't have any hope of them taking part in competitions, but they are at least capable of simple guarding and are halfway there to being proper working dogs. Suho did not set very high bars for his dogs, so he was very satisfied with their current standard. Actually, these dogs were all being trained by Curly Hair. Sleeping when it was time to run? Bite. Roaming around when you were supposed to be standing guard? Bite. Not following the rules during feeding time and messing up the bowls? Bite. Excitedly running over to suspicious characters? Vicious bite. Hearing Suho say all this, Fang Zhao felt that Curly Hair was just treating these few dogs as younger brothers and teaching them. Or maybe it was finding some fun. These few puppies are the ones I told you about. I went to buy them from other people, and I'm intending to train them for competition use. There is championship blood running through their veins. I spent lots of hard-earned money to purchase them. Mujo dogs were expensive, especially the descendants of champion dogs. In other continents, youngsters from aristocratic families liked to buy cars with the money they had in hand and change them often. Here in Mujo, the aristocratic youngsters loved buying dogs. Even Su Feng, who did not take part in sheep-herding competitions, also bought dogs that he had good feelings toward. The few pups on the farm, as well as other pups that Fang Zhao had placed orders for but had not arrived yet, had cost almost all of the money that Su Ho had put together. Money from advertisements, prize money from competitions, and red packets from other Su family members, and others had all been used to exchange for dogs. Luckily, he had Fang Zhao as an investor, and the farm's constructions had never ceased. This year, there is no need for rat extermination. There are totally no rats or mice in the farm's area. I heard that there were some rabbits and other small wild animals in the surrounding area, but I have never seen any. Suho had just thought about this and was airing his thoughts. Fang Zhao shot a glance at Curly Hair, who was following beside his feet. Curly Hair raised his head, made eye contact, then drooped his ears and retracted his gaze. Back when they were on Wu Yi's farm, Curly Hair had gone with Bingo and the other dogs to hunt field mice and had even eaten them. Fang Zhao suspected that all the field mice on that farm had all been eaten up. Perhaps the wild rabbits in the farm's vicinity might have had such a calamity befall them as well. Su Ho led Fang Zhao to a newly constructed courtyard. This was the courtyard of the owner's house. This house has been specially prepared for Master Zhao. You don't have to worry about not having a place to stay whenever you come, Su Ho introduced. Fang Zhao pointed at a room in the corner where a no trespassing or unauthorized personnel sign was hanging. And what is that over there? Oh, that is my own gaming room. Oh, right. My dad said he would send me a 10th generation console. I should be receiving it sometime today, if not tomorrow. Su Ho seemed pleased. Su Ho's father had given a piece of farmland to one of his illegitimate sons. Su Ho had not just argued with his dad for wrongly accusing him of releasing a dog to bite his half-brothers, but also because of this matter. Although it was a small farm and could not be compared to Dongshan Farm and the land he'd received for winning the championship, Su Ho still felt displeased. After Su Ho had received the beating, with his face full of bruises, he had run to the cemetery and sat in front of Su Mu's grave, complaining. The next day, Muzhou's entertainment news had all been about the internal conflicts in Su Ho's family and how they expected to see a brilliant and excited aristocratic family feud. But in no time, whether Su Ho's dad had clarified the truth of the dog-biting matter, or if his conscience had acted up, or if it was pressure from the family heads, he had given Su Ho a 10th generation console, something Su Ho had been longing for. After that, Su Ho had went to get treatment for his bruises on his face and temporarily stopped butting heads with his dad. In the eyes of Muzhou audiences, Su Ho was just an idiot, young, ignorant, and childish. His dad was of a higher level and settled the internal feud easily with just a gaming console. The majority of Muzhou people did not really pay much attention to video game consoles. Instead of buying the expensive as hell 10th generation console, why not purchase the 9th generation, which was sufficient to play the latest games, and the money saved could be used to buy new breeds of seeds or dogs. Among the 12 continents, Muzhou had the lowest standards of esports competition. It was not that the people were not capable of playing or had no time, but that instead, when compared to crops, soil, and dogs, gaming was not that important. It was just a pleasurable activity. Choosing between watching a gaming competition or a sheep-herding competition, most people from Muzhou would choose the latter. The reason why everyone said that Su Ho was foolish was because, comparing a video game console to a farm, which of the two was more important? Giving up the feud over a farm for a video game console was totally not worth it. Whether others saw it as worthwhile or not, at least Su Ho felt that his rage had simmered. After all, he did not count on his dad to follow his wishes. His argument with his dad had just been to make known his dissatisfied feelings and give his father a piece of his mind. Su Ho now owned 2 plots of land. One was Dongshan Farm, which he currently co-invested in with Fang Zhao and was in the midst of becoming operable. Of course, in such a short time, profits were not yet in the pipeline, but because of the sheep-herding championships, the farm had at least some degree of reputation. Perhaps in a few years it would be profitable. The other plot of land had been awarded for winning the sheep-herding championship. Su Ho had plans to construct a farm there, but currently, the plot of land was being held by an uncle of Su Ho's, Su Feng's father. He would hold the land till Su Ho had matured. It was not that his uncle coveted Su Ho's land. He was just worried about Su Ho's IQ and easily susceptible nature. It would be best to safeguard the land for a few years. After Su Ho matured and gained experience, he would then hand it back. Su Ho approved of this. He also knew that he wasn't very bright. If not for the stroke of fortune he'd had running into Fang Zhao, he would have fallen flat on his face regarding the matter with Dongshan Farm. The Su family as a whole was not as extremely chaotic as outsiders like to think. Just like the Renaults of Liezhou, although there were occasionally trifling matters that tabloids loved to report on for days, when it came to important matters, there would be unity. Otherwise, they would not have endured for 500 years. There were members of the Su family that disapproved of Su Ho, but there were also members that supported him. For example, Su Feng, Su Feng's dad, and his siblings, who would regularly poke fun of him but would stand firmly behind him when it came to crucial matters. Fang Zhao noticed curly hair continuously glancing at the gaming room and so asked Su-ho, "Can I enter and take a look?" Sure. Su-ho stammered. Su-ho was a little embarrassed and afraid that Fang Zhao would laugh at him. Inside the gaming studio, naturally, there were gaming consoles. As Su-ho was still underage, there were many popular titles that he was unable to access. He could only play games intended to relieve boredom for young children. The console he used most was a beginner's console meant for children. It could not match up to specialized game consoles, but it had accompanied Su-ho from kindergarten all the way through primary school and then secondary school. Even though his older siblings had given him other specialized models of gaming consoles, Su-ho still had the deepest sentiments with it. When he had moved to Dongshan Farm, he had brought it along. Originally, Su-ho had intended to give everyone a tour of the room after the 10th generation console had arrived, but Fang Zhao had asked first. Su-ho had hesitated a little before agreeing. There was nothing shameful, it was just a console that children used. Who had never used it before? Su-ho fished out a set of keys to unlock the door. The room was not equipped with an electric lock. However, when the 10th generation console arrived, Su-ho intended to change the locks. Fang Zhao scanned the interior of the room after entering. All sorts of gaming equipment was inside. Miners used more helmet-type game consoles, and there were 5 gaming helmets in the room. 4 of them had been left on a shelf and seemed like they had not been touched for quite some time. Only one of the helmets was placed on a chair in the center. The helmet was adorned with a few cartoon pictures and was simpler and lighter compared to specialized gaming helmets. The beginner's console was a supplementary gaming console used by kindergarten and primary school kids. It was said to aid in the development of the brain. Generally, after primary 5, very few people still use the beginner's console. Su-ho noticed Fang Zhao studying the beginner console's helmet and was a little embarrassed. They said I was too stupid and could continue using the beginner's console to develop my brain. Who knows, I might be able to increase my IQ. Zuoyu, who was standing guard outside. You even believe that? Seems like your IQ hasn't improved at all. Generally speaking, beginner's consoles were only suitable for kids aged 10 and below. Anyone older would be ill-suited to use them. Su-ho was already in secondary school, and the use of the beginner's console would not have any results. He believed whatever others said, so it was little wonder he'd been defrauded. Su-ho did not notice Wuyu's expression and relaxed when he did not see Fang Zhao laughing at him. Actually, I no longer use it that often, only when I'm feeling bored. Can I try it out? Fang Zhao asked. Su-ho stared blankly. He totally did not expect Fang Zhao, the 10th generation using world's #1, to say this. Sure, but the beginner's console cannot compare to specialized game consoles, and it is even worse when compared to the 10th generation. Master Zhao, you might not be able to get used to it. At this moment, Su-ho received an incoming call. It was from his younger sister. She said she would be arriving at the farm soon. Primary school holidays had started, and when she had heard someone would be sending over the 10th generation console to Dongshan, she had decided to come along. Su-ho grinned knowingly and told Fang Zhao, "Master Fang, you stay here and have a look. I shall go fetch the machine. Go on." After Su-ho left hurriedly, Zui wanted to enter and see how Fang Zhao would use the beginner's console. Turning his head, Fang Zhao had already closed the door and locked it. Zuoyu. All right, boss doesn't want anyone to see him using the beginner's console. Zuoyu could understand that. He really couldn't tell that a grown man would actually be a child on the inside. Just like Su-ho, he had a beginner's console complex. Inside the room, Fang Zhao held on to the beginner's console's gaming helmet and turned on the monitor beside him. On it were many games suited for kids. Some trained the brain's control, some trained the brain's reaction speed. This was different from the virtual world effect that specialized game consoles created. The gaming helmet of the beginner's console only acted as a receiver for brainwaves and was used to remotely control the games, which were displayed on the monitor. As Fang Zhao studied the beginner's console and the pre-installed games on it, Curly Hair crouched beside Fang Zhao and kept whining. When he whined, he would look at Fang Zhao, then at the gaming helmet in Fang Zhao's hands. Fang Zhao's gaze shifted away from the display screen to Curly Hair on the floor beside him. You want to play? Woof. Curly Hair wagged his tail vigorously. Try it. Fang Zhao placed the gaming helmet back on the chair, and curly hair leapt up and squeezed his head into the helmet. He even used the armrest to adjust the position of the helmet on his head. At the side, Fang Zhao crouched there and silently watched the dog put on the gaming helmet. On the display screen, the cursor moved and selected a game to enter. Such proficiency. This definitely wasn't his first time. The game curly hair had chosen was Whack-A-Mole, a game that kids loved. Middle difficulty, timer mode. Fang Zhao watched as the points displayed on the right of the screen rose steadily. On the screen, curly hair did not make any mistakes or miss any. After the 1-minute time limit, the system gave an evaluation of 5 stars. This was the best possible result. Finishing the game, curly hair speedily deleted the record, exited the game, removed the helmet, and leapt down from the chair. Fang Zhao could guess that this was curly hair's customary course of action. He reckoned this fellow had taken advantage of Su Ho's simple-minded nature and snuck in to play many times and even knew how to delete his records. Fang Zhao did not know whether to curse his audacity or praise him for being prudent. Fang Zhao was silent, so curly hair's tail wagging gradually slowed down, as if he was afraid that Fang Zhao was angry. One more time. There is no one around now, so you don't have to hold back. Hearing this, curly hair's lackluster tail wagging went up a notch. With a whoosh, he got on the chair, skillfully got the helmet on, and selected the same game. This time, he chose the highest difficulty. In that minute, the image on screen seemed to be in fast forward. Every time a mole was hit, the dazzling effects that appeared when adding points were like a continuous stream of fireworks. If it was someone else with poorer eyesight, they would probably have been unable to catch the changes on the screen, but Fang Zhao saw it clearly. Just as before, there were no mistakes or leaks. The displayed score at the side kept rising at an increased tempo. After 1 minute, curly hair did not immediately quit the game. He just removed the helmet and looked at the displayed score on the screen before glancing at Fang Zhao while wagging his tail lightly, nervously waiting for Fang Zhao's evaluation. However, before Fang Zhao said anything, curly hair's ears pricked up and he hastily jumped off the chair and crouched at Fang Zhao's feet, glancing at the doorway. A few hurried knocks on the door. Su Ho's elated voice rang out, "Master Zhao, my 10th generation console is here." Fang Zhao gazed at the screen but still did not delete the record. The door opened and Su Ho entered, beaming and ready to tell Fang Zhao all about his new game console. As his gaze fell on the display on the screen and saw the difficulty level, points, and evaluation stars, his eyes widened. "I have never achieved more than 2 stars playing this game at the highest difficulty. Master Zhao is awesome." As expected of the world's #1 crazy point-sweeping demon, Fang Zhao. There is no way to explain this. Su Ho did not spend too much time staring at the score displayed on the screen. This score could only have been achieved by Fang Zhao. Furthermore, he had been the only person in the room. If it was not Fang Zhao, who else could it have been? However, Su Ho's attention was only on the displayed score for around half a minute before he remembered the reason he had rushed over. "Master Zhao, the 10th generation console is here. Can I let them move it over?" Su Ho was itching to get on with it. He had long wanted to play on the 10th generation console. Even if he could only play games for minors, or some games for stimulating the brain, it was still the 10th generation. This was like a sudden level up. The 10th generation console was a limited edition. Only 100 machines had been released in the first batch, and they were in the hands of big esports clubs and influential persons. As Muzhou's esports atmosphere could not be compared to other continents, and with the special status of the Su family, whether they used it or not, the Su family kept 2 or 3 consoles. The one that Su Ho's father had sent over had been bought from within the clan for nearly 100 million. In ordinary circumstances, Su Ho's dad would definitely not spend so much money to purchase a video game console. It wasn't as if he had limitless funds, and for that amount of money, Su Ho's dad would rather buy an expensive car than a video game console. However, to placate Su Ho, who was going through a rebellious phase, and with pressure from within the family clan and from external media, Su Ho's dad had only been able to clench his teeth and buy it. The price of the machine had been comparable to a small-sized farm in Muzhou. In the eyes of Muzhou people, the two could not be compared. A farm guaranteed a livelihood, but what about a game console? Who knew when a software bug might emerge, Or maybe a new model would appear after a few years and completely replace it. Then it wouldn't be worth it. But Su-ho was very happy. After all, he already had a farm. Whatever outsiders said about him being a willful child did not matter. Anyway, he felt that this transaction with his dad had been worth it. Su-ho watched a few bodyguards bring a square-shaped metal case. As the pathway and door were not wide enough, bringing it in was a strenuous process. It hasn't been used before? Fang Zhao inquired. I heard that a Su family elder had used his connections with Fiery Bird to purchase it, but it has not been used. My dad sent it straight after purchasing it. The case has not been opened before, so it is definitely unused, Su-ho replied. As he spoke, Su-ho scanned his identity details. The console had already been transferred to his name, so by verifying his identity, the case could be opened. Inside the metal case was another transparent case made of an unknown material. Within it was a white humanoid-shaped machine with black veins and a red Fiery Bird insignia, just like the one Fang Zhao owned. You still need a professional engineer. There should be someone from the nearest Fiery Bird branch to help you install and adjust it, Fang Zhao told Su-ho. Back when he had received his own console, he had received a call from an engineer to set a time for the installation. An engineer is needed? Can't I use it straight away? Heading online to check, there was only one branch in Muzhou that had engineers for the 10th generation console, and it was in Qingqing. After contacting that side, the Qingqing branch's reply was that all their engineers had been dispatched today and could only make it tomorrow. Su-ho was dumbfounded. He had wanted to use it on the spot. That meant to say that he would be unable to use it today? Is it completely unusable without an engineer? The smile on Su-ho's face had dissipated. Soon after, as if he'd thought of something, Su-ho looked toward Fang Zhao, full of anticipation. Master Zhao, didn't you use the 10th generation? Could you help with the adjustments? I only know some simple stuff, but I can try, Fang Zhao replied. Please try, Master Zhao. It doesn't matter if it's not successful, Su-ho replied. There should be no problems for simple usage, but for adjustments and calibration, it's better to get a professional engineer. No problem, Master Zhao. You try it first. I just want to use it as soon as possible and won't be playing any complicated games. I have scheduled an engineer, but he will be here tomorrow. The adjustments and calibrations can be all done tomorrow. Su-ho just wanted to experience the 10th generation console as soon as possible. When Fang Zhao's own 10th generation console was being installed, he had been present and had witnessed the whole installation and calibration process. When Fang Zhao had helped take part in the tests during Fiery Bird's annual conference, he had understood a little. The chief engineer from the R&D department had even given him a detailed explanation of the 10th generation console's functions. Fang Zhao might not be able to compare with a professional engineer, but he could at least let the machine run a few simple games without issue. Fang Zhao opened up the internal case and took the machine out. He attached a few missing parts to the machine according to his memory and started the preliminary adjustments. Fang Zhao did not need any help and could settle it alone. Su-ho sat aside watching, while Curly Hair crouched to the side and watched Fang Zhao and then looked at Su-ho, who was curiously studying the machine. After that, he leapt up to the sofa, shifting the beginner's console's helmet out of the way and lying down. Midway through, Su-ho received a call from his two sisters. They said they were watching the lambs on the farm and would head to the hill behind the farm in a bit to enjoy the view. Su-ho himself frequently went up the hill, so he agreed and instructed some bodyguards. You guys follow them and get a farm employee to show the way, but don't wander off too far. Come back after a while. In a bit, Fang Zhao had set up the console and tested it out. The console was usable, but compared to his own precisely calibrated 10th generation console, there was still a big difference. It's done? Su-ho drew closer. It's just lacking a little. Get the engineer to calibrate it accurately tomorrow, and it will be fine. That means there are no problems using it? Let me try. The console would automatically adjust to the user's body shape, but after Su-ho put on the 10th generation, he felt that operating it was especially grueling. It was much harder to use compared to the beginner's console. Without professional equipment and procedures, Fang Zhao had no way of knowing Su-ho's adaptability when using the 10th generation, but watching Su-ho's strenuous manner, Fang Zhao knew the adaptability would not be very high. You can play some of the simple games inside to slowly adapt. When you familiarize yourself, it will be more relaxing, Fang Zhao told him. The situation with Su-ho was something that had been mentioned by Fiery Bird's R&D department staff and wasn't a serious problem. After he used it more often, the adaptability value would naturally increase. Su-ho had only played some of the simple adapting games that came pre-installed on the machine, and he was fully drenched with sweat. No good, it's too tiring. Su-ho felt that after removing the 10th generation, not only was his body tired, but his mind was exhausted as well. This was the result of jumping straight from the beginner machine to the latest model. You probably haven't gotten the knack for it yet. The 10th generation is different from the beginner's console. Your mind and body need to self-adjust. Wait a minute. Su-ho interjected. Master Zhao, are you sharing your own experience?
MHM.
Then, Master Zhao, can I do a live broadcast? Su-ho asked. After Su-ho had gained fame after the sheep-herding competition, he had picked up the hobby of live broadcasting once again, but what he broadcast were not adolescent rebellious events. Instead, he broadcast the reformation of the farm to tell others that he was really working hard and not goofing off. He did many things on the farm himself, and at the same time let more people know the Dongshan farm name and his own transformation. He had made this decision after consulting his cousin Su Feng to maintain his image as an exemplary youth after the sheep-herding competition. When Su-ho had started broadcasting, he had gained lots of viewership because he was a member of the Su family that the Muzhou media so loved to report on, and also due to winning the sheep-herding competition. However, Su-ho had just finished speaking when he realized his words might have been inappropriate. He was no longer that ignorant wimpy kid, and he knew that the reason Fang Zhao was willing to share with him was because of their friendly relationship as co-investors. But many professional athletes did not publicly share their own experiences. Furthermore, it was not like Fang Zhao had accepted him as a disciple or received any tuition fees. Why would Fang Zhao broadcast for free? Lots of people wished to know how the 10th generation operated and had never experienced it before. To think that he would ask Fang Zhao whether it was all right to broadcast. He had not even thought it through before asking the previous question. Cough, my bad. I shouldn't have asked this.
Sure.
Su-ho stared at Fang Zhao in shock. What? You can do a live broadcast, Fang Zhao replied. But Master Zhao, aren't you afraid others will learn from your experiences? Fang Zhao walked over to the 10th generation console. Not afraid. Go on and start it. I'm preparing to speak. Oh yeah, right away. The moment Su-ho started the broadcast, his fans flooded in. Oh, Fatty Su is finally broadcasting. I heard you were beat up by your dad. There are no marks on Fatty Su's face, so he probably received treatment. Fatty Su has a few rebellious days each month and will reject treatment. We are used to it. Trivial matters within the Su family had become a table topic for the people of Muzhou. At the start, people had been too apprehensive to say anything given Su-ho's status, but gradually, after they had become clear on Su-ho's temperament, their words had become more brazen. In the past, Su-ho's old fans who viewed his broadcasts called him Little Fatty Su. After he had taken part in the sheep-herding competition and exercised a lot while training, he had slimmed down. Once the sheep-herding competition ended, despite following experts and running around all the crop fields, the intensity of exercise was not as much as the sheep-herding training had been. When the amount of exercise had decreased, his weight had bounced back up. During puberty, one would grow taller. Su-ho was growing, but he was also gaining weight. Now everyone no longer called him Little Fatty Su, but had changed it to Fatty Su. Some viewers had watched Su-ho grow up. At the start, Su-ho's penchants had been unbearable, but after some time, they had felt that this child was actually interesting. He lacked IQ and did not have much EQ either. Previously, he was always being duped, and he had also offended many people. Never had they expected that Su-ho would have a lucky break and things would change for the better. Although he still did foolish things, everyone would take it lightheartedly and wanted to see him improve. Not like when he had first started where they would call him names like idiot or retard. 2 days ago, a photo of Su-ho after he had received a beating from his father had been revealed. Although everyone seemed to seek pleasure in it, they had inevitably been concerned. Furthermore, when Su-ho had not broadcast for a few days in a row, everyone had begun to worry. Now Su-ho had broadcast once more, and upon seeing that he was fine, everyone started to laugh and joke. But very quickly, Suho's words caught the attention of everyone. Suho had set up an automatic camera lens, which would follow and film Fang Zhao. Suho's voice said, "For everyone's benefit, Master Zhao is willing to share his 10th generation console experience and impart some of his operation techniques for those that have never used a 10th generation before." In the entire world, everyone knew that there were only 100 sets of 10th generation consoles. The majority of gamers had no way of accessing the 10th generation, and users of the 10th generation were unwilling to share their experiences and feelings. Now, upon hearing that Fang Zhao was going to share his experiences, gamers immediately informed all their friends in various chat groups. Gamers from other continents that did not pay attention to Suho or Dongshan Farm also rapidly joined the live stream. Master Zhao? Is Fatty Su talking about the world's #1 in Battle of the Century, alive after 500 years, Fang Zhao? What? My Zhao God would actually broadcast his experience using the 10th generation? Finally, someone has answered our prayers and is willing to share. It really is Fang Zhao, and a 10th generation console. Over there, Fang Zhao had started to explain. As much as possible, he made it clear and easy to comprehend so Suho could remember and understand it. Fang Zhao did not have the notion of concealing anything. He could even share his experience and feelings when composing. The same could be said about his thoughts on the game console. And with Fang Zhao being the first 10th generation user to reach an adaptability value of 99, even professional gamers from big esports clubs tuned in when they received the news. Whether or not it was beneficial, there was nothing to be lost by listening. Who knows, they might even be pleasantly surprised. In no time, every entertainment media outlet also reported on this. Wayne, who had just returned back to Yenzhou and was at the company, also received the news and obtained Suho's live broadcast channel. When he saw the number of viewers in the stream, he broke into a victorious smile. Ha ha ha. With Fang Zhao going to Muzhou, he had thought that there would surely not be many topics and he had been about to stir up some, but looking at it now, there was simply no need for him to step in. The viewership had come. Wayne immediately contacted the company's staff in charge of live broadcasts. What is the company's gaming channel broadcasting now? Just finished a gaming match and it's now airing commercials? Stop it right away. Wayne had the company's gaming channel alter their original program and apply for a live relay. After arranging this, Wayne contacted the operations department and discussed how to make use of this situation and stir it up further. Over at Muzhou's Dongshan Farm, Fang Zhao did not care about how many people were watching the live broadcast and just continued with his explanations. After he had said quite a bit, he asked whether there was anything Suho did not understand or if he had doubts. Fang Zhao could use another method to explain it once more to Suho. Because Fang Zhao had explained it very clearly, some people who did not play games were also listening with great interest. As was Suho listening intently, a supervisor on the farm called, saying that a flying transport had requested to land and rest and would not be staying the night. They would rest for 2 hours before leaving. When it got closer to Memorial Day, the number of flying transports and cars coming and going also increased. Medium and large-scale farms parking space would also have these sorts of requests to park and rest. Suho was in good spirits, so he did not take it seriously. With his status of the farm's owner, Suho agreed to the other party's request to descend. Permit them to stop. It's free of charge, since I'm in a good mood today. Suho turned back to Fang Zhao and said, "Please continue, Master Zhao." But Fang Zhao did not continue. He remained silent for 2 seconds. Suddenly, he yelled, "Get out of here!" Curly Hair, who was lying on the chair, also started to bark. Fang Zhao pulled Suho and ran toward the door. They had not made 2 steps when the earth below them shook violently, as if something had struck the ground forcefully. An immense striking sound drew nearer, and the walls of the gaming room collapsed. The room, which had been constructed less than half a year ago, was reduced to ruins in a flash. There were no traces of Fang Zhao or Suho. Online audiences. Wayne, who was currently formulating a plan with operations staff. The camera managed to avoid the impact and was continuing to run, but the image was no longer clear. Everyone could still see the scene being captured by the camera, even though there was a scratch on the lens and a layer of dust. The gaming room that had only recently been fixed up had been completely demolished, and only ruins remained as dust scattered everywhere, and the half of the room had caved in beneath the floorboards. And to the side of the wreckage, the main culprit was there. The camera's image was limited, but viewers could see a part of it. Viewers with abundant experience could distinguish that it was the wing of a flying transport, but it had been deformed during the impact. Due to the intense vibrations and airflow, the camera was not steady and shook violently. If not for the fact that the camera Su-ho had bought was sturdy, it would probably have been destroyed by the falling debris. Although it wasn't clear in the short 2 seconds that the accident had occurred and nobody could deduce what the two people in the image were up to, upon seeing the scene, what everyone could confirm was that both Fang Zhao and Su-ho were in the room and had been buried. Everything had happened too fast. Viewers that had been full of jest had become stunned. There was a moment of deathly silence in the live broadcast comments section before it burst to life with activity. What happened? Don't tell me they were shooting a movie? That must be it. Shooting a movie my asterisk s. How does this even look like one? What the F asterisk say? We just witnessed an accident. Are Zhaogod and Fatty Sue all right? Holler if you are alive. Holler my asterisk s. They can't hear your comments from there. Hurry up and call for emergency services. Call the police. Which city and district is Dongshan Farm in? Hurry up and get someone over to rescue them. Fatty Sue received a landing request from a flying transport a while back. That's definitely the one that came crashing. Murder. I guarantee you that this is surely a case of premeditated murder. Does this mean that we witnessed a murder case? It's probably fake, right? This whole situation is definitely fake. Wait for the truth. It's not fake. Our farm is within the same district as Dongshan, and the police station is nearby. A police craft just rushed overhead. Such a big mobilization? Not sending police cars, but sending a police craft straight away? Look who has been involved in the accident. One was a member of the Su family, whose online reputation was quite high. The other was someone who had created waves in the gaming circles recently and had a global reputation even higher than Su-ho's. All this had happened during a live broadcast, and the police station's hotlines were nearly jammed. Whether it was a false alarm or not, they would rush over before deciding. Even Su Feng, who had left Dongshan Farm a while back and headed toward Four Elephants' farm, had hurriedly turned back without delay. In Yenzhou, Wayne was pale, and his lips trembled. After giving a report to Duan Xinji, he had requested a flying transport, intending to rush over to Muzhou. The members of the Virtual Projects Department had also wanted to follow but had been rejected by Wayne. The flying transport he had requested was a small one. As Memorial Day was approaching, the company's celebrities were busy rushing to all sorts of activities, and all the flying transports had already been dispatched. If not for the special circumstances, Wayne would not have even been able to get one. Duan Xinji had used special means to get this flying transport promptly. Dongshan Farm. The sun was shining brightly on this cloudless and seemingly warm and peaceful day. However, the bodyguards and employees on Dongshan Farm could feel an icy cold chill running through them. The bodyguards had no time to be in a daze. They headed to the flying transport's energy core first, removing or shutting down anything that had the potential to explode. However, what had happened could not be undone. They could only carry out the rescue operation with haste. Dongshan Farm had not been established for long. Previously, Su-ho had been busy with improving the quality of the soil and cultivating crops, so he had not improved the equipment or facilities in other aspects. Presently, the farm simply did not have the equipment to deal with this predicament, and the bodyguards could only head to nearby farms to borrow the needed equipment. Some flying transports stopped nearby. The image wasn't sharp, but the camera was still operating normally and viewers could still see the situation through it. There are life signals inside. One of Su-ho's bodyguards was reading the display on a piece of detection equipment. Some color returned to his pale face. There are 2 life signals. One of them is the young master's. Viewers watching the broadcast could hear it as well. When they heard this line, everyone collectively let out a sigh of relief. However, when they had just exhaled, they heard the bodyguard say, "And the other life signal is a dog." Viewers. Wayne's legs turned to jelly as he was boarding the flying transport and nearly fell. Only 2 life signals had been detected. One was Su-ho's and the other was a dog's. What about Fang Zhao? When Su-ho had first constructed the house, the material he had used was slightly special and prevented external signals from penetrating, especially so for the game room, where the walls, floor, and ceiling all used that. Some sensor apparatuses that were capable of scanning through walls could not be used normally, and only specialized equipment used by rescue teams were effective. Dongshan Farm was a little far away, and the quickest rescue teams would also need 3 minutes to arrive. However, knowing that Su-ho was alive, the bodyguards felt a little relieved. As Su-ho's bodyguards, Su-ho was naturally of utmost importance. Everything else was secondary. They had also replayed the live broadcast and watched the scene. Managing to stay alive, their young master was really fortunate. However, the rescue teams still needed to get here as soon as possible. Who knew exactly what the situation was like below all the debris, how bad Su-ho's injuries were, or whether there was enough oxygen? A bodyguard shouted, "Young master! Young master, are you all right?" There was no reply. If not for the wreckage, the bodyguards would have rushed in immediately, but there was a limit to human strength. The bits of shattered walls, floorboards, and the ceiling were too heavy for them to move. If they were careless, it could result in more severe consequences. Even if they borrowed proper excavating equipment from nearby farms, they would still have to dig with their bare hands till a professional rescue team arrived, in order to ensure the buried Su-ho's safety. Only a minute had passed since the incident. The circulation rate of the live broadcast was astonishing. News regarding the situation had already been spread, and the viewers joining the stream rose sharply. Whether these viewers played games or not, or whether they knew who Fang Zhao or Su-ho were, audiences around the world were glued to the video of this live broadcast. In the past minute, the number of viewers had jumped from 8 figures to 9 figures, and it was about to break the 10-figure mark. A bodyguard who was in the midst of moving a piece of debris stopped in his tracks and pricked his ears up, listening attentively. What is that sound? The viewers could hear the same sound through the camera's microphone. It sounds like a machine in operation. Flying transport? Are Fatty Sue's bodyguards eating sh*t? They didn't shut off or remove the explosive materials in the flying transport that crashed. A viewer who maintained flying transports retorted, "No, I don't think it sounds like a flying transport. It sounds a little unfamiliar. Look, there is light." Beneath the ruins, something seemed to be flickering. Crack, crack, crack. More sounds could be heard. At the same time, there was movement somewhere in the wreckage. Rumble, rumble. Bits and pieces of small debris tumbled out of the way. A collapsed floorboard measuring about 6 square meters and 30 centimeters thick was slowly being moved out of the way. Shifting a floorboard that big was something that was very difficult for an individual to accomplish. However, that scene was exactly what was happening right now. That shattered floorboard that had collapsed was pushed out of the way, and much of the junk that was on it tumbled to the side. Following that floorboard being pushed away, a white arm appeared in front of everyone. More precisely, it was an arm that was wrapped in some sort of mechanical contraption. 10th generation console arm section. But it differed from the 10th generation console that everyone was so familiar with. This time, the black veins on the 10th generation console were giving off a bright white glow, as if the veins were a channel for transmitting energy. Both online audiences and the bodyguards at the sight of the wreckage were dumbfounded. And as the organism slowly rose from the wreckage, their lifeless expressions gradually became looks of surprise and astonishment, as though they were seeing an alien. The white organism had some dents on it from debris striking it. Although the organism did not seem that bright with all the marks and dust on it, in the eyes of everyone, it seemed to radiate a holy glow. Seeing the organism dragging a person out, the bodyguards snapped out of their daze. Disbelief turned to delight as they strode forward. Fang Zhao was operating the machine, one arm holding off the obstacles on top and in front of him, his other arm supporting Su-ho. Su-ho had lost consciousness, but he did not seem to have any serious injuries. His life signals were also very strong, and there was no danger. Behind Fang Zhao, curly hair followed behind, dragging what seemed to be the deformed helmet of the beginner's console in his mouth. The bodyguard holding onto the vitality detection sensor looked at the 2 life signals displayed on the screen, looked at the white organism dragging Su-ho and the dog following behind them, and understood. The vitality detection sensor was not faulty. It had just been unable to detect the interior of that white organism. That was why the screen only displayed 2 life signals. Compared to Su-ho's bodyguards, who had just recovered from their daze, a huge wave had started to swirl on the internet. An online viewer posted a comment equivalent to a shriek. "Someone tell me what is that thing? Zhao God, this time, I really have to kneel." New viewers that had been attracted over by the news were stupefied. Is that a new model exoskeleton power mecha? Isn't it too weak to actually have so many dents and scratches? Is it made from paper? Damn you and your mecha. Does the brother above me not play any games? Do you know Bird? This is Bird's 10th generation console. No, perhaps we should say that it is a mecha within a game console, or a game console come fighting suit. Someone added on. The eyeballs of all other users of the 10th generation console from big esports clubs across the world were nearly popping out at that moment. The 10th generation console has such a function too? At the same time, Bird's R&D department's chief engineer Chowkin exclaimed, "Protection mode? I only briefly mentioned it to him once. Never did I expect that he would really use it. This little fellow has decent wits. It's him. Let's make preparations for him to be a spokesperson. Wasn't it only a year of military service? They could wait. Negotiate the endorsement deal first." The 10th generation console came pre-built with a protection mode, but it was still in an experimental phase and not everyone could use it. At most, it could protect the user's body, but controlling the machine was more difficult. It was not as easy as it was in-game. If one was to forcibly try to control it, there was a possibility of suffering brain damage. Therefore, when the first batch of 10th generation consoles had been released, engineers had only given users a brief explanation of the protection mode. Users had been told that in the event of emergency or danger, this mode could be activated and the machine would safeguard the user as much as possible. Also, upon activation, the machine would automatically cover the user's body in a flash. Chowkin kept replaying the video. During the split second when the accident had occurred, the camera had shaken too violently as dust and debris fell all around, affecting its line of sight. But from that short and blurry image and his understanding of the 10th generation, Chowkin could deduce what had happened. During that brief instant, Fang Zhao, who had originally been pulling Su-ho toward the door, had stopped abruptly, retraced his steps, and activated the 10th generation console. Although the 10th generation was not equipped on either Fang Zhao or Su-ho, the one who activated it was Fang Zhao, as he was also closest to it. The 10th generation console activated in protection mode and automatically wrapped itself around Fang Zhao, who then shielded Su-ho from the impact as the ceilings and walls came crashing down. As for that dog, maybe it was just very lucky, crouching beside the beginner's console, which took the brunt of the impact. Curly hair caught Chowkin's attention for a while before he rewound the video and analyzed it once more. Once Dongshan Farm had settled down, he decided that he would ask Fang Zhao for a detailed breakdown of his experience using it. This would help promote the 10th generation console system. The effectiveness of the 10th generation's protection mode left him very satisfied. From a manufacturing point of view, this incident was a pretty good advertisement and had proven the feasibility of the 10th generation's protection mode. The company's publicity staff would definitely not let this opportunity slip by. If only we could pull Fang Zhao into a laboratory to aid in our research and development, Chowkin thought to himself regretfully. He could only feel sorry, given Fang Zhao's commercial value now. Silverwing absolutely would not let him go. Previously, there had been 10th generation console users who wished to use it as an exoskeleton mecha to act cool, but they had found the machine too difficult to operate. Therefore, when the 10th generation console had hit the market, some people had ridiculed it as being just a toy. This was also the reason everyone had only seen it as just a gaming console. But now, owners of the 10th generation console felt like they were exam candidates and saw Fang Zhao as someone who had gotten hold of the examination answers. They all wanted to know what Fang Zhao had learned from using it, but right now, Fang Zhao had no time to bother with all this. Once Su-ho was handed over to his bodyguards, Fang Zhao immediately headed back to the wreckage. Besides them, there were others still buried underneath. Zuiyu had been standing outside the gaming room when the accident had happened. The extent of the damage to that area was slightly better than the gaming room. When Fang Zhao had discovered Zuiyi's body had not had any mortal injuries, he had just been knocked out cold. There were fractures in his arms and lower leg, but with current medical standards, these could be considered minor injuries. After Zuiyu, Fang Zhao pulled out from the wreckage 2 other bodyguards of Su Ho and a farm employee who had been cleaning the room. Other than one bodyguard who was seriously hurt, the other 2 had only received minor injuries and would be out of danger after some medical treatment. The flying transport had crashed into the gaming room. The other areas had not been that badly affected. As Fang Zhao moved across the wreckage, he was also thinking about what had happened. Su Ho had used high-quality materials when constructing the house. If they were more normal materials, the entire house might have been flattened immediately when the flying transport had come crashing down. When the rescue team arrived, Fang Zhao had just rescued the last person. After the rescue team landed with all the excavating equipment, the rescue team captain pointed at the white organism that seemed to have electrical circuits running through it and was walking through the wreckage. The captain asked one of Su Ho's bodyguards, "What is that?" They had watched the live broadcast on their own flying transport, but when seeing the situation for themselves, it still seemed inconceivable. That bodyguard of Su Ho had a relaxed smile and replied, "That is Fang Zhao using the 10th generation console." "Oh, you guys might not know about the 10th generation," the bodyguard passionately explained to the rescue team. The rescue team captain had a complicated expression on his face. "It really is a game console? Since when were game consoles able to do this?" Su Ho's bodyguard shrugged. He had no idea either. Watching Fang Zhao move away the large floorboard a while ago, it seemed like the 10th generation console had some special characteristics of a power exoskeleton suit other than just being looking similar. As Fang Zhao walked over from the wreckage, Su Ho's bodyguards hurriedly handed him some water and helped Fang Zhao peel off the 10th generation console that was full of scratches and dents. The energy has been depleted, and the body frame has suffered more than 40% damage. "It needs repairing," Fang Zhao said. Su Ho's bodyguard immediately replied, "That's not a problem." To him, Su Ho's safety was the first priority. As for sending the console in for repairs, even if it meant spending a lot of money, it would be no issue. Over at the other side, Su Ho had woken up, and he heard a bodyguard recount the situation. His game console that had been just delivered and had not been used for more than an hour had been damaged to that extent. Su Ho felt a little heartache, but he also felt that it was especially worth it. Comparing a machine to human life, the latter was definitely more important. Furthermore, this machine had not only saved one person. If it had not been delivered today, the consequences could have been disastrous, and even his own life may have been forfeit. As a Su family member and a minor who had an especially high exposure in the limelight, since he was young, Su Ho had encountered many kidnapping and assassination attempts. Luckily for him, there had always been a timely intervention. Later on, perhaps because Su Ho was rather useless and did not have much influence in the Su family, the rate of such incidents had decreased. But after the sheep-herding competition, with his status in the Su family on the rise and his even more frequent appearances in the public eye, all these troublesome matters had started returning. If he hid away in a remote region and kept a low profile, no one would think about Su Ho, but Su Ho was someone who could not do so. Just watching the news for the past few days, anyone would know Su Ho was not someone to stay out of sight. This matter was out of hand and had a wide impact. Su Ho did not need to request for help, for the Su family would step in with full force with regard to this matter. This affair did not just target Su Ho, it was a public provocation of the Su family's status in Muzhou. Fang Zhao looked at Su Ho, who was sitting down with a blank look, and asked, "You all right?" This kid would have suffered a concussion and become even more dumb, wouldn't he? He was already quite foolish. If Su Ho became any more dumb, he might really become retarded. Su Ho snapped out of it and flashed a smile. "I'm all right. I really have to thank Master Zhao this time around. Credit goes to your 10th generation console. When this is over, I will give you a detailed explanation on how to use the 10th generation's protection mode. I didn't get the chance to teach you just now." Fang Zhao then continued, "Does this happen a lot?" "I'm used to it." Su Ho might have said this, but this time had really been a huge scare for him. Although Fang Zhao had used the 10th generation to protect Su Ho and he had only received minor injuries before he had lost consciousness. Buried beneath the rubble, the fear of being unable to breathe in the darkness had been etched into his mind. At this point, Suho suddenly felt some regret. Had he been wrong to purchase such a remote farm? He had not thought too much when purchasing the farm. If only he had been a person who considered carefully, he wouldn't have been cheated. He used to think that the place was remote, so no one would find him and give him trouble. The farmland was cheap at that price, too. Never had he expected that these disturbances would follow him despite him being out of the way. As they were speaking, curly hair dragged the deformed helmet of the beginner's console over. When Suho saw it, his gloomy outlook somewhat dissipated. He was touched. Curly hair, thanks. Thank you for bringing it out. Master Zhao, look, curly hair is deserving of being a champion dog. He is too considerate. He knew how important the beginner's console was to me. That's why he brought it out. Suho took a few steps forward and squatted down to receive the beginner's console that had accompanied him for so many years from Curly Hair's mouth. He pulled once, but it didn't budge. He pulled once more, but the dog still bit onto it tightly. Fang Zhao gave a low cough. Cough. The dog loosened its jaw. Suho's slight doubts returned to being moved as he took the deformed console and hugged Curly Hair as his eyes became clouded with tears. He only let go when he received a call from Su Feng. Watching Suho's back as he walked away, Curly Hair stood in the same spot. His tail drooped, his nostrils flared, and he let out some whimpers. I'll get one for you when we return, Fang Zhao muttered. Curly Head immediately stopped whimpering, and his tail shot up and started wagging vigorously. He even enthusiastically went to the wreckage to see if anything else required his help and conveniently led the dogs to patrol the farm. Su Feng's flying transport arrived shortly after. When he saw that the state of Suho and the farm were not as bad as he expected, only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Suho, you didn't go online? Su Feng asked.
No.
Suho was still hugging the beginner's console. When had he even had the time to go online to read the news? Su Feng's eyes widened slightly. Your console's price has risen. No, it has straight up doubled in value. On his way to Dongshan Farm, the price of a 10th generation console had already been stirred up to 160 million. Right now, it was already 200 million. For many people, 200 million was indeed extremely expensive. This sort of money could buy a decent farm in Muzhou, or allow someone to live comfortably. However, now, a game console with some special features would cost that much. These people were downright crazy. When Fiery Bird had previously publicly showcased Fang Zhao's adaptability of 99 when using the 10th generation console, its impact had not had the same intensity and scope compared to now. This unexpected accident had caused an uproar in the market for the 10th generation consoles, and many people were in a frenzy to try and snap one of them up. There were only 100 such consoles in the world, though. How could the prices not be jacked up so much? An exoskeleton power suit was something the masses had no way of coming into contact with. Even with all the money in the world, one might not necessarily get to use an exoskeleton power suit. Since that was the case, why not use a game console to satisfy their cravings? This was more exciting than speeding in an expensive car. This was a new generation of pretentious items. Furthermore, it could even save lives. Suho, someone within the family wants to buy that 10th generation console, Su Feng said. But given the friendship between us, if you do decide to resell it, why not pass it to me? Resell? Suho stared at the bruised and battered 10th generation console and told Su Feng, Master Zhao says it can no longer be used normally and requires repairs. No problem. If you sell it to me, I will take care of such matters. You won't have to fork out a single cent for repairs, Su Feng replied promptly. Suho's father had read the latest reports online, and he felt a sense of regret. From a businessman's point of view, if the price continued going up, the value of the machine would continue rising. Who wouldn't want that? Suho felt that the 10th generation console had saved him and the others. In the future, should any such incidents happen when Fang Zhao were not around, he could still use the method Fang Zhao would teach him and use the 10th generation for protection. While Suho and Su Feng were talking, Fang Zhao received a text message from Chao Can. Fiery Bird's chief R&D engineer, Chao Can, says your 10th generation console will be repaired for free Fang Zhao told Suho. Really? Can it be returned to its original state? Suho asked. According to Chao Kan, yes. That's great. I'm not selling the 10th generation console. As he said that, Suho logged on to his social platform and posted a new status. So thankful for it saving my life. I'm not selling. The accompanying picture was of the battered and dusty 10th generation console placed in front of the wreckage. After that, the rescue team took over. There was no longer anyone that needed saving, but buried beneath the wreckage were seeds and fertilizer that were being stored. To the people of Muzhou, these were all important items. The Su family had already dispatched someone over to investigate the matter. The statement he released was that the flying transport that had requested clearance to land had suffered a system malfunction, but how many people actually believed that was another matter? By the time Wayne arrived, the accident scene had already been cleared and the wreckage no longer remained. The specialized equipment the rescue team brought was indeed efficient. Confirming that Fang Zhao was fine and Zuiyu was no longer in any danger, Wayne urged Fang Zhao to return to Yenzhou. I feel that it's best if you return with me. You have seen the farm and fetched your dog. It's time for us to go. I have brought along a medical team. They say that after Zuiyu's wound is treated, he can be transferred back without any issues. Besides, whether this matter was a terrorist act or a personal grudge, the Su family will handle it, so there is no need for you to stay here. Let's head back to discuss how to handle the news conference. Now that this has happened, the media are sure to ask. Fang Zhao mulled it over for a bit and agreed to Wayne's suggestion. Suho and Su Feng wanted to thank Fang Zhao with at least a meal, but Wayne could not wait to get Fang Zhao out of this place where inconveniences were rife. As long as they left this place, Fang Zhao would not encounter these sorts of situations. He had hoped that Fang Zhao would make his presence felt, but if it was this sort, Wayne did not want it. His heart could not bear the stress. Thus, even without getting dinner, Wayne led Fang Zhao along into the flying transport and headed back for Yenzhou. On the journey back to Yenzhou, Fiery Bird's deputy director Tang Can personally contacted Fang Zhao and requested Fang Zhao endorse the 10th generation console. Not right now, of course. After all, it had not yet started mass production, but their plan was to book him in advance. Wayne was listening intently beside Fang Zhao, and he felt all sorts of complicated feelings in his heart. The company's professional teams had not even started their publicity campaigns before Memorial Day and had spent over 10 hours in a meeting coming up with the programs that took up 10 pages worth of files. Yet before anything had started, Fang Zhao had already received the endorsement role that every single big esports club was eyeing. The first thing Fang Zhao did after returning to Yenzhou was buy a beginner's console online. It was as if Curly Hair had discovered a brand new world. He became addicted to the world of gaming. There was no end in sight. When he had been in Muzhou, he'd had to restrain himself, only sneaking into the gaming room to get his fix whenever he had the chance. But now that he was back in Yenzhou and he was all alone, Curly Hair could go all out. But Fang Zhao only let him play single console games. He wasn't allowed to go online. Even though the internet was a simulated version of the real world, more often than not, you never knew whether an actual person or not was on the other end. Since using a 10th generation console and becoming aware of the data collection Fiery Bird was conducting, Fang Zhao knew that there were no secrets in this virtual world, especially when it came to machines controlled by your brain. Folks of average ability could get by. No one would notice you. But if you stood out, people would investigate, and there were no secrets. Brain waves could be identified by certain markers. Fang Zhao didn't want to risk Curly Hair being singled out. Thankfully, for now Curly Hair was simply addicted to single console games and knew he couldn't get online and go all out. Fang Zhao had learned of some of the conclusions from the investigation into the Dongshan farm flying transport crash while chatting with Su Ho after returning to Yenzhou. The pilot of the transport had committed suicide. The other passengers were students from other continents holidaying in Muzhou. The pilot was a local Muzhou resident who had been recommended to them. Who could have known something like this would go down? The students had been heavily injured and even more traumatized than Su Ho, probably with lingering effects. There are two possibilities. Either it's a sociopath or an enemy of the Su family. Su Ho had calmed down. In any case, threats like this had become routine. Su Ho's father's other bastard sons wouldn't be so stupid as to target him like that. Typically, the elders didn't get involved in feuds between youngsters in the family. they tended to turn a blind eye. Adversity was the breeding ground for true leaders, after all, but the flying transport attack was the equivalent of throwing down the gauntlet to the Su family. There was a limit to what Su-ho could say. He also wasn't privy to too many details. He was just a kid who wasn't particularly smart, so the elders wouldn't let him in on core matters before he raised his IQ. Seems that our community isn't entirely crime-free, Fang Zhao said. Indeed, there are many things that go down in the dark that are kept secret from the public, but most of these potential disasters are preempted. Today, they arrested 2 attempted bombers in the Martyrs' Cemetery. Events like these are never reported. Even folks who paid their respects today won't have noticed. Memorial Day was when the Martyrs' cemeteries saw their traffic peak. Apart from the cemetery guards assigned to the core area, the government typically deployed additional guards to ensure that worship activities could proceed uninterrupted. Fang Zhao wasn't planning on joining the ruckus this year. His status was different compared to last year. He was a public figure with quite a few fans, so he planned on visiting the Martyrs' cemeteries in various continents after Memorial Day, when there were fewer visitors. With the Su family stepping in to contain the fallout over the Dongshan farm plane crash, online discussion of the incident had tapered off significantly over the past 3 days. Regardless of how folks spun the event, whether it was a brilliantly executed marketing ploy or some earth-shattering conspiracy, the level of attention was declining with the approach of Memorial Day. On January 20th, Silverwing's virtual projects and gaming departments held a joint press conference. The company officially announced that Jinro was taking over as captain of their gaming team and that Dorian would serve as his deputy. Fang Zhao was scheduled to start his military service in April and would go on temporary leave. The departure of Fang Zhao didn't necessarily deal a blow to the team's prospects, though. Jinro had been personally trained by Fang Zhao. On paper, Fang Zhao was much younger than Jinro, but between Jinro himself or Silverwing fans, no one considered it a problem. Fang Zhao's gaming prowess was a well-established fact. Wayne also announced that the team would be adding new members in the near future, but their identities would be kept secret for now. Silverwing's performance the past few months had prompted quite a few pro gamers to consider jumping ship. This time, it was Wayne's turn to play hard to get. In the past, he'd had to make the rounds, begging people to join. Now he was the one being sought out. It was sweet vindication. As the focus of the press attention, Fang Zhao was inundated with questions. Some journalists also asked him about the Dongshan farm crash. Fang Zhao just waved it off as an accident without elaborating. Silverwing's PR staff would follow up with journalists. In other news, Fang Zhao also revealed during the press conference that Fiery Bird would soon be making an announcement about their 10th generation console's protection mode, but that it recommended customers not try it out before then. In fact, Fang Zhao hadn't been able to control the console on demand right away. He'd only went out on a limb because Su-ho had been in a bad spot, buried in rubble and struggling to breathe. The other focus of the entertainment journalists was Fang Zhao's imminent military service. Celebrities entering the military always got the media excited. Reporters were always trying to find a point of controversy, like a certain star parlaying connections into an easy assignment, a star lying about working as a miner on a faraway planet while in actuality vacationing on a newly colonized planet, or someone faking their service records. Many people wanted to use their connections to secure an easy posting. The thing was, only a few could manage to do so. Others could only watch with envy and vent their frustrations online, posting spiels about special treatment. Public figures like celebrities were a regular target. If Fang Zhao received a relaxed posting, the pundits would show no mercy. But Fang Zhao didn't announce any details about his assignment. Even Wayne didn't know. Duan Qianji asked Fang Zhao several times, but all he said was that he would decide after visiting his great-grandfather in Yinbei on Memorial Day. On January 26th, Fang Zhao rented a flying car and drove from Qian to Yinbei himself with curly hair in tow. Security was especially tight during the Memorial Day period, and the amount of vehicle traffic increased the closer to Memorial Day one got. Fang Zhao had to clear a security checkpoint before entering Yinbei's city limits. There was tons of traffic and a long queue leading to the checkpoint. The good thing was that the security checks were quite swift. What seemed to be a long queue could in fact be processed quite quickly. After lining up for about 10 minutes, Fang Zhao drove his car into the security checkpoint. Besides his car undergoing a scan for dangerous items, the driver's personal information also came up automatically on the screen of the inspector. When he noticed Fang Zhao's personal details on the screen, the inspector's expression went from serious to surprised, but he regained his composure quickly. He walked out of his booth, approached Fang Zhao's car, and signaled Fang Zhao to lower his car window. It was common for inspectors to randomly screen drivers and passengers in person, so the inspector's appearance didn't strike the drivers lined up behind Fang Zhao as odd. The stern-faced inspector walked up to Fang Zhao's car. After Fang Zhao lowered his window, the inspector pulled out a paper notebook and pen from his pocket and handed them to Fang Zhao. "Sir, could I trouble you for an autograph?" Fang Zhao eyed the inspector's tense expression and smiled. "Sure thing." He took the pen and notebook, flipped to a blank page, signed his name, and then handed the pen and notebook back. "Thank you." The inspector struggled to suppress his smile as he held off on taking his pen and notebook. Resuming his solemn expression as if he were conducting official business, he handed over a stamp pad. "Could I trouble your passenger in the back to sign as well?" Fang Zhao glanced at Curly Hair, who was kneeling on the back seat. He waved him over, grabbed one of his paws, placed it on the stamp pad, and then pressed it onto the inspector's notebook. The inspector took his pen and notebook and tucked them away carefully. His face was still tense as he took a step back and bowed slightly. "Thank you. Happy Memorial Day. Welcome back to Yanbei. I wish you and your family good health, and I wish you swift sailing. Happy Memorial Day." Fang Zhao closed his car window and drove away. Although the security personnel was delighted, he did not brag to his friends about receiving the signatures right away. After all, Fang Zhao had chosen to use a plain car, which meant that Fang Zhao did not want to be recognized, so he decided to only share it after Memorial Day. Fang Zhao headed straight to his destination after entering Yanbei City. He had bought a place in Yanbei last year. It was still winter, and many people wore scarves. Fang Zhao had a scarf and cap on, so it was not easy for him to be recognized. As for Curly Hair, Fang Zhao placed the dog in his bag and carried him. Fang Zhao spent the night in his apartment, and on the 27th, he brought Curly Hair along to his second uncle's place to visit his two elders. Last November, his second uncle and aunt had asked Fang Zhao whether he would be returning for Memorial Day. Second uncle's oldest son, Fang Yu, had gone to serve the military and would not be back to celebrate Memorial Day. This time, only Fang Qi and their daughter Fang Ling would be home. Fang Zhao drove the inconspicuous rental car over to second Uncle Fang's place for a meal with the 4 members of that family and agreed to their warm invitation to stay the night. Upon seeing Fang Zhao once more, second uncle and second aunt Fang were slightly more uncomfortable. They behaved like they were guests rather than hosts. Last year, Fang Zhao was only promising, but this year was too alarming. Every day, they would find out more about Fang Zhao in the entertainment news. Sometimes Fang Zhao even appeared in the headlines. Of course, they felt gratified. After all, Fang Zhao was their nephew. The next morning, which was also Memorial Day, Fang Zhao drove the rental car and brought the other 4 to the retirement center. On the journey to the retirement home, second uncle and second aunt Fang filled Fang Zhao in on the happenings of the past year. Fang Yu's military service was going smoothly, and every once in a while, he reported that he was fine. He would be completing his service this year and returning home. Both second uncle and second aunt Fang were extremely glad and were counting down the days. Besides Fang Yu, they also talked about great-grandfather Fang. In the past year, second uncle and second aunt Fang had visited great-grandfather Fang on some small occasions, as always, but unlike past years, great-grandfather Fang had contacted them more often and had voluntarily showed an interest in their family. For example, Fang Yu's military service developments and others. This had made second uncle and second aunt Fang overwhelmed by favor. Great-grandfather Fang had also asked about Fang Zhao, but when he talked about Fang Zhao, his facial expressions had been way more obvious. While second uncle Fang recounted all of this to Fang Zhao, second aunt Fang, Fang Qi, and Fang Ling were all seated in the back row of the car, along with a not-too-large curly-haired dog. Fang Qi and Fang Ling were using a comb to brush Curly Hair's fur as second aunt Fang sat beside them, watching and worrying that her 2 children would pull on its fur too hard. When she had seen the dog yesterday, she'd had no idea what to feed it and had been afraid that the food she prepared might not be suitable for it. Luckily, Fang Zhao had brought along dog food. Watching for a while, second Aunt Fang had not been able to help but reach out and pet it. They all knew the value of this dog, and her hands had trembled as she touched the fur. Memorial Day was the liveliest part of the year at the retirement center, and there were lots of people coming and going, just like previous years. Today, great-grandfather and great-grandmother Fang had woken up early, changed into a brand new set of festive clothes, and sat at the door waiting for the younger generations to come. 1 hour, 2 hours. The visitors kept streaming in non-stop. There were also favorable younger generations that came to visit, and the two elders counseled them and gave out red packets. It seemed just the same as previous years. However, today, the two elders kept looking out the window and kept checking for incoming messages, more than 10 times within an hour. Everyone who noticed the two elders doing this gave a pained expression. Who were they waiting for? Who else could it be? The two elders were basically only pleasant to the youngest generations. In the past, they had treated their grandkids' generation well, but now that they had a generation of great-grandchildren, they treated this batch better. And among their great-grandchildren, Fang Zhao was the one with the best achievements. Ding! A notification of a text message. Great-grandfather Fang's eyebrows rose, and he rapidly checked it and replied. Fang Zhao had arrived at the retirement center and parted ways with second Uncle Fang's family. After parking the car, he entered through another way. Fang Zhao had sent the two elders a text message when he'd arrived, as this arrangement had been requested by the two elders. Fang Zhao was no longer the same as before. He was a rather famous celebrity now. There were many youngsters visiting the retirement center today, and if he were recognized, it could have an undesirable effect on the retirement center. Great-grandfather Fang had told him to head straight to their residence first and rest if there were no pressing matters. After the two elders were done here, they would head back to have a chat with Fang Zhao. After parking the car and walking over to the two elders' residence, he passed by a family that were also here to visit their elders. The father was teaching his secondary school son how to win the favor of their elders. He noticed his son's mind wandering and was a little angry. "What are you looking at? Did you hear what I just said?" The teenager pointed at the figure that was passing by them. "That man seems kind of familiar. There are so many people every year. There are bound to be some familiar faces. He looks like my idol." The father heard what was said and slapped his son across the back of his head. "Of all the things to learn, you learned how to chase after celebrities." Fang Zhao headed to the house number great-grandfather Fang had given him and found the two elders' residence. The door had already been remotely unlocked. Fang Zhao sat in the living room and waited. He did not check out the other rooms. Around 4 in the afternoon, the two elders returned, and they even brought Fang Zhao a big portion of dinner. "Have you decided on where to go for your military service?" said great-grandfather Fang when he entered and sat down. The two elders had found out from second Uncle Fang that Fang Zhao had a military posting that he could use to go wherever he wanted to go. But now, Fang Zhao had a wide reputation and the media was all over him. Great-grandfather Fang was afraid that Fang Zhao was too young and not clear-headed enough. A wrong choice at this juncture could be his downfall. If Fang Zhao brazenly went and received special treatment, he would surely be condemned by the media. "I wish to serve on a warship," Fang Zhao replied. "Warship?" Great-grandfather Fang's brows scrunched up and his smiling expression vanished. "Above or below?" Above meant a space warship. Below meant a battleship within the planet. The difficulty levels for serving on these two ships were very far apart. One was arduous and dangerous, the other relatively relaxed. "Above," Fang Zhao said firmly. Great-grandfather Fang went blank. He had never expected Fang Zhao to actually make such a choice. "Why?" "I just wished to." This time, great-grandfather Fang knitted his eyebrows and was deep in thought for quite a while. If Fang Zhao had chosen a military service program that was too easy, great-grandfather Fang had originally intended to recommend a military service program that he had spent months picking for Fang Zhao. The place was not considered too far away from Earth. The further away one was from the home planet, the harder the military service was, but it was also not so near as to draw the ire of cynics. In terms of ranking, the most demanding military service vocations were on exploratory spaceships. The tasks were arduous and filled with uncertainty. The unknown was almost the scariest. "Don't be impulsive," great-grandfather Fang reminded him. He thought that Fang Zhao had been swayed by public opinion. I'm not impulsive. I have been planning this since last year. Fang Zhao's choice came as a surprise to great-grandfather Fang, yet he also felt gratified. Finally, there was a younger generation who took the initiative to select a spaceship for their military service. If I remember correctly, there are currently 2 Explorer-class spaceships in active service, Acturus and Formalhaut. I heard that the original plan was for 4 spaceships to undergo exploratory missions, but at the end-of-year conference, it was decided that the pace of outer space explorations should be tightened and focus more on understanding the areas that have already been explored. The military funding saved would also be used for development and construction on known planets. However, these policies might be changed at any time. You can check out their latest developments first. On the military service application homepage, you can choose to view the positions according to difficulty. The 2 most difficult positions are probably the vocations on spaceships, and there will be some introductions and explanations there. That meant to say that when Fang Zhao was applying for military service, all he needed to do was select the most difficult applications. Generally speaking, these difficult military positions could be voluntarily applied for, but every year, there were very little people who did so. Great-grandmother Fang shot a disapproving look at her husband. Eat first. Little Zhao hasn't touched his food since he came. Great-grandfather Fang returned a recalcitrant look. This old lady had clearly been even more anxious than him yesterday, but now that they had gotten their answer, she wanted to act like the good guy. Fang Zhao's choice pleased the 2 elders, but at the same time, it worried them. The degree of difficulty and danger was higher than most. In their eyes, Fang Zhao was a talent in the entertainment scene, a man of art and literature. They were afraid that Fang Zhao was still an inexperienced and young man. After all, reality was different from a game, and people who were different from their in-game persona were commonly seen. Fang Zhao wanted to leave at night, but was stopped by the 2 elders. Just stay here and go back after you have sorted out your military service. We can give you counsel and whatever reply you get. I am able to help you ask around, great-grandfather Fang said. The sky was gradually getting dark and visitors to the retirement center had slowed. Many elderly were sitting together and chatting about the younger generations in their own family. Great-grandfather Fang brought the dog out, looking especially pretentious. Hey, this dog looks familiar, a retired elder said. Isn't this the Muzhou championship-winning dog that trended in the news a while back? It's that dog that is worth 100 million? Great-grandfather Fang was pleased. Yes, it's that dog. But your memories aren't so good. This dog isn't from Muzhou. It was brought over to Muzhou by my great-grandson to compete, and now he has brought it back. Come, Curly Hair. Say hello to this bunch of old fellows. Curly Hair showed due respect and barked, woof. Great-grandfather Fang often bragged about Fang Zhao. Among his great-grandchildren, the most famous was Fang Zhao. Furthermore, Fang Zhao's exposure rate in the news had indeed been very high the past couple of weeks. So many people in the retirement center knew that Fang Zhao was old man Fang's great-grandson. Your great-grandson is here? Why, old Fang, are you trying to get some preferential treatment for your great-grandson? Someone joked. SK, do I look like that sort of person? He is voluntarily applying for his military service position. Tomorrow, when the application system opens, I will let him submit his application, said great-grandfather Fang with a righteous look on his face. There were only a few positions that could be applied for voluntarily. These were the ones that the majority did not wish to get posted to. A few old folks at the retirement center stared at old man Fang in astonishment. Are you talking big? Can you bear to see your celebrity great-grandson head to that sort of places? Who says I can't bear to? Youngsters can always use some training and build character. I don't hope that he fights for military accomplishments. After all, that's not the path he is taking. I'm just letting him head to the most arduous places to gain experience and improve himself. This way, he can go much farther in the future. Hee hee. The old folks at the retirement center who know old man Fang's temperament well only chuckled but did not say anything. If they really believed his words, the 100+ years they had lived would have been in vain. But regardless of what anybody else thought, the next morning, Fang Zhao accessed the military service application system and followed great-grandfather Fang's suggestion, arranging the vocations from difficult to easy. Just as great-grandfather Fang had said, The vocations of the highest difficulty were on the Arcturus and Formalhaut. Great-grandfather Fang had recommended he apply to serve on the Arcturus. The spaceship Arcturus had been in active service for a longer time, and most of the crew on board were experienced and would not panic when they came across situations. Fang Zhao filled in his personal information and submitted the application. As not many people applied for these military service programs with high difficulty, the audit was quick, and Fang Zhao received a reply in the afternoon. Rejected. On the next page, the reason: background check failed. Not suitable for military service on a spaceship. Fang Zhao stared at the 3 words background check failed and could not understand why this reason had caused him to be rejected. His files had no criminal records, and his life on the Black Street was unlikely to result in this. Many people had history in the Black Streets, and even some military officials also came from the Black Streets. Mulling it over for a bit, Fang Zhao then submitted an application for the Formalhaut. Early the next morning, Fang Zhao received a reply. Rejected. Reason: background check failed. Not suitable for military service on a spaceship. Fang Zhao. Not just Fang Zhao, even the 2 old Fangs, with their wealth of experience, were puzzled at this reply. Background check failed? He had never broken the law, been a danger to society, or even received demerits while schooling. Why had he failed the background check? Great-grandfather Fang was seething with anger. He sought out an old comrade to ask around. His old comrade sent someone to check it out before replying to great-grandfather Fang. The other party said, I don't know whether or not it is true, but I heard that they don't accept celebrities. Don't accept celebrities? There is a new policy now? Great-grandfather Fang just could not understand this. Voluntarily applying for the most difficult place would actually be met with a merciless rejection on the grounds of a background check? What did being a celebrity have to do with being suitable for military service on a spaceship? Besides, he had paid attention to the relevant decrees and had not seen any clear-cut rules that stated celebrities were unable to serve on board. The audit personnel would indeed get to see information not displayed in the files. For example, for certain reasons, they might feel that a particular applicant was not suitable for work on a spaceship. Right now, celebrities were what they did not want. Great-grandfather Fang used a few means to ask around. A lot of information on spaceships was highly classified and could not be released to the public, and the people were bound by confidentiality agreements that had not expired. However, great-grandfather Fang asked many old comrades and still managed to get a little information. Compiling the information, the general idea was this: celebrities and the like only showed off on spaceships. They couldn't do anything properly and had lots of trifling matters. Just a bunch of trouble. We don't want them. Whoever wants them can have them. Ending the call, great-grandfather Fang fell silent. He had been retired for too long and had already forgotten that celebrities were discriminated against in many places. Fang Zhao's records were indeed clean, but he was still considered a celebrity, and the 2 spaceships were unwilling to accept his application. Great-grandfather Fang sat in silence for a while, then suggested to Fang Zhao, how about applying one more time? Fang Zhao felt a sense of regret that he was unable to get on the Arcturus or Formalhaut, but since their internal department had such unwritten rules, he would also not try and force his way in. Thus, Fang Zhao decided to select somewhere else. No need. I will just apply for the 3rd most difficult military service program. The 2 old Fangs gathered around the screen. You have decided to pick the 3rd-ranked one? What is it? Mining, Fang Zhao replied. Mining? That's no good. It's too remote, and the environment and climate are both horrendous. If you pick mining, why not let the military automatically assign you? Odds are you will be assigned to a planet for mining, or to construction for a planet's base. That is more likely. Great-grandfather Fang felt that this was not suitable. According to him, since Fang Zhao could not enter the 2 military service programs he had hoped for, all other programs were not very different. In any case, if it was not mining, it would be expanding and constructing bases for the future of humanity. Whether it was near or far from Earth was no different, so rather than heading to a far and remote place to mine, settling for the automatic assignment would be better. But Fang Zhao's thinking was different. He had chosen that program not because it was ranked 3rd for difficulty, but because, among all the planets that had started development, this was the furthest one from Earth. Fang Zhao wanted to see for himself how far humanity had progressed in these 500 years. Not counting space travel, only places where they had genuinely taken root, began construction, and stepped foot on. Without hesitation, Fang Zhao submitted an application for this military service program. Unlike the previous two, this application received a reply very quickly, and the reply this time was not rejected, but approved. However, approved did not mean that Fang Zhao had gotten in. He still needed to submit the results of a physical examination. Fang Zhao would need to head to an appointed hospital for a medical. This medical was not the commonly seen kind. Rather, it was an examination to check whether the applicant's constitution could withstand long-haul space travel. The appointed hospital was in Qian City's military district. Over at the hospital, those in charge of the medicals were gathered together and gossiping about the latest entertainment news. Normally, the place was quite empty, so those on duty were not old doctors. Experienced old doctors were always very busy. Those that remained here were some interns from medical college, or a few youngsters that had just started the job. In any case, most people that came here for a medical were applicants for military service programs or were about to serve. All they needed to do here was operate the machines and run tests on the applications. As these few people were talking animatedly, they received a notification. Someone actually voluntarily applied. The preliminary application has gone through, and the person should be coming for a medical during these next 2 days. Oh, it is Planet Baiji. He probably did not think things through. I reckon it's another idiot who applied in the spur of the moment. The youngster closest to the door stared ahead blankly and lifted his arm to tap at his colleagues who were still talking. The idiot you guys were talking about has arrived. Fang Zhao walked in wearing a cap that was pushed low. When he got here, there were no other idle people around, so he took off his cap. Fang Zhao looked at the door number while asking, "Is this the medical center for military service personnel?" Yes. This is the place. Are you Fang? Fang Zhao, you are the one who applied for Planet Baiji? Fang Zhao nodded his head. That's me. This way, please. The few youngsters led Fang Zhao in and began operating the machines and examining Fang Zhao. At the same time, their hearts were screaming violently. Why is it Fang Zhao? Baiji planet. So far away and the conditions are bad. Why go all the way there to suffer? Has your brain gone stupid from playing all those games? 5 minutes later, he received an evaluation of excellent for his physical examination. Once the medical results were released, they were uploaded to the military service application webpage. In no time, Fang Zhao's application status changed from application received to application approved. Fang Zhao was to report for duty on March 1st in Yinzhou's military district. When the time came, he would undergo a month of military training, and in April, he would be sent to Planet Baiji. Wayne's jaw dropped when he found out that Fang Zhao had applied for Baiji. Why didn't you think things through? Why did you choose this? Wayne just could not comprehend why Fang Zhao had prepared for so long and yet picked this option. Helpless, Wayne contacted Duan Xianji, hoping that she could persuade Fang Zhao. Even though Fang Zhao had already submitted his application, before he officially started his military service, this could still be manipulated. However, Wayne did not hear the answer he wanted from Duan Xianji. Duan Xianji told Wayne to stay calm and not be impatient. A new policy might be officially launched this year, and Fang Zhao's choice might not necessarily be a bad one. The next day, Silverwing announced Fang Zhao's choice, military service at Planet Baiji. This choice surprised many. Lots of people thought that Fang Zhao had gone mad and guessed that he probably had an ulterior motive. However, the approval letter had already been screenshotted. It could not have been faked. Compared to Fang Zhao's fans, those from other esports clubs and entertainment companies collectively relaxed their weary hearts. Once Fang Zhao was gone, at least within the next year, there would not be any hot topics regarding him. Silverwing's influence in the gaming circles would definitely drop as well. Fang Zhao voluntarily applying for military service on Planet Baiji and getting approved caused a huge stir in Yinzhou's entertainment circles. This was the first time a celebrity had voluntarily applied for a military service program with a high difficulty. Even though Fang Zhao's status in the industry was not very high yet, his popularity over the last 2 weeks had soared. This was not just because of Fiery Bird's annual gala. Experienced members within the entertainment circles could tell right away that there was a team behind them hyping it up, but all they thought was that Silver Wing was stirring up the news to make Fang Zhao's presence felt one last time before he left. They just had to wait and watch. After 1 month's time, after Fang Zhao started his training in the military district, all news of him would be sealed off. Nobody would remember him. Silver Wing was just trying to squeeze out every last bit of Fang Zhao's value before he enlisted for military service. Regardless of what outsiders thought, after Fang Zhao's application was approved, he bade his goodbyes to the two Fang elders, left Yanbei City, and returned to Qian City. After that, he requested a flying transport from the company and brought Curly Hair to Muzhou. Fang Zhao was on the verge of enlisting and would only be able to return after a year. In that year, leaving Curly Hair in Muzhou was the most appropriate. Although it would be slightly inconvenient, at least he would have lots of freedom in Muzhou and sufficient fields to run around in. The attitude of the people of Muzhou toward dogs was the best among the 12 continents. Furthermore, Suho's batch of puppies had not grown up yet, and he planned for Curly Hair to lead his team in the next cycle of sheep herding competitions. The new kennel had already been constructed, and Suho was just waiting for Fang Zhao to deliver the dog. Any traces of the accident that had destroyed the house at Dongshan Farm could no longer be seen. A new residence had already been constructed in the same area, and it was double the size of the previous one. Also, the parking area had been shifted away from the residence by 200 meters. Suho had shared with Fang Zhao all his plans for the year. After all, Fang Zhao was also an investor in Dongshan Farm. Even if Fang Zhao would be away the entire year, he should still know the plan. After Fang Zhao left Muzhou, he visited each continent's cemetery of martyrs in succession. When he was done, it was mid-February, about 2 weeks before he was to report for training in Yinzhou's military district. Nowadays, Fang Zhao rarely went to the company. On this day, he dropped by Xue Jing's place and went to the hospital to visit Ming Tsang's son, Ming Yi, who was still receiving treatment. On his way home at night, a piece of news popped up. According to the latest news from Huangzhou, Project Starlight, which has been shelved for 50 years, might be rebooted. Every year, after Memorial Day, military leaders from all 12 continents would convene in Huangzhou to discuss some crucial development issues or determine some significant policies. Many youngsters might not know what Project Starlight was, nor would some older people that did not pay attention to entertainment news. The star in Project Starlight referred to celebrities. Whether they were sports stars, esports stars, actors, or singers, they all belonged to the same category. Project Starlight had first been proposed by the Ministry of Education with the aim of letting celebrities set a good example and guide even more youths to realize their value and potential in human society. However, in the end, this plan had not been successfully implemented. The reason why this project hadn't truly been able to take off was because there had been too many pretentious stars in the trial stages. Not only had they plotted against one another, they had competed with each other for resources, which had caused the market to be really chaotic, hence there having been no other choice but to halt it. With that, many people had started pondering, just how many years would it take for the Ministry of Education to reboot this project? Unexpectedly, before the Ministries of Education decided, the project was proposed by military district leaders. Due to the proposal to reboot the project, there would still have to be a trial stage. The only concern was that the trial representatives had to be selected carefully. Thus, the 12 military district leaders would select candidates. Yinzhou's side had recommended 3 people, and one of them was Fang Zhao. Before the news of Project Starlight had been released, Duan Qianji had inquired with Fang Zhao about his opinion and asked whether he was willing to continue shining and burning brightly in a different place. If Fang Zhao had not approved, then he would have been eliminated as a candidate early on. Fang Zhao had agreed. If he were really selected, he would be part of the project, but he would not be allowed to change his military service application and would still be sent to Baiji. 2 days later, the results of the military district leaders came out. From the list of 30 over names, the final 5 had been selected. Fang Zhao was among the 5, and was the only one not to have undergone military service. Among the 5 stars, Fang Zhao's status in the entertainment circles was the lowest. He was also the youngest. Fang Zhao had been selected for Project Starlight's first batch. As for why he had been selected, not just because he had been popular recently, but also because Fang Zhao had voluntarily applied. It was rumored that when the leaders of each continent's military districts had been coming to a decision on the final name list, an old general had seen that Fang Zhao had voluntarily applied for military service on Baiji and had praised him. This young fellow is really sensible. He deserves to be commended. There was still a very huge difference between people voluntarily applying and being automatically assigned their vocations. This was what Duan Qianji had meant by staying calm and not being impatient. This policy was assistance from the heavens. When Project Starlight's 5 chosen representatives were announced, the news dominated the headlines for 3 days straight. Silver Wing once again started to stir up the news, and the companies behind the others did the same as well. Some of Silver Wing's competitors had relaxed, thinking that once Fang Zhao left for a year, he would vanish really quickly. Never had they expected that he would reappear with Project Starlight. However, people not from the industry had different views. Some felt that Fang Zhao was going to be pretentious, just like those stars in the past. There were also some who felt that his spirit was laudable and other people who had not yet done their military service should learn from him. But there were some people who focused their attention on something different. Dancers and actors could perform, singers could sing, but Fang Zhao? Was he going over to lead the people on Planet Baiji and playing games? Or was he going to compose songs for them to listen to? Fang Zhao, you must set a good example. Whether the project can be successfully implemented all depends on your performance, Wayne said. The government hoped that this popular star could shine and burn brightly on another remote and frigid place. But Fang Zhao wasn't really too sure how to shine. What do I have to do? Fang Zhao asked. You are in charge of delivering warmth. Wayne told Fang Zhao that the company would take care of everything. Fang Zhao didn't have to worry. The next day, Silver Wing put out an official statement saying that Fang Zhao was about to perform his military service and that, in line with government policy, the company was launching a donation drive to fund development of Baiji Planet, the emphasis being that Baiji was where Fang Zhao would be serving. The day after the project launched, it received online donations from all over Yinzhou. Among the donors were gamers and music academy students. They all donated in accordance with their personal wealth. Jinro, Zuwan, and company also donated a good chunk under their own names. Now that Jinro was back in the gaming world, a battleground he was so familiar with, his name recognition was on the rise, even rivaling his level of fame when he'd retired. The other members of the Silver Wing team also made substantial donations. Zuwan and company had achieved their success under Fang Zhao's leadership. You could say that they wouldn't be where they were without Fang Zhao, so they didn't skimp on their donations. Silver Wing staffers, from gophers to senior management, also chipped in. They weren't close with Fang Zhao, but the project was clearly a company priority, so they would naturally show their support. Of the 5 celebrities that were picked, Fang Zhao was the only one from Yinzhou. Silver Wing milked the attention for all it was worth, much to the envy of the other entertainment companies. Fang Zhao is a bit too lucky, no? Indeed. Why can't he share the wealth? I had to take wild guesses on all the multiple-choice questions in my recent exam that I couldn't answer, and I got them all wrong. Who would have thought that they would relaunch Project Starlight now? With this laurel under his belt, Fang Zhao's career will probably progress even more smoothly. Fang Zhao probably never thought things would develop this way when he applied for military service, no? Silver Wing kept detailed records of the comings and goings of every cent that cleared its donation drive. They were taking after Fiery Bird, which was channeling all its donations to the venue of Fang Zhao's military service. Many folks marveled at Fang Zhao's streak of good luck. Even Wayne said he had lucked out big time. Fang Zhao simply laughed off comments like that. Good luck? It was probably making up for all the bad luck he had suffered in his previous life. Soon, donations were no longer confined to Yinzhou. Folks from other continents started to chip in. Besides making cash contributions, people also donated supplies that Fang Zhao could take to Baiji. Both types of donations were on the rise. It wasn't just Silver Wing. The entertainment companies that managed the 4 other stars also launched similar donation drives. What the military cared about wasn't their skill set, but rather their popularity. Just take a look at how much a single donation drive raised. By that measure, the relaunch of Project Starlight was a success, but genuine success would need to survive the test of time. But the main objective of the program was to generate sufficient public attention and funding. On one of the spacecraft responsible for transporting servicemen and servicewomen to Baiji, the captain was near tears. He was in charge of shipping newbies to their service locations every April and October. In the past, supplies had been tight. They'd had to be frugal during the journeys to the service locations. Apart from the family members of the newbies, no one had cared about their well-being. But this year was different. Military HQ had relaunched Project Starlight, bringing major perks to folks like him who were in charge of developing faraway planets under tough conditions, yet were inept at securing funding. Fang Zhao's application had been personally vetted by Lieutenant General Shanta, the highest-ranked officer on the Baiji military base. When he had reviewed the application list, he'd noticed there was only one applicant who had volunteered. Even though he didn't like celebrities on his base, volunteers were rare. Under normal circumstances, service applications didn't involve officers as senior as him, but Shanta had personally requested the applications be passed on to him. Rarely did they come by a volunteer for Baiji. So be it if he was a celebrity. After some hesitation, Shanta had still signed off on the application. Little had he known that he would be the one who benefited from the assignment. But while the officers on Baiji rejoiced, the soldiers who staffed the spaceships Arcturus and Formalhaut were in mourning. Why had the top brass decided to scale down exploratory missions? Because manpower, supplies, and funding were limited. In addition, these years, there were too many colonizable planets that had been discovered. Every military base had to fight for their funding. As a result, the speed of development and construction on each planet varied. Planets that had sufficient funding and manpower naturally developed much more rapidly than planets that hadn't secured any funding or subsidies, even though some of these were planets that had been discovered earlier and started construction earlier. In fact, the top brass had planned on reducing its exploratory fleet to one ship, but they had ultimately decided on two. And yet, even though two ships had been kept, funding hadn't been beefed up that much, so finances were tight, and exploratory spaceships didn't receive as much attention as they had in the days of the Sirius. Conditions on the two exploratory vessels were also tough. It's just a matter of tolerating a celebrity. As long as he brings sufficient funding, investments, and public attention, and as long as Fang Zhao doesn't do anything outrageous during his service period after arriving on Baiji, we can put up with him, thought Baiji's top military official to himself. In late February, Fang Zhao boarded the flying transport arranged by Duan Qianji. Apart from the pilot, there was another passenger who was a stranger. He wore a First Frontline insignia. First Frontline was a long-standing electronic publication founded during the early days of the new era. With the discovery of new energy sources and mineral deposits as mankind had relaunched space missions in the beginning of the new era, First Frontline had become the most popular electronic magazine in the world. But these days, First Frontline registered few bells, even among elderly folks more than 150 years old. They might not recall the name without doing some research. This time, First Frontline had assigned 5 reporters to cover Project Starlight. Every celebrity had been assigned a reporter. The stranger Fang Zhao met in his flying transport was the first Frontline journalist assigned to shadow him. He would follow Fang Zhao to training camp and then to his service location. The reporter gave him the cold shoulder. Perhaps he was from a prominent family or was unhappy with his job, but all he did when he saw Fang Zhao was give a cursory glance. He didn't utter a single word. Meanwhile, Baiji's senior officer was having a discussion with a few of his deputies. We can't expect these artsy celebrity types to do too much. Even though conditions on our planet are tough, I'm still willing to give minor celebrities who bring in funding a bit of special treatment, said Shanta. What can these minor celebrities do with their scrawny limbs? Let's just make sure we spoil them, said one of Shanta's deputies as he shook his head, as if recalling some of the less popular celebrity soldiers from the past. For them, Fang Zhao, who brought with him extra funding, was a shimmering gold mine. All they had to do was pamper him like a mascot. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads.